This story begins with the fact that there was 2035 in the yard. The improvement of technology led to the creation of a metav scene under the name Connect. It practically did not differ from the real world, and all NPCs were like living, indistinguishable from real people. And the player could master any martial arts skills or find magical abilities. Such opportunities attracted hundreds of millions of people to the world of Connect, which wanted to fight. And now a huge crowd of warriors lined up in front of Ba Tahyun under the nickname that he fought alone. Looking at several fallen comrades, they did not retreat, deciding to continue to go on the attack. The guy in a black cloak was not afraid and remained standing still, preparing for a new battle. One of them wished death to the enemy of the empire, after which several people attacked him at the same time. Before Hyun was the 13th in the ranking of Connect, and his class was a Psycho-Connect, which allowed him to control objects without gnawing at them. It was enough for him to just wave his hand slightly to push the attackers away from him. Meanwhile, who stood aside, released a volley of arrows aiming at the Goyon. Seeing arrows over him, the guy raised his hand, thereby stopping them right in front of him. The arrows hung in the air, after which they turned and began to fly back, but few managed to evade. Meanwhile, he grabbed the dagger to Hyun, after which he threw himself on the attack, taking advantage of the hollow of the opponents. He destroyed the soldiers one by one, after which he slowly headed towards the following. All were shocked by the staggering power of telekinesis, after which they looked as a bunch of weapons soared up. With one wave of his hand, the guy directed his swords, spears, and axes towards the knights to deal with them in one fell swoop. When everyone was defeated, he left bloody tracks to Hyun, heading inside the building. He arrived here on instructions to find something, when he suddenly noticed a clergyman who was barely alive. The guy noticed a pendant on his chest, finding what he was looking for while the priest was saying the prophecy, where the savior would appear their face. He grabbed Hyun by the hand, wanting to find out only who would stop these endless wars. He demanded that the stranger answer why he brought chaos to this world, why he burns cities, kills the innocent, and enslaves their people. Tearing a pendant from him, the guy asked not to blame him, but the guilds working for the government. At that very moment, he heard a voice behind him, realized that reinforcements had arrived here. On the threshold of death, the priest asked him to remember that everything would be the way God has planned, and he would pay for his actions. However, Tahyun ignored his words, reaching the ark, in which there was a seal for the key. The guy set up a torn pendant, forcing the lid to open with the help of magic. Suddenly, the ark began movement, opening a staircase in front of a man, leading deep down. According to the data, the first mythical artifacts of Connect are stored here, which were found before Hyun. 5 years ago, the main guilds entered into an agreement with the Empire and destroyed this world to the ground. The lamentations of that old man are flowers, compared to what he had to go through over the past 6 months. The guilds took control of the Connect, and he remained the only solo player of the first 100 of the best. Now he decided to pick up and escape. Other guilds will get angry if they find out that he took them first. When he was going to leave before, he suddenly stopped, paying attention to a strange thing lying on the ground. It was a rather old gaming cartridge, and it was not clear how he ended up here. But as soon as the guy took him in his hand, his body was pierced by a terrible pain, similar to electricity blows. Before Hyun, through the pain, he tried to understand what was happening and why there was a connection error. When he woke up in the real world, he realized that someone was jammed with a knife and ordered not to twitch. The guy swore to himself, realized why things were going too smoothly until that time. In front of him stood several men in costumes, members of the guild, who went too far. One of them phoned the president, asking if it was necessary to deliver him alive. When he hung up, he announced to the rest that the boss said to kill him and bring his head. Men immediately grabbed him tightly, hinting that he in vain climbed to another level alone. At first he imagined himself cool and thought that he was a good game, but now he was trembling with fear and praying for mercy. Suddenly, they put a bag on his head so that he did not know at what point he would end. When the knife reached the goal, darkness came, and before Hyun thought only that he was killed because of the game, and now he would die. But some voice called his master, demanding to wake up, after which the guy was abruptly blown up in bed. Screaming loudly, he began to inspect his body for the presence of wounds, but everything was in order, although he was sure that he was stabbed. Suddenly he drew attention to the maid, who was on his knees, and asked about his well-being. The guy was dumbfounded that he was called Raoul, and the status window hung over the girl. Her name was Anna. She was 3 levels, and now she said that he was covered with cold later, while he was sleeping. The guy immediately climbed out the status window, feeling that he was given access to closed information. Notifications said that the transfer of the soul was successful, and the user interface is available to him. Looking out the window, Raoul in shock realized that he had fallen into the world of Connect, and his soul moved to the body of a non-guide character. Without wasting time, he ran out onto the balcony to see where he was, and immediately felt something. All his feelings seemed to worsen. In the body of the speaker, the sensations were completely different. Due to the synchronization of the player's strength, depends on the level of connection to the Connect. Typically, synchronization does not exceed 30%, but Taehyung merged with the character by as much as 90%. He managed to hold out the year in the first place in the ranking of Connect until the guild appeared. He spent so much time to achieve such a physical form and then ruined everything. The notification mentioned a closed beta version and the number of users, which means that it is the only one who entered the system. He still has access to the former inventory, and now there has been scanning of information. Hidden user data were discovered, which was due to the update loading. With the help of knowledge and forces gained in a past life, he will again become a number alone. His name is Raoul Ashton. He is the youngest son of the 5th Count of the Kingdom of Reuben, who will fall soon. The guy grabbed his head, trying to digest all the information that so suddenly fell on him. The Ashton family adhered to orthodox views. The Count and his eldest son suddenly died, and the average disappeared without a trace. When the youngest inherited the throne, a revolution occurred. At the same time, the barrier fell, releasing monsters to the will. The inhabitants fought, but they never managed to fight back. And now before Hyun was in the body of that very Raoul. And this beautiful city in front of his eyes in 3 years will be completely destroyed. The guy decided that he would not allow this. Taehyun and the Drusher remained in the past. Now this is his new life. In the past, he was waiting for the regrettable end, but if he misses his second chance, he will never forgive himself. It is possible to prevent the collapse of the county in only one way, but for this, it should become stronger. A month later, the traditional ceremony of adulthood will be held, at which he is obliged to be present. If he goes to the semi-finals, this will be able to enter the Royal Academy. There, the training will be returned to its previous form. Only in this case, Raoul will be able to protect himself and his kingdom, which was on the verge of collapse. But when he waved the ball twice, it fell the same, realizing that this body is incredibly weak. The guy noticed that he had the 5th level, and he did not go far from the maid who had the 3rd level. With a sigh, he realized that he should immediately start preparing for the tournament and raise the level. A month later, on the day of the tournament, Raoul walked among the crowd of warriors who also took part in it. He will have to fight these Bugans, and he remembered how mercilessly he trained for this. I had to make a lot of effort to reach the qualifying, but this path was passed. The last time Raoul watched the window, he had a 13th level, and he was able to increase endurance. But to everything else, he has a backup plan that he will use at the right moment. As soon as he thought that he needed to get to the semi-finals, he immediately felt an attack from the back. Having dodged, the guy noticed a man who was justified by the fact that his hand slipped. Dion and his cousins were surprised that the noble aristocrat decided to take part in the tournament. He was the middle son of Viscount Austin, Uncle Raoul, that is, his cousin. He always lifted Raoul in martial arts and never spared. However, the mentor and the count did not interfere, adhering to the family charter. Therefore, this guy can how much will get out of those who are younger, and now he did the same. Dion urged Raoul to fall from here until it was too late, because this time he would not get off his fracture. Then he turned to his cousins, urging the guy to let the guy. He had to cry in the pillow. Many people think that it is Dion to become the winner of the tournament, but in the final, Raoul will not leave a living place on it. Toward evening, the butler reported to the master that the countdown came from the first day of the competition. The count was interested in whether anyone distinguished himself, after which he picked up the list and was surprised. When asked where Raoul is now, the butler replied that the master had eaten and now he was resting in his chambers. He needs to restore strength after such a rich qualifying round. Count Melvin Ashton, the father of Raoul, let go of the butler, wanting to think about it all alone. As soon as the servant left the office, the man laughed loudly, praising his son. Looking at the list, he still could not believe that the guy coped and went to the group stage. He was always the weakest of his sons, so he did not insist that he learned the possession of a sword. But suddenly, a month before the start of the tournament, he began to practice, showing amazing results. The first training turned out to be a complete failure, but this did not break it, but on the contrary, gave strength. The count knew that they mocked Raoul, calling a weakling, but he should not intervene. He was afraid to aggravate the situation, putting him in an awkward position, and was waiting for the moment when he could stand up for himself. But now his son surpassed all his expectations and began to be like a man. When the tournament is coming to an end, Melvin decided to definitely talk to him about his future. When the day of the final competition came, the arena was filled with spectators who were looking forward to the battle. However, some were not very satisfied, complaining that it was difficult to call it a battle. A man with green hair was called to kill the opponent, but it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. He did not understand why Raoul still stands on his feet, although he had already received a lot of injuries. However, he decided not to retreat and continued to attack Raoul, who could only defend himself from the blows of the sword. The warrior gathered all his strength and urged the guy to surrender, throwing him away from himself a couple of meters. The audience admired that Raoul again took a blow, continuing to keep the defense. The enemy began to insult him, being sure that he could not run away forever. Waving his sword, he continued his provocations, saying that offspring from noble families did not behave like that. Thinking from the next blow, Raoul invited him to follow his tongue during the battle. Meanwhile, the audience continued to call Edmund to end him because money was delivered to him. Unable to stand it, the warrior decided that it was time to round, after which he began to release energy from the sword. The audience was dumbfounded by the use of the mana sword, after which they began to advise Raoul to escape. Edmund sharply rushed forward to him, but the guy stayed in place, grabbing his sword tightly. Everyone wondered why he did not evade, when suddenly a deafening explosion rang out in the arena. When the cloud of dust was dispelled, the judge stood between them, announcing that the competition was over. To the general surprise, Raoul came out the winner, and the audience called this battle amazing. However, Edmund began to object with dissatisfaction and asks why they chose Raoul, not him. The warrior shouted that they should not stop him, but the judge immediately called him a fool. The referee asked him to look at his neck, and he was forced to interrupt the duel, otherwise Edmund would have been dead. The dumbfounded warrior realized that all this time Raoul was aiming at his neck at the right time to strike. Suddenly, a fright defeated him, and cold sweat went through his body when his legs stopped listening to him, and he fell to the ground. At that very moment, Raoul approached him, announcing that he would be punished for insulting the county of Ashton. Toward evening, when the competition ended, the guy went to his chambers, and the maid wished him a good rest. His face was severe, but as soon as the door closed behind him, Raoul immediately lit up with happiness. He immediately opened the status window, noting that he had improved the skill of owning a sword, reaching the 9th level of the rank of a beginner. His plan worked perfectly, but he was able to use it only during the battle with Edmund. The guy took advantage of the functions of the game, scored glasses of experience and skill, fighting with stronger opponents. The longer the battle lasted, the more points he earned, because of which he had to defend himself all the time. And all this thanks to many experience that he uses in exchange for the opportunity to revive because he plays in hardcore mode. More risk, more winning, although at first Raoul was not very happy about this, but now everything has changed. If it weren't for hardcore, he would not be able to achieve such results in a month. But most of all, he pleases 5 unique characteristics. Telekinesis is the abilities that has been with Hyung. Noble blood is a feature of Raoul. The remaining 3 are unlocked as he will raise his level, but now he will only use what is. In the following competitions, the guy came out every time the winner, gradually increasing his level. As a result, after several battles, the judge announced that the younger Ashton had reached the finals. The audience decided that he was just lucky, and also thought that he was flying, although this is impossible. In fact, the inhabitants of Connect have no idea about the existence and ability that players possess. Therefore, he decided that now it is better not to use telekinesis without urgent need. Remembering one of the battles, Raoul pretty thought that his acting talent was not in vain. From his thoughts, a knock was taken out in the door. It was Ivan, a butler, who asked for permission to enter his chambers. He was interested in the health of the master, but he was in perfect order, because if he was crippled, he would call the doctor or priest. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man advised him to be more vigilant because the opponent becomes only stronger. He must also remember that not every wound can heal the healers. Raoul was pleased that Ivan sincerely cares about him. It was unusual, because in a past life he was on his own. After that, the butler handed him a sheet of paper, fulfilling the recent request of the master. Holding the information in his hands, the guy was sure that he would definitely win. Ivan bowed, after which he decided to leave. The guy resembled the butler Mr. Melvin in his years. Here he was also a confident young man. But this time, his rival will be Sir Dion. He does not spare anyone who gets in his way. Meanwhile, Raoul carefully looked at a sheet of paper, wondering how much money was there. In the county of Ashton, there is a betting system. It was created specifically to promote the tournament, and part of the money collected is obtained by the participants themselves. This should be enough to become a worthy member of the Count's family. It remains only to defeat Dion, and the next day he had this opportunity. The final duel begins, during which the audience unexpectedly began to support Raoul. Dion did not know how he managed to get to the finals, but he would make him believe that making an appointment with the tournament was a bad venture. A smug guy was sure that soon his fans were on him. How miserable Raoul. The warrior could not wait for him to crawl along the ground, creaking up lungs and whine in pain. At that very moment, contrary to his words, Raoul began to yawn demonstratively, pretending to be indifferent. With a bored look, the guy asked whether he finished fluttered, as it was time to start the battle. With this action, he forced Dion to get angry, because of which mana began to break out of his body. He built himself steeply, but his potential is almost zero. He makes a strong impression, but this is just a window dressing. When the judge announced the beginning of the competition, Dion was the first to rush forward, promising to kill the opponent. However, Raoul was faster, which was why he tried to strike the first blow, but the opponent immediately closed his sword. The first blow was behind Raoul, and Dion was thrown from him a few meters. First of all, the guy thought that he was not as quick as it might seem, and his strength does not deserve attention at all. He clearly saw the trajectory of the movement of his sword, so Dion could not hurt the guy. Fasting him a bandwagon, Raoul realized that he had the skills of owning a sword, but lacks practice. It was hard to believe that this man lifted him all this time, although he himself is nothing of himself. Meanwhile, Dion got to his feet, grabbing his weapon tightly, and promised that now he was definitely the end. Using the mana flowing in the body, he is able to charge his sword, but on this his knowledge ends. The audience watched in shock as Raul sharply waved his sword, knocking a weapon out of the opponent's hands. With a harsh look, Raul announced that Dion is a non-insignificance, which finally finished him off. The displeased rival wanted to attack him with his bare hands, but the guy again set him a bandwagon. While he was falling, Raul explained that he had problems with the control of anger, and he had already got into the same trick twice. Now Dion directly prophesied the glorious name of Viscount Austin, exposing himself to the laughingstock. However, he did not stop and wanted to overtake the guy, but Raul knocked him down with a powerful blow. Shocked viewers could not believe that Dion lost without committing a single successful attack. Raul turned to the judge, reminding him of the announcement of the winner, because he was shocked as well as the rest. The man immediately came to his senses, after which he announced that Raul Ashton was the winner of the majority tournament. People immediately began to chant the name of Raul, while some did not believe in the victory of this squelch. The guy was glad of victory, but this worthless endurance shaken him and forced him to fall to the ground. While the judge called the doctor, Raul I noticed a notification of the assignment and a reward for him. The awards were rather generous, and besides this, now he will be able to get to the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Ivan, who was next to Melvin, said that he was very proud of the young master. In just a month, he achieved great success, which made the Count seriously think. For him, the battle with Dion was no more than a game. If he advanced so far after such a short time, then he is a real genius. Raul noticed that his father saw everything, and therefore hoped that he was convinced that the guy was worthy to study at the academy. However, closer to the evening, the dissatisfied Graf categorically excluded this opportunity. Raul could not understand his thoughts because he went to the four of the best and even won the tournament. However, Melvin said that this was not discussed because he concluded that he was still early to leave his father's house. He almost lost consciousness, so he better stay and recover after the tournament. Raul was unhappy and repeated his father's words that the skill of owning a sword was known throughout his life. That is what he wants, to improve and learn to the new, so even he will not be able to stop him. The Count looked at his son in shock, after which he smiled, thinking that he had really grown up. Suddenly the man got up, taking out the weapon, deciding to let him go if Raul could defeat him. Melvin was categorical in his decision, and therefore immediately directed the weapon to the guy. He decided not to be careful with his son, who was shocked from such a proposal. A month later, about 100 knights followed the carriage, inside of which Raul was. The guy could hardly believe that his father had finally let him go, and was able to fulfill his promise. He remembered that when his father challenged him, he immediately accepted him, preparing for a fight. They crossed their blades, but Melvin only lifted him that it was all, but that he was capable of. However, the man decided to fight in full force, offering to see the true art of owning a sword. With one blow, Raul was thrown into several meters, after which he immediately lost consciousness. Then his father showed him only a drop of his strength, but he clearly knew that this was not so. After all, when the war began, the powerful Lord Melvin died, unable to resist the enemy. His county quickly crashed, and in order to avoid this, his father must certainly survive. He must justify his expectations, since he still allowed him to leave the estate. The guy decided to become stronger and protect his family, not having lost what is expensive for him. Meanwhile, Melvin recalled the huge amounts of his son's attempts to confront him. The guy barely stood on his feet, but he could still hold the sword in his hands, not wanting to give up for anything. His perseverance deserved praise, because this is what all men of Ashton do this. The next moment, they again rushed to each other, wanting to decide everything in this battle. But when Raul got closer, the man was surprised to notice that the trajectory of the movement of his sword had changed. Even using telekinesis, the guy was only able to scratch him slightly, but this was already an achievement. Count thought that this was a matter of time when Raul became a man, and everyone recognizes the great swordsman in him. Therefore, the father decided to fulfill the promise. I hoped that his son would go and conquer this world. Toward evening, Raul, along with the rest of the soldiers, decided to make a halt in order to relax. Do not waste time, the guy decided to ask Sir Philip how much they were left to the final point. The Supreme Knight explained that they will need 5 days, but if he wishes, they will add a step. Raul decided to abandon this venture and continue in the same spirit because this is a good training for soldiers. Apart from him and the servants, his father allowed him to take 50 people with him who would guard him. Of these, 3 ordinary knights, 6 mentors, 15 students, and 20 cavalrymen. Each of them reached the potential of the level B and above. The number and condition of other skills is also normal, but they will have to sweat to prevent the fall of county. At that very moment, Jake informed him that the wagon with the luggage was ready, and they could be advanced at any time. Some doubted that they needed to go with such a large composition for a whole month, but decided not to argue. With a smile, I decided to circle everything when they get to the place, thereby puzzling comrades. He talked about the free city of the world, one of the first cities where players go after the rebirth of the educational mission. Here he will find many tasks and hidden artifacts, as well as restrictions on the use of mana in order to avoid violence. The worlds are endless, so the players adore this place, because there you can get a lot of valuable things. There is also the Possessions of God, a territory where you can kill monsters as much as you like. It is this place that Raul wants to show his fighters. His goal, as soon as possible, increase the level of their skill. In his opinion, it was an ideal plan, and as soon as he arrived in the world, the following task immediately appeared. He thought that any options would no longer open the official launch of the game, but he could get even more. While the guy was traveling in a carriage, Jake turned to him, announcing that Mr. Mayor was ready to accept him right now. The mayor of the free city was called Ronaldo. He was a thin physique, with an eternally curious look. He was immediately announced that the youngest son of Count Ashton had arrived, and another 50 people decided to visit their city. The mayor decided that the guy wanted to stare at the sights, after which he asked to let him in. The Ashton family makes good money on selling products from monsters, so their meeting can be useful. As soon as Raul granted him, the man immediately smiled, good-naturedly inviting him to his city. The guy shook his hand and thanked him, although he thought that this man looked like a false scum. Without wasting time, Raul tried to explain that they have a suitable place to train. Ronaldo suggested that he had in mind the safe zone of the city, but the guy immediately interrupted him. He was interested in a specifically dammed forest where he would like to visit his permission as soon as possible. The mayor immediately began to dissuade him, explaining this topic that it is too dangerous for such young gentlemen like him. With a sigh, Raul realized that he had no choice but to throw 500,000 gold. He was going to give them to the mayor in gratitude for such a warm welcome, but everything turned out to be in vain. As soon as the man heard the amount, he immediately grabbed the guy by the hands, announced that he was just joked. The mayor, delighted by the money, immediately began to cheer up, allowing him to go there at least now. Raul realized that everything went according to plan, after which he thanked him for his generosity. And now the time has come for monsters hunting to find out at the top of Connect. Connect players were supposed to live in the world, but since this is a closed beta version, now it is empty. There is only one player, Raul, so crisis times have come for the worlds. No one can evaluate a wide range of amenities, places for an overnight stay, shopping shops and opportunities for accommodating guilds. For the same reason, the price of land decreased significantly, which looked very tempting. However, the true goal of his arrival here lies in the desire to acquire real estate. If he redeems the lands of the world now, then this will reveal a huge number of opportunities for him. Sooner or later, it will be possible to build luxurious mansions for aristocrats on them, as well as the houses of guilds and housing for ordinary players. In the future, the values of these lands will grow hundreds of times. When the players appear and the war will unfold, the world, the city, blessed by God, will be the perfect place to shelter. Previously, there was an opportunity to provide land for rent and earn a living. But now this is not enough. Raul should be fully armed, calculate all the risks, and prepare for war. In a past life, he was not able to withstand the financial skill of vile guilds, who took the brothers of government into their own hands. Sometime later, Jake was surprisingly asked if he should just put his signature. The annoyed Raul shouted loudly that everyone had already signed it a long time ago, and they were waiting only for him. However, the knight rattled this by the fact that his mother said to be attentive, signing the papers. When it ended, the girl confirmed the creation and registration of the first guild in this city. It includes Sir Raul and another 50 people, and after signing the papers, everything went successfully. The guy formed the very first and progressive guild in the world without players and called it the First Guild. Now everyone who is part of it has the right to support the system, and soon the confusion on their faces will be replaced by enthusiasm. After that, Raul decided to visit the branch of the Mira Association. The girl, standing behind the counter, greeted them, wondering how she could help them. First of all, Raul was interested in how much they have a high rank of Book of Skills. The skill book is a collection of skills of various complexity. If you read carefully, you can expand the circle of opportunities. Their branch offers books of skills up to the rank of C, but this rank is available only to VIP clients. Do not waste time. The guy began to find out what needs to become, and deciding to skip books of a low rank. He could contribute to the association, completing tasks, or making a certain number of purchases. However, he was warned that for this, he would have to spend a lot of money, but Raul was ready for this. The surprised girl announced the amount of 10,000 gold, doubting that he had that kind of money. But contrary to her expectations, the guy threw a bag of money to the rack, deciding to start with D rank. Seeing the money, the girl immediately changed in the face, offering him her help in search of the necessary books. Raul decided not to trifle, and therefore smiled sweetly, saying that he would take everything they have. Sometime later, Jake complained that it was very difficult for him to carry so many books. Now they seem useless to them, but later they will play a big role in the perfect skill. I had no doubt about their values, just interesting, more effective, or reading practical experience. Philip asked the same question, but the master decided to tell them about everything tomorrow. Being in his room and examining the huge piles of books, the guy thought he went too far. There is a restriction on the number of skills that the player can possess, and he is unlikely to be able to use all skills at once. Then he opened the task window, remembering that when he woke up in this body, there were 2 unknown objects in the inventory. For some time, he tried to raise what it could be because it was not necessary to press or use. But yesterday, when he received the task, they were open, but he did not have time to check it. When Raul opened the inventory, he was pleasantly surprised when he found out what objects were blocked. One of them turned out to be skill decks, and perhaps he will be able to activate it by completing the current task. The goal was to collect at least 10 books of skills and add them to skill decks. Raul immediately grabbed a magic book, after which he brought the book of skills to her, looking at what was happening in surprise. As soon as skill decks absorbed skills from the book, the guy shouted joyfully that everything worked. The energy of mana, which was stored in the book, disappeared because she moved to a new storage. But he will be so eternity to delve with other books, and it was necessary to figure out how to introduce all the books at once. As if having read his thoughts, all the books immediately soared into the air and began to give their energy to the skills. The guy was dumbfounded that the system understood him, but in the end he got everything even faster than he expected. Skilldex was activated, which is why he received the characterization of the collector's skills and the ability of the imitator. Looking through the description of the skills, Raul was shocked that thanks to the imitator, he could steal the opponent's skills. Reading the description of the skills, the guy suddenly realized that this was the same artifact that he found right before his death. Although some characteristics and items of inventory from a past life have been preserved, there were only 3 characteristics of the rank and 1 item in the inventory, and he wondered what strength was lurking in it. The next day, the military looked at their status window in shock trying to deal with the curiosity. Meanwhile, the butler entered the room of the young master, wishing him good morning. However, Raul looked very tired because he could not close his eyes, skilldex, all night. The guy languidly greeted Bernard. I am interested in whether he had a briefing for the rest. The red-haired guy did absolutely everything, as he was ordered, obeying the will of the master. After that, Raul began to ask with interest how he had a book of skills and whether he studied it. Bernard is a servant of the family of Ashton and the stepson of Ivan. He taught him everything he knew, and Bernard worked for the benefit of County from an early age. He has excellent memory and high diligence, but there is another reason why Raul took him with him. This guy has the ability to control the wind, and Raul was delighted when he found out about it. While Bernard thanked him, the guy carefully studied his impressive status window. Its main characteristics are lame, but thanks to his talents, he is perfectly suitable for the role of a servant or esper. The preparation was over, and therefore Raul decided to clarify whether Bernard was ready. When the knights get used to new realities, they will go to the damned forest called God's Possessions. When the long-awaited day came, Raul and his retinue went to the forest, immediately stumbled upon the monsters. For the current level of the guy, and such a monster turned out to be too slow, and therefore he dealt with him with easy. Such a light victory only increased his mood, and he was already ready to fight the following. At that moment he was surrounded by orcs who noticed a strong man and wanted to kill him. Behind ordinary orcs stood their leader, whose skin was red, and he urged everyone to go on the attack. When the crowd attacked Raul, he remained standing still, but was ready to battle. A huge number of enemies were only a plus, and in this way it will be able to quickly raise his level. The possession of God is not only a territory for hunting monsters, but also a symbol of the world. If the players are injured, they will be cured, and if they die, they will be reboiling in the city, so you can't find the best shelter. Even if you kill one of the monsters, the total number of the monster will remain unchanged because the world has a blessing on them. People cannot be reborn in the damned forest or use objects beyond its borders received as a reward for hunting for monsters. If they are taken out of the forest, they immediately turn into dust and disappear, as if they had never been. And all because people are forbidden to touch the property of the gods. This was an important rule. But it applies only to the inhabitants of the worlds, which did not spread to some personalities. Players are allowed to take out trophies from the forest obtained in battle, which is a huge bonus. Jake, who played the role of a porter, thanked the system for such indulgence. Philip looked at him in surprise because he knew that the young master took the whole blow to himself. The leader of the orcs, who watched his comrades die, asked the person what kind of power it was. Meanwhile, Raul looked at him with a smile using telekinesis, lifting the air of the weapons of the orcs. Not hearing an answer to his question, the monster realized that he was not able to resist such an opponent. As soon as the orc was defeated, Jake happily gave the stormy salute to the master. The blonde was surprised at Raul's beneficial abilities, while Philip asked freshly, the orc silently. However, they were embarrassed by such a long way to the world for this, although they gained a lot of experience after this training. Meanwhile, Raul collected the blood of his opponents using telekinesis. Then he thanked his comrades, because only by common efforts they achieved such a result, and now they can become stronger. Philip realized the case of the master because he remembered how he used a sickle blow against the orc, cutting him into two. Then he first used his strength after studying the book of skills obtained by Raoul. Now he realized why the master preferred books of combat armor skills. He took this skill so quickly, it was incomprehensible. And where did the young master get such knowledge? At that very moment, he looked in surprise at the notification, after which he asked Raoul to look at the guild chat. However, he already looked irritable, which means he saw everything, after which he ordered to return to the world right away. Meanwhile, in the city, one of the people of Raoul lay on the ground, completely defeated. The man standing above him with a sword in his hands was sure that this had to be done earlier. It was hard for him to restrain himself, watching them, the kids of Eston, do what they want. At that moment, another guy pierced the body of a warrior, telling his brother that he had to initially listen to him. A red-haired man with a smile on his face was sure that they would have put them in place for a long time. Meanwhile, the third brother recalled the words of the great-grandfather who taught them to be careful and not to arrange riots. These guys were the sons of Viscount Rendell, Ramon, Jerry, and Cale. One of the soldiers of Ashton, who was still alive, whispered that they would regret it. Ramon, with a wild laughter, advised their master to hurry up to talk with him with joy. Suddenly he noticed that something was wrong here, and these warriors refused to die until the last. They thought that representatives of noble families were forbidden to send weapons to each other in a free city. But now they did not care, because if they are interrogated, they will say that they would have nothing to do with it. After all, now it was an excellent idea of putting the end of Ashton to the end, and maybe the great-grandfather would even praise them. While Ramon said this, some unknown force blew up Jerry's head. Turning around, they were surprised to notice Raoul, who was beside himself with rage. They committed a crime against the county of Ashton. Now there are more at the stake than their worthless lives. The elder son could not believe that Raoul dared to kill the family of the Rendell family. Cale immediately began to ask loudly where the guard went and who let him go here. One of the guards, Rendell, who was assigned a sword to the throat, only now decided to announce that I had found a detachment of Ashton. The knights of the Viscount Rendell are surrounded, and they will be convinced that none of the townspeople be nearby. Raoul thanked the soldiers for the good work, after which he used telekinesis to raise them into the air. He decided to transfer them to Bernard so that he would take them to the temple for cure. Then the guy opened the inventory to get a weapon for the battle with the vile sons of Viscount. With this garbage, Raoul decided to figure it out independently, not daring to substitute his comrades. Rendell, like Ashton, is one of the 5 military families of the Kingdom of Reuben. However, Rendell joined 4 military families when the head of the family, Viscount Hudson, became a master of a sword. And since they had no special merits, they had to look for other ways to strengthen their status, make a worthy contribution to the prosperity of the kingdom, and destroy dangerous rivals. Their goal was the county of Ashton, which ceased to engage in the training of glorious masters of the sword, having lost its former power. In addition, the family of Ashton could easily be manipulated, since it was politically unexpected. Conflicts and skirmishes have happened more than once. Most often, the Rendell family was the instigator. The number of artificial swordsmen in her army left no doubt that it was she who would win in this struggle. The sons of Viscount are of the same opinion, but now they were dumbfounded by unprecedented power because Raoul's sword arose from nowhere. But suddenly the guy turned sharply and waved his sword, killing the guard, whom Philip restrained. The knight realized that the young master decided to cope with absolutely everything, and therefore ordered to let go of swords. Rendell warriors were surprised that opponents cleaned their swords in a scabbard. Stupid here, but this is on their hands. The first to provocate was Cale, who rushed to Raoul, who decided to fight against them alone. He decided that the guy was simply getting up, but he cut him into two with a sharp movement of the sword. Ramon was dumbfounded by the death of his second brother, after which he ordered the guards to kill him. The captain of the Knights Guard, Jeremy, grabbed the sword, realizing that Raoul left them no choice. He did not want to intimidate a 15-year-old boy, but after what he saw, he did not intend to stand aside. This man had a rank potential in, because he was sure that he could cope with the guy. Other guards also grabbed the weapon, intending to help their captain. The main weapon of Viscount Rendell, rapier, and now Raoul is dealing with representatives of elite knights. At that very moment, several guards sent their blades to the guy, but he did not even move. The captain has a level 65, the rest in the area of the 60th. Raoul was the 45th, and in an honest battle he could not defeat them. The guards urged him to surrender. This did not care that he was a native of a noble family. But while they fluttered with their languages, the guy rushed into battle, waving his sword. The man did not have time to realize what was happening, while Raoul used the bear's blow. In a short time, the guy defeated 2 guards, but Jeremy rushed into battle immediately. The guys barely managed to expose a sword in front of him to protect himself from a sudden blow. Jeremy asked the remaining guard if he was kissing, but he was in perfect order. 2 of his elite knights died, although he heard that this guy is a weakness and has no idea how to own a sword. At that very moment, he took out a knife to use additional weapons in battle, thereby hinting at his seriousness. The man realized that the rumors of Raoul were lying, and from that moment he decided to fight at full strength. Noticing daga and rapier in his hands, Raoul realized that he had the skill of owning the sword Rendell Meteor. Jeremy was delighted with his courage, but asked not to forget that the world is a sacred city, that he heals any wounds. The man was sure that Raoul could not defeat them without help, but the guy was ready to prove that they were mistaken. He is even ready to argue that his knights had never trained after arriving in the world. Jeremy immediately shuddered, realizing that the boy was telling the truth, but it was not clear how he knew this. In fact, Raoul noticed that they were cured, and yet they continued to lie on the ground paralyzed by fear. They are not used to looking death in the eyes, and Jeremy immediately realized that this boy was not just familiar with the art of introducing a battle. It was as if he sees the enemy through, therefore he is a very dangerous opponent. Now the man was as serious as possible, because of which he asked the comrade to cover him from the back. At that very moment, they together rushed into Raoul, who bounced back, leaving the attack. But contrary to the defense, Jeremy was able to inflict many small scratches on him that were supposed to weaken him. Seeing his condition, the guard immediately rushed forward, decided that his opponent was open. Jeremy realized what was happening and tried to stop him. She was too late, and Raoul overtook him. When the man was left alone, he realized that he had to act immediately. Also, he squeezed his weapons tightly for a second, deciding to use a meteor to destroy Raoul as quickly as possible. The guy put the sword in front of him, watching the very powerful skill used in fights. It was damn hard to fight back, because even telekinesis does not save in this situation. The guy firmly decided that he had to stay to the last, which was noticeably surprised by Jeremy. Now the advantage is clearly on the side of the man. He attacks again and again, leaving him no chance of counterattack. However, hatred burst him out when he continued to look at the arrogant face of this boy. Taking advantage of his hitch, Raoul knocked out the weapon out of his hands, after which he used the imitator's skill. Meanwhile, Jeremy's weapon hung in the air with the help of telekinesis, not returning to its owner. After that, Raoul pulled the weapon to him, deciding to use his reception on the man. Having waved rapira, the guy used a meteor, sending a blade to his opponent. The man tried to understand how he knew about these skills, but now it was more important for him to defend himself from the attack. Putting his hands in front of him, Jeremy asked who trained him and who betrayed the Vikinism Rendell. Meanwhile, Raoul waved a dagger and with a smile explained that he was the same traitor. When the guy pierced the body of a man and his synchronization with the skill of ownership of the meteor reached 100%. It was not easy. He spent a lot of energy using the paratrooper of the rank of S to suppress the enemy. Using the imitator, he can copy only one skill at a time, without taking a look from the target at the time of activation. Otherwise, the percentage of analysis will be reset, so he did not blink. While he attacked him, the skill can only be stealing in a battle one-on-one. At that very moment, Raoul opened the skills screen, deciding to check what abilities are available to him. Thanks to Skill Decks, 3 more skills are available to him, and the slots allow you to use any 2 skills from the skills. At that very moment, the guy looked in surprise at the dumbfounded Ramon, who could barely connect the proposal. He tried to find out who Raoul is generally like that, and how to learn about the skill of Viconia Rendell. The guy ordered Philip to kill them over and over until 1 hour passes as soon as they are revived. The knight bowed, after which he gave the same order to his subordinates. Seeing the warriors hanging over him, Ramon trembled and began to beg them to spare him. Raoul was sure that earthly rules did not work here. The games were also over. This is his new reality, and now he figured out the first problem that arose on his way. And he will not spend a chance to him, even if you have to switch the sea of blood. Raoul told himself that he would never give up and would only move forward, along with his comrades. Meanwhile, the dumbfounded mayor of the city watched what was happening in the telescope, trying to understand what was happening there. According to the plan, the knights Rendell had to beat the jerk, and he would receive his share, sending the guard to the aid. On this guy ruined the whole of Raspberries, laying 12 fighters in one fell swoop and remained unharmed. After the victory over the opponents, Raoul rushed his gaze to the window behind which the mayor was. The man was scared and immediately crouched, hoping to hide from an evil gaze. Rumor has it that he does not seem to be anything, a weakling who can boast of only status. However, this could only be a mask, and under it, a great master of the sword is hidden. If his guesses are true, then Raoul has long learned from his fraud, and now he would want to deal with him. The man exhaled and tried to calm down, deciding that it was necessary to build confidential relations with the county of Ashton. Toward evening, being in his room, Raoul decided that he was slightly overdone, but the game was standing a candle. He tore the jackpot in 5,000 gold, and thanks to the magic bag with the magic of space, you cannot worry about the superiority of baggage. He also had rapira and daga, the main weapon of knights from the Vikinism Rendell. But most of all, he was pleased with the ticket for a random book of skills that he got for the fulfillment of the quest. Raoul hoped that this time he was lucky, otherwise he was already tired of unhappy tickets. Before activating him, he asked for a ticket to give him something good. After that, the guy broke a ticket, which immediately began to study the bright light. At the same moment, a book of skills appeared in front of him, the skill of owning a spear of Riviera Rang Fi. It was exactly what he needed to leave for the capital, and today fortune was clearly smiling at him. However, now there is one incomplete business left, and the month of preparation should not go in vain. Before going to bed, the guy concluded that now, finally, to do this. A week later, Raoul was in the forest, fighting with the orcs, destroying them one after another. He was able to increase the level to 51, and now he was accessible to an increase in the class. Having fulfilled all the necessary conditions, he received the class of a swordsman and psychokinetics of the level of the expert. Philip and Jake congratulated the young master, because being an expert at the age of 15 is a rarity. At that very moment, the guy raised his hand up, raising the air a huge number of stones. Then he folded a mountain from them, after which he used a bear's blow to cut it. Raoul did not expect such a powerful return, and now his strength was amazing even his comrades. Jake with a smile suggested that now you could relax, but Philip was a different opinion. They will think about the rest when they reach the level of skill of the young master, but not earlier. The blonde decided to justify himself by the fact that they were behind the master, like behind a stone wall. Suddenly, Raoul interrupted their conversation, inviting them to send a message to the county of Ashton in order to please His Excellency. He decided to contact him later, but for now it is necessary to keep their success secretly, with which everyone immediately agreed. But he crushed a lot of monsters, thereby increasing the level of skill, which means that everything went according to plan. And the guy abandoned the bait so that some pecked at her, thereby making an epistle to the imperial shakings. Meanwhile, in the city, Nakia, which was an alchemist, was happy that the working day had ended. Recently, her potion has been in great demand, because of which she has a lot of work. All this was thanks to the county of Ashton, to whom she is very grateful. To create them, parts of the body of monsters are necessary, but you will not often meet them in the damned forest. But the knights of the county of Ashton suddenly kindly offered their help, and now she can at least cook potions every day. In addition, Raoul is a frequent guest in her shop. He is always interested in whether something is needed, and asks about work as a whole. She is unusual for such attention, but she is still grateful to him, because in addition to everything, he was a handsome man. Suddenly, Nakia came to her senses and began to slap herself on her cheeks, because now she was not thinking about that. Between them, the difference is 8 years old, and he is too young for her, and in addition, he is an aristocrat. After some time, the girl reached the house, paying attention to the light inside. Entering the room, she turned to Nikki, announcing that she had returned, but there was no answer. Suddenly, her gaze himself had already fallen on the bed, where there was a note nailed to bed. It was said that her sister was with them. If Nakia wants to save her, you must hold your mouth on the castle and wait for the next instructions. A cold sweat immediately performed on the girl's face while she read a terrible message. A few minutes later, Nakia all in tears ran down the street, thinking that Nikki could not leave the city. They did not lie that there were many statements of the loss of people, even though the city administration promised to conduct an investigation. She cannot contact the city administration because the abductors probably follow her, and the guards are unlikely to listen to her. And mercenaries and members of the Guild of Adventure Seekers will need some time to start the search. Suddenly, the girl remembered Raoul, who asked him to let him know if she was in trouble because he would always help her. Now she had no other choice, and she should immediately find Mr. Raoul. At that very moment, Raoul came a notification that Nakia was heading for him, and this still happened. Then he gave the order to everyone to take their positions and focus on goals, reporting any changes in the plan. Then the guy entered the community of Connect, a cafe connection. This place was very useful for him. Being a star player, he received the necessary information from fans and informants. Gradually, the cafe turned into an information treasury, where all the hidden information of Connect was stored. It has not disappeared anywhere, but he cannot make further plans, relying only on his memory. Raoul decided to look for information on request a free city in the world, looking at all available tasks. Suddenly, he was announced that Nakia had arrived. Then the guy decided to change her future, asking to be kind with her. The crazy alchemist, a bloodthirsty witch, the destroyer of the taboo, as people just did not call Nakia because they were terrified. Because of it, many civilians suffered in the process of creating chemical weapons because she put experiments in public. But now in front of her is a desperate girl who needs help because a person has disappeared. The guy asked her to calm down because everything would be fine, after which he asked to explain everything in order. As it turned out, her sister was abducted 2 hours ago. The lady who lives in the neighborhood had to bring her home. Raoul smiled, promised that he would definitely find her, and he even knows about where she could be. He will let her know as soon as she finds her sister. She should still stay here, and Bernard take care of her. The butler bowed, explaining that she made the right choice, turning to the young master. Meanwhile, Pierce tracked the kidnappers while Raoul, Jake, and Philip headed for horses. They also received permission to conduct an operation from Mr. Mayor. Philip, in turn, handed them a list of rats, and the mayor promised certainly reward them later. In this list, he wrote precisely the whereabouts of all criminals of the city, using all available communication channels. Raul also got all possible information, taking care of eliminating the flaws in the plan. At that very moment, two guys hid in the bushes were watching them, and they talked about something. Meanwhile, the peer, the knight of the guard of Raul, who was an archer, survived with his comrades. Judging by the traces on the ground, their lair is here, so he found them and was going to start the operation. Then he decided to climb a tree, trying to use the recently studied skill. Having activated the detection, he found several archers who were hiding near the entrance to the lair. The young master was right. They installed magic circles and barriers. He must report on it. Raul replied that they would be in place in 5 minutes, and after all, 6 months ago, the life of the peer was completely different. The youngest son of Count Ashton is Raul, unlike the brothers, a weak and unhealthy child. Most of the servants and knights avoided him when he was looking for volunteers that he had gone with him. Few expressed a sincere desire. Raul visited the training ground. I talked with the knights, among whom was Pierce. Then he said that he wanted to go beyond his capabilities, and Raul was ready to help him with this. Then he picked up a sword and began to direct the peer, paying attention to the time requiring improvement. Although he said that he wanted to achieve more, he doubted that this little one could teach him something. But sometime later, the knight noted that his movement became much more clearly and more efficient. It was difficult for him to master the blow of the bear because his advantage is not in force, but in dexterity, so he should hone the firing of onions. Few knew that he was able to shoot from a bow, but Raul noticed this. Perhaps he could really help him. This was the best decision in his life, and his father, who refused his offer, must now bite the elbows. It is not known why he hid his strength, but thanks to the books of skills that he bought, the peer, in addition to Luke, improved other skills. Without his help, nothing would have happened to him, and perhaps today Raul will demonstrate his true power. At that very moment, the archer noticed the approaching horses, after which he jumped off the tree and sank to his knee. He was politely greeted Raul, who affably met his subordinate. The guy drew attention to the lair of a criminal group, which was closed by a magic circle of the 3rd level. All dens are similar, in whatever city they are, but the spies of the Kranen Empire are hidden here. Typically, Connect players receive tasks, being at starting points like worlds, and then they get awards. But now they are dealing with difficult bastards, a slave trader who abducts people, mercenaries who want to cut down more money. All of them are not compared with the Kranen spies, the so-called Imperial trackers. They track the players, them, and depriving them of the opportunity to cooperate with others. Bloods create many problems, so Raul cannot allow him to attend further. The guy gave the order to the peer, after which he immediately shot from the bow, amazing the 2 hidden spies. When they went inside the barrier, they thought that this path was open to them. Now Raul wanted to scatter the magic circle with the help of a scroll that he recently acquired. But suddenly he stopped, paying attention to the stream of mana, and then another idea appeared in his head. Perhaps he will be able to absorb her, so he took out a knife and decided to damage the magical circle. When the guy realized that it was working, he continued to inflict damage, destroying the seal. The magic circle was destroyed, and now it can save money and not spend it on scrolls. Pierce ordered Jackson and Neil to move on to the bait stage, and he will let them know when to enter. It was very convenient that next to Raul, his elite knights, because now the time has come. They were ordered not to take the captives, and not to forget to use the rapier in order to deliver the last blow. Jake did not understand why they should poke this stick, but he was ready to execute his order. The Pierce had to cover him to look for captives. His main task was to save Nikki, Naki's younger sister. After that, Raul opened the gate, and the team confidently went inside. In front of them was a mine that was like an incredibly long corridor. Sometime later they found the shelter itself, after which the peer used the skill of secrecy. A few minutes later, he sent a message that successfully penetrated the enemy base. In front of them was a huge cave with high ceilings and wooden fences. They have about the 30th level, almost like ordinary thieves, so there should not be many problems with them. After Raul finished the analysis, he gave a signal to his comrades that he could be advanced. The guy began to actively gesticulate, explaining the plan, after which the company immediately went forward. The opponents were dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of Raul, who attacked them from above. The rest of the team also entered the battle, destroying opponents one after another. When the thieves realized that they were attacked, everyone was immediately given an order to guard the entrance and kill the violators. Every second they were becoming more and more, and they also began to block the arrow shields. The archers noticed Raul, who was upstairs, after which they tried to get it with arrows. However, the guy remained standing still using telekinesis to stop the arrows in front of him. The archers were dumbfounded that the arrows simply bounced off him, after which they demanded reinforcements. At that very moment, warriors began to get to Raul from behind, quickly climbing the stairs. When they realized that you would not take him with an arrow, they decided to attack the hand to hand. The guy reached out behind him, taking out the bow. We will decide that it was time to use it. Around Raul flew arrows that he held under control, and at the same second he soared into the air. The opponents were dumbfounded by such a turn of events, not expecting him to use magic. The guy used his strength to direct arrows at helpless enemies that had no shields. Then he took out a rapier, It was a light weapon, but not powerful enough. It was necessary to attach more strength to break through the armor through. Going down to the ground and finishing off enemies, the guy noticed that the rest had gone somewhere. Meanwhile, the surviving thieves asked the comrades to escape because they could not defeat these monsters. Raul was dumbfounded that Jake, a bastard, rebelled against the use of rapiera. It would be better if she was bird with Manu, because he reminded him several times not to leave traces indicating the art of owning a sword. And although probably you should not worry so much, drinking with small bipods was over. Sometime later, Pierce reported that they searched the whole prison but did not find Miss Nikki. However, they handed out the rest of the captive clothes and food and said to calmly wait for the end of the battle. Jake doubted that they figured out all the criminals, and not the fact that these were definitely the same kidnappers. There is no Nika, and all the criminals that they met were equal in strength, which proved the absence of the leader. At the entrance, he was waiting for a magic circle, but there was no magician. It turns out that important cones and captives are in another place. Pierce checked all suspicious areas, but found nothing. Perhaps a skilled magician works here. Only a month passed. As he became a member, therefore, he coped well with work. When Raul praised the pier, he ordered everyone to follow him because he guesses where they are hiding. When they arrived at the huts, Raul gave the order to watch them and report if they discover something suspicious. In all rooms it was clean. It remains to be checked by the last one that they entered together. At that very moment, he threw the table with his foot, after which he hit the ground with a blade, destroying it. The wooden parquet was destroyed, and under it was an iron secret door. Raul used telekinesis to open it, and there was a secret staircase leading to the basement. The guy was the first to feel that something was approaching, and a monster's hand suddenly appeared from the basement. A red, huge monster appeared in front of them, which began to publish an evil roar. Philip ordered to stay more borely, because it is pointless to scatter, so it will be more difficult to suppress them. While the monsters began to get out of the basement, Raul had already begun to fight with the first, striking the rapier in the heart. These were the demons of the Imperial Cavalry. Their vital organs are located differently than that of people. They needed to cut off their heads, while Jake wondered what they had forgotten here at all. Raul, right during the battle, first of all decided to study their characteristics. This demon was 41 levels. His class is an experimental mutant, and now he was furious. That is how the guy thought, because these guys brought him a lot of problems in a past life. After 6 months of the game in Connect, he was instructed to raid the tax empire in the starting city. At that moment, when the best players almost cleaned him, he needed to finish the begun. 10 of them twice changed the class and formed a punitive force of hundreds of guilds to capture the fortress. However, as soon as the secret Imperial Cavalry appeared, most players did not last a minute. On that day, he miraculously took his legs from there, and the next 6 months, none of the players dared to approach the den of the Empire. Then the demonic cavalry totaled about 50 individuals. It is not surprising that players up to 50 levels could not defeat them. Today there are much fewer demons. Moreover, their level of training cannot be compared with the skill of elite knights. Moreover, now Raul could clearly observe all the vulnerable places of the enemy. This was enough to dodge in time and apply return strikes. The guy was pretty dexterous, and therefore did not fall under the blow, in turn, attacking the monster with rapiera. A few minutes later, several monsters lay lifelessly on the ground. It was not clear what they forgot here, and whether they confused the entrance to the front court of the Imperial Palace, and they would have to find out. The rest should take care of prisoners, and they should rather find the main criminals until they were informed of their arrival. Philip invited the master to hold on to them and let them deal with the enemies while he was busy with the search. You can't grab everything at once. Raul will still receive experience points, even if he does not kill the bastards with his own hands. The time has come to delegate responsibilities, because it is very pleasant to have reliable subordinates. Putting a shield in front of him, Jake prepared for the battle, slowly opening the steel door. Their eyes immediately widened when they saw a laboratory in which terrible experiments were conducted. Feel free to place a laboratory for experiments with chimeras in another country. It turns out that those demons, most likely, the missing Mirits and the abductors, were more crazy than they thought. Previously, Raul had to see such scenes more than once, and at first he thought about joining the Empire. Because after 10 years she will completely seize power on the continent, but she is controlled by one crazy psycho. To fulfill the orders of such a person is like sitting on a powder barrel. There are many rumors about the Emperor, but one thing is known for sure: he treats people as a means of achieving the goal. All in whose veins noble blood does not flow are divided into classes based on using which they can bring, living a life full of infinite the hardships of suffering, and once they become unnecessary. To do this, they are used as experimental rats or food for a demonic cavalry. If representatives of the highest class come against the will of the Emperor, they are executed. Once, one general spoke out against tyranny, and at the same moment the mark on his shoulder flashed red. He instantly tore him into pieces, and this scene was forever imprinted in the memory of Raul. He left the idea to join someone for his salvation, and now he must do everything to stop the experiments. Suddenly Philip called him, urging him to look at the magicians who were going to activate the magic circle. There were 4 knights, 3 magicians, and 10 demons. It seems that magicians install a magic circle at the entrance to the cave. Philip decided to take over the knights, the pier, magicians, and on Jake there was an imperial cavalry. He also asked Raul to cover them, while Jake was unhappy that he had left all the dirty work. The pier shot on a bow in one of the magicians, after which everyone remained that the violators penetrated them. However, the company has already rushed on the attack, having distributing its duties. Among these people there is a magician of the 5th level. It is necessary to deal with it in the first place. Usually arrows do not break such a barrier, but with the help of telekinesis, this is possible. Pulling the bowstring, Raul thought that you could set the trajectory of the flight of the arrow. When the main magician fell, it was obvious that now they could not escape through teleportation gates. The path to the waist was blocked, so the warrior was given an order to break the seal and kill the violators. Concentrating the energy inside themselves, the soldiers in steel armor with screams rushed into the attack. Raul watched with surprise how several knights fled in his direction. The guy stood still when suddenly Philip appeared in front of him, putting a shield in front of him, taking on a blow. He barely restrains them. It was amazing that the forces of a senior knight were not enough. The label on the knight influenced the growth of all his characteristics. At least there were only 71 levels. During the battle, Jake tried to understand what was happening and why they were so tilting. He turned to Raul, asking for permission to use the sword because it would be difficult to kill them with a rapier. Philip and Pierce cope with the enemy perfectly, only he had some difficulties. Raul took him with him because he believed in his abilities, but it seemed that it was a mistake. These words were angry with Jake, who began to furiously wave a rapier, inflicting heavy wounds to enemies. Satisfied with the result of his words, the guy decided that it was time for him to work hard. Watching him, Jake was surprised that the master managed to find their weaknesses so quickly. One of the warriors was angry that the violators surpassed them in strength. He decided to find out who they were, while the retinue of Raul continued to fight with them. They fight rapiers, which means they should belong to Vishanism Rendell, but their movement is rather inept. They already replied that he did not need to know about it, because he would still die soon, and they only know how to scratch his tongue. These words were angry with a warrior who could not believe that this man insults imperial trackers. Suddenly he drew attention to Raul, who stood behind them, decided that it was their commander. At that very moment, he came up with how to get out of here alive, after which he ordered to give their lives for the emperor. Suddenly, the warriors who used to be people turned into monsters and attacked Jake. It was a skill that deprives the bearer of mana and vital energy, and allows us to gain incredible power for a short period of time. Apparently, they planned something. Since they resorted to this tool, they had to be careful. At that very moment, the same knight who gave the order began to escape towards Raul. He used power armor, absorbing mana made of stone, thereby strengthening his protection. Suddenly, Philip ran towards him, deciding to try to distract him against himself. But when he with all his might hit him with a rapier on his chest, the blade only slipped through the armor. The force field blocked his attack. The warrior was already swinging his fist on Raul. The knight was sure that the guy came to an end, striking to the place where the enemy commander stood. But his eyes widened in surprise when he noticed that the boy blocked his attack with one hand. Church also possessed power armor, moreover he is able to change its details, although it was F. But intuition prompted the warrior that when the transformation process ends, something terrible would happen. Now he had to destroy this guy at all costs, so he again swung his fist. Meanwhile, Raul tried to understand what happened, because he was going to evade using the outbreak skill. But suddenly a notification surfaced that he had encountered power armor, and he was nailed to the place. And now he aroused the replacement, because according to his status, he has a unique characteristic. The guy has fulfilled all the necessary conditions and can now activate the replacement. He had a lack of supply of mana, and there was a search for additional sources of energy. A barrier blocking all physical attacks, but inferior in strength to the mana blade. It was a defense skill that neutralized spells at least the 3rd circle of magic. Inside it is placed a mysterious nucleus that increased the manu and physical abilities of the owner. The owner of power armor cannot be defeated, even if the enemy has a higher level and more experience. Its power is incomprehensible, but it was created for the residents of Connect, so players cannot use it. She remains their unrealistic dream. For non-game characters, this was the only way to repulse players. But now the power armor belonged to Raul, which he was incredibly happy. Meanwhile, the knight tried to understand why he was not acting on a guy, although he beats with all his might. The next attack threw Raul several meters, and his shield began to slowly weaken. At that very moment, the guy called on telekinesis rapier and the dagger, insert into the combat rack. In an incredibly sharp movement, he rushed forward, managing to break through the enemy's barrier. The knight could not believe that it was his end. Then he decided to take everyone with him into the grave. He did this in the name of honor of the Empire, after which his body began to shine with a violet color. The man was pierced by terrible pain, and his whole body began to be covered with a black substance. Raul instantly realized that a little more, and he would merge with power armor, which would not be in his hand. Suddenly, he received a notification that the Repnator discovered a forbidden fragment of power. According to the oath, part of the press is released when Raul began to shine with bright light. The Repnator was ready to show his true power, and now the guy was wrapped in heavy armor. Now two titans met among themselves in a battle that could destroy everything around. The first to attack was the knight who jumped and waved his fist towards Raul. Jake, Philip, and the rest of the monsters interrupted their battle, watching in shock to the battle of others. At that very moment, a loud explosion erupted, which threw the monsters and forced the knights to close with shields. This attack did not inflict any damage to Raul, weakening the furious monster with return. Without wasting time, the guy said goodbye to him, after which he trampled him directly into the ground. At that very moment, the armor began to disappear, and Raul hoped that he had fallen into the temporary limit. When he began to cough with blood, Philip and Jake ran up to him, interested in his well-being. The guy first felt something like that, as if opening the veil of eternal power. This time he borrowed energy from other sources, but he promised that one day he would cope. When it ended, Raul discovered a pocket teleport and mana stone. He decided that later they would find their application, and Philip reported that they found Nikki and other hostages. They did everything that depended on them, so the survivors will soon be ready to return to their families. It also turned out that Miss Nikki would be unhealthy, so they should hurry and leave. Jake reminded him of the treasure that he wanted to pick up and give him a second life. It would be stupid to throw such valuable things incomprehensible where, and Raul realized his case. He will not be able to put on power armor, but it will serve as evidence that they caught the trackers. The search was not just to defeat, because the guy remembers how easily they took away the lives of ordinary people. But now there is no need to provoke them to new battles. It is better to focus on increasing their combat power. Raul asked him to forget about it, because he needs this armor for the plan, and also this is his trophy. Instead, they will receive a reward for their work, and now they should return to the city and relax well. Jake was glad of such a development of events, while Pierce announced that the bait had worked, and they would do everything in the best possible way. Raul was wondering how they would do, although everything was too obvious here. And yet he would like to see their discouraged faces when they realized that they had trapped. Meanwhile, the three brothers Rendell were interested in the guide, whether they would definitely go in the right direction. They followed him into the forest. She lost a trace. Because of Raul, they landed in the temple, and also lost all the money and weapons. They lost Manu and lost, so only 12 knights remained in the guard. Jeremy even put on power armor. They cannot miss the chance to take revenge while the guy is outside the world. Meanwhile, the conductor announced that they arrived at the place, after which he brought them to the mine. At first they doubted because this place looks creepy, but they will have to search him. A few minutes later, it was his eyes that caught a huge chest, around which gold coins and a sword lay. They did not find the boy, but lived in gold. They came across magic objects, artifacts, and even corpses of criminals. But the largest find is power armor, which is quite well preserved. Meanwhile, the warriors who patrolled the street noticed several silhouettes riding horses. When the riders approached them, the knights were surprised to recognize the young master. They thanked him for taking a blow while they cleaned the shelter in the eastern forest. These are novice knights and members of the first guild. 6 of them reached the level of the expert. Others are preparing for this. Each of them is trained in the skill of owning the sword of County Ashton, how to use mana. Their ranks replenished, having reached hundreds of fighters. Now not a single criminal is terrible for me. A few hours later, when they returned to the world, the guards were surprised by the crowd of soldiers from the county of Ashton. Even in the middle of the night, people crowded around them to look at the arrival of the heroes. They were immediately met by a commander who was ordered to collect all civilians. People whispered among themselves that this guy found missing people, and their children would be saved. Nakia, who stood in the forefront, immediately noticed Nikki, who was in the hands of Raul. The guy explained that now she was unhealthy, but they will take care of in the palace, and she will be recovered. They saved the lives of many people who could die and changed the future of one girl. Maybe Nakia will no longer become a great alchemist and will never create a potion that this world is turned upside down. But Raul hopes that she will play an important role in the prosperity of the empire, because now much has changed. He no longer follows the principles of humanity and is not afraid to select someone's future. Today he could have saved much more people if he acted faster, but turned away from them, wanting to please Nakia. He still managed to achieve the goal and rescue many prisoners, and the city no longer threatens the danger. But for some reason, a sense of anxiety does not leave him when he looked at ordinary citizens. There are people who do not need to go through tasks, but they have to go through much more serious trials. Now the guy realized how mercenary his intentions were, and he shunned ordinary people, not wanting to spend time on them. Having reborn, he made a promise to forget about the past, but continued to live as if there was nothing more important than the game in this world. There's nothing wrong with living, observing the rules of the game system, but it is wrong to allow it to determine the meaning of life. Until this day, Raul made plans based on goals to Hyun, but now this approach limits his capabilities. If there is a task that can be fulfilled with an aristocrat without the help of game lotions, then it will not repeat the mistakes of the past. Merchains worry about the loss of loved ones, so we ordered us Philip to collect their personal information. You also need to give out monetary compensation to all victims and help find a job. The knight was surprised because usually the master intervenes only in those issues whose solutions are beneficial for the common cause. Everyone will be happy to fulfill this order, but Philip hinted at one grumbling comrade. Jake said he was not against good deeds, but still asked Raoul to let him go for the weekend. When he received an affirmative answer, he already began to praise the young master. Support of Merchant will be a great help in the fight against other guilds, but he also liked to see them happy. Probably, he could linger here to gain practical experience and raise the level of skill. The next day, the mayor apologized that he had given us so much trouble, but thanks to them, the world could breathe calmly. A man could not close his eyes, having learned evil creatures if he had not warned them, and they would have large problems. Raoul himself was surprised that the dark forces of the empire would reach the territory belonging to the kingdom of Reuben. However, this was not the first wave of abduction, but the contract tied them on hand and feet. It has a ban on creating their own army, and they can only afford the guard. However, outside the city, she loses part of her abilities, and therefore they could not look for the kidnappers. Just as Raoul suggested, representatives of the Vikinism Rendell visited them. They claim that they destroyed the dealers and require compensation. It would be worthwhile to throw them out, but Raoul asked not to do this. The mayor did not understand why he wanted to expose them to the heroes, because it was the guy who deserved all the honors and glory. Raoul thanked him for anxiety, but still hopes that he will fulfill his request. The mayor did not know what to reward them, because he thinks that there would be not enough money. Then Raoul asked him for a favor. The guy heard that the man has a large collection of valuable books, so he asked to look into his library. The mayor was surprised, but immediately agreed, offering to choose any book that he would like. However, he was sure that this was not enough, so he decided to take him to a secret treasury so that he would choose a gift. He always shows generosity to those who are worthy, because only the blind will not notice this. Sometime later, the servant brought him to the library, where all the books were at his disposal. Inspecting huge shelves, at first glance you will not understand that this is a real treasure. A noble number of skills are stored here. In the system she already offered him to purchase a book that he picked up. These were the amazing scale of the library. If only to look at all these books, Raoul is filled with deep wisdom. Perhaps he will never return here again, so you cannot miss the opportunity to find the same coveted book. Suddenly he noticed a book lying on the upper shelf, which was radiated dull light, deciding to check it. These were studies of ancient rituals, spells, and methods of mental cultivation. As soon as the guy opened it, he immediately found the art of meditation of the Quercus S rank. The skills of this book are able to master only the S-rank psychokinet, and he realized that he had found that very book. In a past life, the skills of meditation B rank did not prevent him from reaching the top line of the Connect rating. While he was looking for a way to increase spiritual power, guilds and other players have already dismantled all books of skills. Soon everyone found out about the art of Quercus meditation, and the magician of fire from Japan told one secret. The mayors of the starting cities store in their mansions copies of the S-rank, one of which he found in the Library of the Worlds. Another he found in the city of Ignat, but the magic spells described in him were useless for him. But this time the spiritual power will not run out, because it has accumulated enough energy to study the art of meditation. At first the effect of psychic abilities will be very small, but will gradually grow. And a certain amount of spiritual power will significantly forgive him the task. If he reaches the same level of skill that he had in his last life, the victory will be behind him. As a gift from Ronaldo, he chose the mana ring, although the like is full in the county of Ashton. Now it's time to do customization, because he completed all 70 tasks in one night. He also studied all the books of skills to rank C and tried all rare objects, and also collected 50,000 game coins. In just 1 month, his physical characteristics began a threshold of 65 points, and now it can be considered an experienced player. The characteristics of the swordsman and psychokinetics in the highest rank reached 90 points. In a past life, he achieved the same results. And now Raoul is going to gain them according to all the characteristics, and maybe he will become the first player to reach 100 points. Now it sounds like a dream, but he knows that now all the roads are open to him. He was reborn, retaining his previous equipment. He also managed to unlock skill decks, and now also activate the Repnator. In the case of skill decks, he had a task to hack a seal. For this, he had to complete another 50 tasks. However, everything is different with the Repnator. Even the current power seems unequal to him. Also, thanks to a new skill, he can see the status of non-game characters and track the stream of mana. Along with this, a new task appeared, and the cleansing of the Imperial Shelter played the role of a trigger, opening it earlier. If he goes already familiar, he will constantly face the military empire. After all, they too are looking for fragments of magic stone. You need to lay the road so as not to cross with them. Now this is not necessary because the guy himself decides how to build a script, what task to complete the next. He will no longer dance under the tune of the system. Raul will follow with his desire, even if they go against the script. The next day, when Raul was in his office, Bernard entered him. He announced that Miss Nikki had come to his senses and Miss Nakia was asking for a meeting with him. When the guy came into the room, he was immediately met by a maid and Nakia, sitting near the bed of his sister. She immediately began to thank him for the salvation of Nikki, but he asked her not to worry about it. At that very moment, the girl opened her eyes and thanked him for the salvation. Suddenly, Nakia asked him for forgiveness, explaining that she was a little shy. The guy noticed that she was clearly unwell, but still wanted to look closer. But as soon as he looked into her eyes, he suddenly felt that he was in the middle of huge waves. Raul was dumbfounded by such, unable to believe that the rest did not see anything. To make sure for sure, he decided to use the keen eye, which he received recently. Raul thought that she was an ordinary child, but looking at her characteristics, everything turned out to be completely different. Its potential was SS rank, although it had only the 5th level, and its indicators were small. The disease suppresses its characteristics, but you can try to cure it and return it to the previous state. It was even scary to imagine how powerful it would become in the future, but now he needs more information. A few days later, the guy was able to collect all the necessary information. Soon they will leave the world, and while everything goes according to plan, so you just need to not turn off the path. They seized even more slave traders and other bastards, and also saved about 50 people. Now the world is the safest place in the continent. The construction has ended, and the Hilda's house opened the door to the first guests. Many mere residents decided to thank them for saving them from life, and offered to help. Among them were talented workers, so he is sure of the success of the work performed. It remains only to solve the issue with Nakia. First of all, Raul asked Nikki's well-being, and as it turned out, she was recovering. The girl again thanked him for inviting the priest to help his sister. In fact, everything is completely different. Nikki is still unhealthy, and one divine force here is not enough. Nakia heard that he was leaving today, and she never managed to thank him properly. They lingered longer than they planned, and now they are in a hurry, but the girl wanted to be useful to them. However, the girl is afraid that Raul will be the same as all the noble aristocrats that she met before. There are so many greedy people in the world. The first impression can be deceptive, and yet she does not want to disappoint him. The guy asked her to stop scoring her head with all sorts of thoughts and read it, after which he handed several sheets of paper. When she read them, she also released documents from her hands because it was a letter with a pardon of Nakia. The girl tried to understand how he managed to do this, but as it turned out, money was doing miracles. This document forgives all the mistakes made by the girl in her life. He had to spend an impressive amount. It would be obtained by the Alliance permission, but it is not comparable to the value of Nakia. For 5 years, she suffered from a ban on using mana and thought that she always got bogged down in this quagmire. Meanwhile, Raul asked her to tell how she received a ban on the use of mana. Her mentor saw a talent in her and helped to get into the Association of Alchemists. Being young, she became famous as a gifted alchemist. But the trouble arose unexpectedly. Her city was seized with an epidemic, and she lost her family. When she got to the house, only Nikki was waiting for her. Nakia took her with her, but the misfortunes did not end there. When Nikki was 6, she found an incurable disease, and the girl believed that it was her fault. For 2 years, she was looking for a medicine, but when death got to Nikki very close, she made a decision. Nakia broke the taboo and used alchemy on a person. With the help of substances stolen from the association, she supported her life. But the girl could not forever feed her medicines, and without them she immediately lost consciousness, and soon her deception was revealed. After some time, wanderings, they came in the world. It was safe here. With the help of the blessing, Nikki became better. But just the phase to come to Manu and Sistrionka's illness, not all the Mimurms accepted them, and they had to survive a lot. Suddenly, Raul handed her a flask and asked her to drink. It was supposed to free her. To drink a potion, Nakia from the new one felt a peace that there were not these 5 years. Raul, with a satisfied look, watched how the characteristics of Nakia in the status window are changing. Only now the girl realized how exactly could thank him. She will faithfully serve Sir Raul and look forward to how he will save and make many other people happy. Stroking her on the head, he accepted her devotion, and he would never forget her words. Then the guy took another stack of papers, which he also handed over to the surprised Nakia. These were records of mana philology that Nikki should help, the works of one great alchemist that left this world. However, they do not get a fragment in them, so you will have to conquer them. But now Nakia can create an ideal medicine for a sister. Sincerely cries, the girl promised to make the best medicine in the whole world. Now she definitely decided that she would serve Raul faithfully until the end of her days. When Nakia left, the guy thought that he was not used to conversations of this kind, but he would study to find a common language. Today is a big day, and he first made a lot of effort so that a new participant entered the ranks of the first guild. The alchemist, which will leave a mark in history and also create a miraculous medicine. After all, the great alchemist that left this world and is Nakia, but she does not have to know about it. In the past, she struggled with an incurable disease, and after long research, she finally created a medicine. But in the process, she sacrificed a large number of people, and he was lucky that the information about the medicine has been preserved in connection. He deliberately issued her incomplete record so that she would develop her skills, but in which case, he would give her a missed fragment. On this, his mission in the world is over, and it is time to go to the next destination. And this is the capital of the Kingdom of Reuben, also known as the Tomb of the Sword, a large and crowded city of Tarim. Raul is impatiently waiting for a meeting with him, so he was already ready to hit the road. When they reached the capital, they paid attention to a bunch of people and a huge difference with Mira. Raul ordered everyone to go forward, since for the county of Ashton the entrance was out of line. Most of the members of the first guild remained in the world. He took few people with him to make it easier. But when they entered the city, the guy was surprised to notice that no one met them. He immediately asked Bernard whether he sent a message about their visit, but he gave an affirmative answer. A mistake must have arisen, and he decided to go to the estate and bring the escort, but Raul suggested that everyone go together. Bernard asked the passing woman if she knew where the estate of the county of Ashton was, but she had no idea. The men were also not sure, so they offered to look for him in a noble area. At the checkpoint of the noble district, they were explained that there was no estate of Count Ashton. Raul knew that his family was not particularly popular, but did not think so. The townspeople do not know what influence their family has, and the capital is far away, and the father rarely comes here. It is strange that no one heard about the estate of Ashton. These somewhere here there should be a huge estate. Raul asked Bernard to visit the information bureau and find out the address of the estate of Ashton. Sometime later, the guard studied the paper and was surprised, because this is the address of Baron Gundar. Raul was surprised and did not know that Mr. Gundar has been living there for about 10 years, but they decided to escort them. Bernard explained that the Gundar, his 50-year-old distant relative, is responsible for managing foreign affairs. The guy frowned, but it was still determined to see the estate with his own eyes. A few minutes later, 2 guards wanted to see their invitation. Philip announced that in front of them is the youngest son of Count Eston, Sir Raoul, and they would like to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs. However, they did not understand what kind of invitation they were talking about, and the guard told about a triumph. The knight asked them to wait near the tents while he finds out that Raoul was a little strained. Such an attitude was ridiculed by Raoul's subordinates, because their master was on his territory. Suddenly, Jake grabbed the guard by the chest, asking how they dare not to let the owner let in. Several guards ran to them, but at the same moment they threw their weapons and fled. Everyone was shocked by such a turn of events and could not understand why they escaped. At that very moment, a man with a sword in his hand came up to them, wondering who they were and what kind of mess they arranged. Philip explained that he was the Supreme Knight of the Order of the Golden Bear of the County of Ashton, and then asked where the Baron was. As soon as the man realized who was standing in front of him, his face also changed, and he immediately began to apologize. After that, he gave the order to subordinate to the guests to the reception room. Rumors did not lie. The estate is really huge. It will take a lot of time to get around all the possessions. Then Raoul noticed the main building of the County of Ashton, where only relatives are allowed to enter in a straight line. However, it is from there that music comes. The hardware yard is full of strangers. He explained that today, Aaron, the youngest son of the owner, celebrates his birthday. Jake really did not like that the guard called the Baron the owner of the estate. At the same moment, a man came out of the building, who first turned to Raoul. The Baron seemed strong, but even does not reach the expert, and now it is clear why people do not perceive the county seriously. He can understand his father's decision to entrust him with a vision of foreign affairs, but is not going to accept. The man noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, although in fact he was his uncle, but no one mentioned him in that vein. The Ashton family tree is quite confusing, and it will be difficult to explain their connection, so he suggested just calling the uncle. Raoul decided not to allow him to use himself in his interests, and asked Bernard to explain everything in normal language. The butler immediately explained that the Baron Hendar is the second cousin of Count Ashton, the second cousin of Uncle Raoul, who currently holds the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs. The man did not like this attitude, but the guy suggested that he was just mocking the county of Ashton. Philip added that in addition to direct descendants, only Viscount Austin has the right to informal appeal to it. When the children of the Count reach adulthood, they inherit the Viscount title and part of the territories. Then Raoul asked to answer why his second cousin, whom he first sees, changed his own above him. The Gundar apologized, promising to contact him with all reverence, and the guy asked to explain what was happening here. They did not understand why they did not send an escort behind them, although they notified them several times about their visit. The man was surprised because he ordered to send a wagon for them, but they also wondered why strangers were in the main building. Hendander explained that this is necessary in order to show everyone that they are standing, and it is necessary to arrange a big festival. Philip decided to ignore such an attitude, while Pierce found something in the yard. Judging by the invitation, the holiday has nothing to do with the county of Ashton. There were only the surnames and coat of arms of the Gandar family. The man vowed that this was just a piece of paper and a formal technique on behalf of the county. Thus, he frowned, deciding that the guy acts outside his authority, asking not to forget that he was not at home. He then explained that according to the ancient tradition, they always conduct a celebration in the main building when it is empty. Other representatives of noble ranks have the right to be inside the mansion, but only with the permission of Count Ashton. Raoul ordered him to complete the celebration for an hour, like a trustee, temporarily executing the will of His Excellency. The Gundar immediately opposed you, because he cannot just send all the guests home. Raoul immediately frowned, deciding that his uncle preferred to refuse to follow the order. Then he pulled Rapira, asking it better to worry about family members and not about guests. The guy did not show generosity, so, giving them an hour to resolve the issue, then the Gundar reluctantly decided to fulfill the order. The worst that can happen is if the father reports him, but it was interesting where there was so much confidence and fearlessness in the Baron. The specific evidence of the fall of the county of Ashton was never discovered. Perhaps Raoul will be able to find them here. Nobody knows this, but perhaps he will break a jackpot here and prevent the fall of the family. Raoul was dumbfounded that instead of placing them in the main building, they allocated to them the outbuilding. Since the main building is too crowded, Mr. Gundar ordered them to prepare a separate place for them. However, the guy did not even want to listen to this. He intends to live only in the line of County Ashton. As soon as Raoul went into his office, he immediately began to make a complaint against the Baron. In a 3-story mansion, where only the Count and his relatives have the right to be, the Baron dared to settle his entire family. The guy demanded an explanation, deciding that the Baron would assure him that he was using the cabinet too, according to tradition. The man explained that this is temporary measures because he would be wasteful to keep the house empty. Raoul ordered to vividly leave the building because he will not look at the fact that they are connected by family ties. And from that moment on, he releases the Baron from the performance of the duties of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If he wants to put forward an objection, let him bring documents tomorrow that he fully performs his work. Such words were not jokingly angry the Baron, who silently headed for the exit. A little later, they figured out this, and all guests and relatives at a displeasure at the Baron. Now Raoul needs to find some information, and he was lucky that they were not disposed of. All documents related to management and finances are located in this office. The Baron is sure that he will not find a counsel for him. However, in a last life, he studied business administration and worked in a trading company. Philip announced that the bar on his family left the building and did not even make a scandal, but they clearly think that they will return soon and will live here as if nothing had happened. However, it is necessary to quickly get rid of rotten people, and it is better not to miss the moment while they still look down on them. Moreover, a branch of the first guild will always fit perfectly, and in his house it is Raoul that sets the rules. Even if the Baron is under someone's patronage, everyone should have simply believed due to the county of Ashton. Jake was on the side of the master and asked the others to end with serious conversations. The guy supported him because now they need to relax well, and tomorrow they are waiting for great things. The strongest of them grabbed his comrades and led to the exit while they muttered displeasedly. Meanwhile, Raoul and Bernard began their searches because there was time to cut off. The next day, the guy decided to work with the butler, experiencing his combat skills. However, this training was given to Bernard with difficulty, and the weapon immediately fell to the ground. Raoul did not think that he would learn how to hold 2 swords at once so quickly, although he still had where to grow. Only a month and a half has passed since Bernard discovered extrasensory abilities with the help of the skills book. But now they decided to go to the arts because his relics are measured not only in Supercan. The easiest and most effective way to raise the level of skill at the beginning of the path is to use several skills at once. But as soon as they prepared to start, the butler turned his gaze, noting that they had guests. The windy magician is able to catch information at a great distance, so they decided to greet the guests. Bernard proposed to bring what they prepared yesterday, and Raoul agreed with this. The guy intended to receive a reward for his zeal. The butler realized that the expression on the face of the young master did not promise anything good. Before entering the building, Jake suggested that some treasure was buried here. He thought so because he noticed many people who gathered inside the building. Some nights exude enormous energy. The outer courtyard is filled with warriors. Which side do not look? It is doubtful that the young master will be able to cope with them alone. Meanwhile, the Gundar was satisfied because everything went according to his plan and the boy swallowed the bait. In his absence, it is necessary to close all the questions, and then he can calmly take the post. The major relatives of the Ashton family living in the capital, having learned about what had happened, could not stay away. Having kicked him out of the estate and depriving the minister's post, the jerk created problems not only to him, but also to others. After all, they also arranged banquets with funds from the county budget, and even received a fee for the management of the estate. It was his mistake to arrange a celebration on his own behalf of the count's office, but they are not in the know. Surely this jerk only knows what to build a noble aristocrat from himself. On the body has no idea what he got involved in. The man did not understand why his brother made him his representative, but he would not miss this opportunity. When Raoul entered, people immediately began to whisper about the fact that this pompous male annoyed the Baron. They also mentioned that this guy became the winner of the majority tournament. Rouse did not expect to see so many guests today, suggesting that all those present were worried about the issue of rights to the estate. The Hendar confirmed that they all gathered here to express indignation at his unreasonable behavior. The Baron spoke on behalf of all, in this case, as the guy promised, and not figure out who was right, who is to blame. The man explained that for many decades, blood relatives living in the capital ruled the estate, replacing each other. And this is not so that then some jerk from the main family came and arranged a mess. People immediately began to support him, thinking that it was about the ball from His Excellency to give the authority of the child. They were unhappy with the reduction in finance, and having built new estates and changing management methods, they would not decide anything. Raoul understood that they did not give him the opportunity to explain what Baron's fault is, but now this is not the most important thing. The consequences can be much more serious than he expected, and then decided to use a keen eye. 5 influential families gathered here. The first, major relatives of the County of Ashton. The latter are scouts from the Guild of the Trackers of the Cranian Empire, but their appearance is natural. But the third, he did not expect to see here, the Knights of Delamian, one of the 5 most influential families. One of them was called Graham. He was 80, 8th level, and was an expert of the sword. A few more experts of the sword were standing next to him, but it was not clear that representatives of a much more powerful family forgot here. Raoul also noticed acquaintances of the brothers, whom he had recently defeated, the Knights of the Viconia Rendell. Among them was also Raphael, who was the 4th young master of level 61. Perhaps he wants to take revenge on the incident in the world, but he clearly will not act openly. The last were the traitors of the Ashton family. The culprits of this chaos are always ready to take the reins of government into their own hands. Among them was the Titus of the 65 levels, which literally devoured the guy with a dissatisfied look. It was the Jadine family, namely the eldest son of Viscount, his cousin Titus. His father, Count Melvin Eston, had 2 brothers, the elder brother, Jaden, and the youngest, Austin. Melvin was the most talented, but according to the law of the original, the post of Count was supposed to cross Jaden. He was an arrogant and cruel man. All who bought him, he either mutilated or killed. Once Melvin reached the expert's level in the skill of the ball, increasing his chances of the post, then Jaden began to envy him. He planned the attempt to kill his brother, but his plan was revealed before he brought the matter to the end. After that, he was deprived of all privileges, and after time, Melvin became a count. Jaden still received the title of Viscount and a large plot of land, but could not come to terms with the loss. As a result, he sold assets to his competitor, Marquis McCandla, gathered supporters, and left the kingdom. This story happened 15 years ago, when he was born, Raoul Ashton. The appearance of the son of Viscount Jaden makes it clear to which Baron Hendar takes the side. The incident that brought the separation of relations with Jaden did not hurt the rest of those present. In a past life, the county of Ashton was divided into many fractions, and then it crashed completely. Perhaps they made a wise choice, but now he is here, and will let them know that they made a big mistake. Knowing the whole picture, Raoul can make the first move, and then boldly gave a signal to Philip. The knight hit with all his might with his fist on the shield, creating a noise, and urging everyone to shut up. Raoul listened enough complaints, and now his turn came to speak, after which he asked Bernard and Pierce to distribute books. 2 guys walked between the guests and distributed a book to discourage guests. This was a report on management issues and financial transactions regarding the estate of Count Ashton. These were evidence and materials of the investigation in the case of Baron, suspected of embezzlement and illegal assignment of funds. The dumbfounded Gundar with anger threw the book to the floor, loudly saying that it was a fake. These were official data, but the man did not believe that he arrived only yesterday and managed to collect all the information in one night. Looking enough at his reaction, Raoul suggested that now he was ready to seriously talk. According to documents, now 200 people are undergoing free training in knights on the territory of the estate. However, when asked where they are, the Baron did not confidently reply that they took the equipment and fled. It was strange that he was gaining students outside the Turim, although the purpose of free classes is to spread influence in the capital. However, they will continue the investigation and check the addresses of each of the students recorded in this book. It is also said here that they gave out 100 golden balls to other barons as a gift, but 10 of them turned out to be fakes. He also recruited 100 C-rank soldiers, although the guy observes only 20 F-rank knights. Banquets are also constantly held, and it is difficult to understand what all this is related to expenses on the management of the estate. The whole list was simply amazing the guy. It took them the whole night to get this information. When they found that some of the documents were fake, I had to get into the Baron house. There, thanks to his ability to analyze the information and skills of the peer study, they found a genuine account book. Then Bernard took up the organization of the report, and finally, Raoul used copying and made dozens of like it. To open the eyes of Gender's defense at the fraud, he did not regret this time. The guy provided everyone with evidence that more than half of the funds was awarded a baron. Suddenly a voice gave his voice who could not even think that his nephew was such a terrible person. It seemed to the man all suspicious, because he did not see such a carefully prepared report in his life. A formal investigation usually takes 2, a maximum of 3 pages, and the guy managed to compose as much as 30. His nephew claims that he did this work in one day, but this is simply impossible, and probably he planned everything long before the arrival. People immediately began to agree with the Baron, sensing that all this smacks of a political conspiracy. They thought that Raoul was trying to save budget resources, and had no idea what would happen next. The Baron concluded that this would not happen, after which he called Jackson. The knight handed Jake's list of their requirements, and if they sign it and leave the capital, they will not forgive them this offensive trick. They demanded to transfer ownership of the Baron, the right to housekeeping, including the management of the estate, and also to remove the ban on mastering the art of owning a sword, or members of the family of the sideline of kinship. Jake was dumbfounded that they arranged feasts for the money they earned during the hunting for monsters. People were immediately indignant at the daring response, deciding that this is how the main family is doing business. Jake was twerred in his refusal. You see, such a dog's nonsense in his life did not hear. The patience of Gender burst, and he put his hand behind the bosom, taking out the knife. The rest of those present, who carried weapons with them, immediately exposed their blades. Raoul asked Jake to calm down, after which he displeasedly threw a piece of paper with demands. The Gundar was surprised because he directed the knife at the malts, and he did not take an eyebrow, although he wanted to intimidate him. He is surrounded by the 3 best knights of the Order of the Golden Bear. He has not the slightest chance against them. Raoul's knight insulted them, and if he doesn't apologize and does not execute him immediately, they will consider it for insults and this too. The guy smiled, explaining that Jake only outlined the facts, after which he decided that the pretense was enough. He knew that he should not hope for a peaceful settlement, but he thought that the Baron would be at least confused. After that, the guy took out the sword, saying that the Gundar was much shorter than he thought. The man was frightened when the guy said menacingly that he would never sign his ridiculous demands. Then Raoul frowned, asking him to say what the Baron really wants. Gandar heard that the youngest son is the weakest and most mediocre sons, but now he did not want to yield to him. The man again decided to play the public, saying that they would not leave this place until they signed the agreement. After that, 2 knights blocked the way out, hinting at a rather rigid solution to the problem. The Baron urged him to think carefully, feeling that by pressing, he could move the boy. But Raoul only laughed, answering that he himself dug the grave, offering something like that. The Baron must realize that its actions can be regarded as a declaration of war to county. People immediately began to be indignant because they did not agree on, and they will not participate against county. However, it was too late to back down, and now they are all in the same boat because they have no chance to forgive the count. Raoul asked what his further actions were, because he was not going to sign the papers. The man decided that the guy did not understand the essence of what was happening, and hundreds of knights and guards are waiting for his signal. In addition, he hid an ace in his sleeve, which is not on the shoulder even the Order of the Golden Bear. The rest only observe, afraid to do something, in which case no one will stop the guy. Raoul said that he was not worried. The defense was shocked that he was not afraid of the knights armed to his teeth. The man saved a secret weapon for the most extreme case, and using it, he will definitely untie the war. But now he had no other way out. Who knew that the rumors that Raoul was weak lied. The Baron said that the guy insulted him, providing fake documents, so he appeals to justice. Throwing an icon of county to the earth, he demanded that Raoul conduct a blood sign. This is a challenge to a duel that can be abandoned only once in a life, the only way to fight with a representative of the highest nobility. He proposed to consider this the last act of mercy, because it is better than taking his seal by force. The Baron sincerely thought that taking it in an honest match would be much more noble. However, the decision remained behind Raoul, and if he refuses, the Baron will have to use force. The guy immediately began to ask about the conditions because the man himself will not act as a duelist. The Hendar proposed 3 participants representing the interests of each family, and the battle should be one-on-one. We have many representatives of the Ashton family in the hall. If someone supports Raoul, then it may take his side. Philip was immediately indignant at such a statement, but the young master immediately stopped him. The guy realized that if he loses, he would sign the papers, but did not know that the Baron puts it on con. The man decided that it does not matter, but this is a private duel, which means that the bets must correspond. Then the role suggested that if he wins, he would confiscate the house of everyone whose signature is on reporting documents. However, if they do not agree, then this duel will not happen, so he gave them time to think. With such antics, he will turn everyone against Ashton's family, but it was only at the hand of Baron. The main thing is to make him fulfill his requirements, so he agreed without hesitation, which caused dissatisfaction with the rest. It was not a completely profitable deal, but Raul had already accepted the challenge and even received a new task. Raul decided that Philip doubts him, but in fact the knight was afraid that unforeseen circumstances could arise. The duel is arranged for the spectacle. In any case, they do not recognize the defeat and refuse to fulfill the conditions. Raul accepted the call, asking for a second, who would make the Baron keep his word. The Hendar turned to one of the guests, asking him to take the place of the second, to which he immediately agreed. All people immediately turned their heads in surprise in the direction of this person, trying to understand who it was. This guy is known thanks to the excellent skills of owning a sword, an outstanding personality, and an ascending star. He was Raphael Rendel, the fourth son of Viscount, who looked at Raul with a smug grin. All were dumbfounded by the appearance of the enemy on the territory of the Ashton estate, especially Philip and Jake. Raphael explained that he was not going to come, but it would be impolite to refuse the invitation. Raul only hoped that this guy would dispassionately judge this duel. After that, the second asked all the duel participants to go to the center of the hall. Raul knew that no one dared to support the Ashton family, but all the better for him. There was no need to deal with the discharges. The time has come for the first duel, and the first rival of Raul is the third son of the family of Hendar Aaron. The guy thought displeasedly that it was a puppy that ruined his holiday, the weak link of the Ashton family. He was too arrogant after he became the winner of the tournament, but now he will knock him off. As soon as the battle began, Aaron was the first to rush forward, climbing into the air and swinging his sword. It was enough Raul to only slightly wave the sword to repel the attack and counterattack, stepping out the winner. Everything happened too fast and people did not even notice when he touched him, but the Baron was most upset. Meanwhile, Raphael asked the guy if he was ready for the next fight. At this time, the second participant approached the second, who stated that now his turn. It was Baron Kespi, one of the best swordsmen of the capital, and this battle promises to be exciting. When the battle began, Raul immediately repelled the first blow, and Kespi noticed his good equipment. After that, they began to exchange blows, and the second son realized why Aaron flew out of one blow. The boy has simply incredible sword ownership skills, although he is 20 years younger than him. However, Kespi also has something to surprise him, so he decided to use the bear's blow. The guy was dumbfounded when he realized that Raul easily blocked this blow without receiving a scratch. It was a miserable parody of the Raul family, but what this guy was only thinking about using it on it. In this he is not different, because he constantly improved her, which means the advantage on his side. Kespi did not believe that this boy is so familiar with this technique of owning a sword. However, he was not ready to dwell on this, after which he again waved his sword. Raul realized that in the capital he studied new techniques and is now trying to use them in a duel. People immediately began to support Kespi, deciding that Maltz did not have enough combat experience, and he would not last long. But this was said by losers with a complex of inferiority, who quit their native cities for the sake of metropolitan life. In their family there were strong personalities with many virtues that went to Tarim for a big dream. But these venerable aristocrats have chosen a different path, unlike idiots present in the hall. It was enough Raul to wave his sword to feel the annoyance from this battle. If Kespi went deep into the study of the technique of the Ashton clan, instead of spraying to others, he would have achieved much more. Such words angered the guy, also decided that the puppy decided to teach him. He doubted that he would be able to give the one who has 15 years of experience in possession of the blow of a bear. Having waved a blade, Kespi used the storm of a storm wolf, but this did not frighten Raul. People immediately rejoiced, deciding that this time he would definitely win using such a technique. However, the guy was enough to wave his sword once to cut the wolf in half, dumbfounding the enemy. It doesn't get to Kespi in any way. It is important not what skills he has trained, but how masterfully master them. Putting a sword in front of him, the guy said in shock that he could not defeat him with the basic shape of the sword. However, Raul sharply changed the trajectory of the attack of the sword, attacked the enemy in his feet. Kespi tried to understand what had just happened, because he created seconds changed the trajectory of the blade. At that very moment he recognized the fifth form of a bear's impact technique, a piercing onslaught. But then he decided that this was the eighth form, a horizontal incision. After that, Raul used the fiery whirlwind, and after it a vertical incision. Kespi could not quickly navigate, because the boy replaces one shape so quickly after another that he does not have time behind him. Gradually receiving damage, he tried to raise commas, whether such a merger of the forms of one technique is possible. The technique of owning a sword consists of 3 forms. They are in plexus of basic styles. Therefore, using the technique of the sword, they are often changed, creating various combinations. But the movement of Raul is too unpredictable, and in a short period of time it replaces the forms with lightning speed. He could not even imagine that such a gifted offspring was growing in the Ashton family, and unable to withstand the onslaught, he released the sword out of his hands, and the guy put the blade to his throat. Raul explained that much can be achieved thanks to a simple combination of forms, and this technique has great force. Kespi decided that this guy was a damn monster who leaves no chance. Acute vision, quick reflexes, and the ability to assess the situation. This is what you need. The skills of owning a sword do not matter. When the enemy lost consciousness and fell, the second announced that Raul had won. Events acquire an unexpected turn, although everyone heard that the youngest son of the Count is leaving from classes in martial arts. However, the Baron was not worried, just a boy who recently took his sword in his hands, and the next participant would definitely win. If it was the one that everyone thought about, then Raul has not a single chance. Raphael asked to greet the last duelist, and he wanted to see how Ashton swallows dust. He would from the heart enjoyed a losing jerk, but to be honest, he does not care about the results of the duel. At the same second, a man came ahead, announcing his exit. Raphael remembered that his name was Dave. Not a particularly memorable type, the son of Baron Gundar, a little older than him, but he is not a timid dozen. The second with an evil smile looked at Raul, wishing him a painful defeat. The third duel began, and people immediately began to shout the words of Dave's support. Raul could not fully believe that they would put forward a really serious opponent. The man asked the guy to listen, because he would not repeat twice, after which he ordered to give up in a good way. Otherwise, he will cut it into small pieces with this sword, and if he is going to draw his technique, then let him forget about it. Everyone immediately paid attention to the white blade sparkling with pure mana. Raul is not suitable for him. The guy began to concentrate mana around him, ordering the enemy to stop breaking nonsense and attacking. Dave immediately rushed forward, deciding to fulfill the opponent's desire, but then asked not to cry. With a sharp movement, Raul repelled the first attack, after which he decided to counterattack. The man decided that this is all the guy was capable of, simultaneously asking what happened to his magnificent attacks. Raul, you have already noticed that the effect of an enhancing mana effect is imposed on his sword. Protecting from attacks, he tried to assume how much this action would last. A few minutes later, it was noticeable that it gradually dissipates. However, this only more caused Dave, who was unhappy that the guy was only blocking his attacks. When Raul blocked another blow, he noticed that the enemy broke his sword. When a swordsman blade with an average mana level encounters an expert's blade, the first sword of the first is destroyed. Apparently, he has a fake blade of mana, which means that it is time to crumble. At that very moment, the guy fell off his place, saying the Imperial Shavka that he had lost. However, this did not stop Dave, because of which he again waved his sword, wanting to destroy an arrogant guy. But as soon as their blades clashed again, Raul's sword could not stand it and scattered into pieces. However, this return was enough for the guy to react in time and hit the enemy's fist in the face. This blow slightly discarded Dave, but Raul wished him pleasant dreams and hit him again. This time, the man flew off at a decent distance and landed on a stone staircase, destroying it. Brightening his hands, Raul turned to a second, who, along with the rest of the audience, was in shock. But then Raphael was unhappy and announced that Raul was becoming the winner of this duel. Everyone silently watched as the guy, along with his retinue, headed forward. The guy was upset because he likes this sword so much, while his subordinates praised him, and he asked Philip to detain his last opponent, saw an imperial stigmat on his body. In fact, his behavior also seemed strange to the knight. At that time, the Pierce brought him a new sword. When Raul received new weapons, he immediately turned to the Baron. Ask what they will do next. No one understood how it was possible. Dave violated the rules of the duel, but this does not cancel the fact that he is an expert of the sword. The Hendar announced Raul a fraudster because he probably turned some kind of trick, so the duel's results were cancelled. Looking around, the man realized that this did not help, but at the same moment he remembered the documents. This is his last chance to enlist the support of the family Jaden or Rendell. Then he turned to his subordinates, ordering them to take documents from the guy as soon as possible. Many immediately grabbed the weapon, deciding that there was no way back, after which they rushed to the attack. For Raul, this was too predictable, so he invited his comrades to have fun. But suddenly some people stood up for their defense, which sincerely surprised the guy. These were the servants of the Ashton estate, who decided to hold them and get to their side. They ordered each other not to retreat and hold the defense, fighting with experienced warriors. While Raul tried to understand what was the matter, he came across an unexpected treasure. Meanwhile, the Baron was angry that they decided to stick a knife in the back, showing their gratitude. However, he himself took away the money that belonged to them by right, and they did not know the true traitor. The Count personally recommended these people to enter the Royal Academy. They showed high results during the tournament. But since the hostel closes on the holidays, they had to temporarily move here. Accommodation costs should have been covered at the expense of funds allocated the least, but the Baron appropriated them to himself. He even forced students to work on the household to save on a salary of a servant. Jake began to worry that these people could suffer, but Raul asked not to worry because he would be here soon. At that very moment, the doors opened and a man entered the room. Everyone immediately began to scatter in fear, realizing who they sent here to deal with the problem. The man ordered to admit who dared to swing the sword within the walls of the estate of Count Ashton. Everyone recognized in him Mr. Dillon, the heir to the Count, and many did not understand where he was here. Behind this man, a huge army went to train soldiers in heavy armor. One of the guys stood in front of him with a knife, but his eyes were only fear. With one wave of hand, Dylan sent him into a flight, ordering him to get out of the road. It was an unprecedented force for the rest, because he is the strongest warrior of the kingdom of Reuben. Meanwhile, the man looked with a look of small and immediately drew attention to Raul. The guy did not expect his brother to sharply grab him in his arms, and with a smile would begin to ask about his life. Dylan began to fall asleep with questions, while the guy asked him to put him in his place. He noticed that over the past 2 months, Raul has grown greatly, but this is clearly not enough. The guy thought that the successor of the count was shining without a shirt in the capital, which looked very shameful. Suddenly, Dylan stroked his brother on the head, recalled that it is necessary to monitor health. After all, if he had the same beautiful body, these clowns would not even think to direct a sword at him. When the man looked at armed people, the same were frightened and began to look away. After that, he openly turned to them, wondering if they were ready to answer for his actions. The Knights of Dylan immediately surrounded the guests, stretching their blades in front of them, put the owner to protect. Soon they will allow this situation, but it is not clear why he brought with him the vice captain and all high-ranking knights. 25 experts of the sword easily defeat the Baron family, and everything will be over for him. At this time, Raphael tried to save his skin, trying to slip quietly. The Knights of the Republic of Brennan, who were the secret weapon of the Baron, turned away from him. At that very moment, Dylan noticed Raphael, not allowing him to escape, after which he asked to greet his brother. The guy uncertainly approached him, hearing in his address that he had not changed a drop. Ashton remembered how he lifted the 3rd and 6th, although it was 100 years ago. Suddenly, Dylan was angry, noting that Raphael decided to increase. A voice is on him. It seems that he spent a good time today, but from that moment on, his family problems do not concern Rendell. Dylan invited him to remain to chat, but he decided that he would not bother him. In parting, he asked to tell his first brother that he was ready to compete at any time. Then the man asked all Ashton to leave as soon as possible, and those who waving weapons are to stay, because he has a serious conversation. Turning to the Baron, Dylan asked to look at the document that he wanted to sign. That evening, Raul thanked his brother for the arrival, specified that he went over the stick. He mobilized so many people, vice captain and a bunch of knights, leaving his wife and son without protection. Dylan only laughed because he could not come empty, handed to his brother. Raul contacted him late at night. It must have not just been in a hurry to organize everything and come to the capital. But the guy knew why he did this. His father was not in vain entrusted him with a seal, and he simplified the process a little. Without his help, it would be much more difficult to resolve this conflict. He took advantage of the portal and quickly reached the place. The teleportation of the entire detachment probably costed in 3.000 gold, but this is not the most important thing. Raul was wondering what he would do with the traitors, but his brother said that they would pay for their sins. Among them are the brothers of the father, but he said nothing against, which means this is their chance to get rid of rats. They got away with so much, their capital was significantly reduced thanks to their efforts. Raul decided that Dylan is behind everything that was happening, because he is a politically active, prudent person. The guy decided that he did nothing really. They just began to afford too much, so he intervened. But Dylan knew that his brother had rolled out a whole report and even made everyone in a duel and did more than needed. Raul invited him to leave tenderness for Libya, but his wife forbids her to touch, even though he is her father. Suddenly, the guy showed him a report on the results of the blood sign, deciding to ask what to do next. All 27 mansions who demanded the signing of papers from him are now belonging to Raul, and he can act with them as he wants. The guy was dumbfounded, because all the property would be a minimum of 100,000 gold, but he thought it was a family business. But this turned out to be his reward for the victory in an honest duel, so they rightfully belonged to him. He is the son of the family Ashton, which means that it should be 100 times more confident, and he deserved it. Raul thanked his brother, promising to try to follow his words, after which he asked him about the service. He decided to leave himself only the house of the Baron, because the value of the papers depends on who disperses them. Dylan promised that he would not lose anything, but as a reward, he would teach him something. Suddenly, the man stood in a pose, explaining that Raul was learning the secret of the ideal body. Dylan hoped that his brother was already in anticipation, but he was rather discouraged. Father and Lawrence are also burning with the desire to recognize him, but he will only reveal him to Raul, which was interested in the guy. After that, he was waiting for the hellish month of classes with his brother, and he vowed to never train with him again. And finally, the day of admission to the academy came when Raul needed to leave the estate. Bernard wanted to show him high results in the entrance exam. Raul did not want to be much zealous in the children's test, but Dylan was of a different opinion. After that, his brother asked him to come, how to pass the exam, and not to worry about anything. However, the guy wanted to quickly go through the tests and get out of the academy because studying is just an occasion to get out of the house. Trying to fit into the team, he will only in vain spend energy, and he doesn't need it. After some time, they finally reached the academy, in the courtyard of which there were many students. Raul did not expect that on the day of admission it would be so crowded here, and this year there are more people than usual. He did not understand what the reason was, because he did not find any information in connection, which aroused suspicions. However, he does not expect much from life at the academy, so that it hardly matters. Suddenly, the guy noticed how Reuben, Templeton, Rendell, and Ashton began to congratulate the families. Raul was shocked, because he had completely different information about other aristocrats. The early Philip told him that this year there would be no applicants from military families. The knight was surprised to reply that when they left the world, no news was received about this. Raul spent a whole month training with his brother, while Bernard decided issues on the management of the estate. Dylan explained with a smile that he would find out everything soon, asking him not to forget to not be zealous in the exams. From the intonation of his brother, the guy decided not to pay attention to it so far. Raul asked Jake and Pierce to collect information, including at the training ground. He did not expect that this year only strong guys would act. Even members of the highest aristocratic circles arrived. In fact, the guy did not want to compete with his peers, and accidentally said it out loud. "Do not worry about it. It is better to focus on the implementation of the plan." At that very moment, the man began to sincerely greet everyone within the walls of the kingdom of Reuben. At first, Raul thought that he had already studied the list of staff, and there was nothing remarkable in him. But then he froze in shock when he noticed a new temporary teacher. This person was Alfredo Gray, one of the 3 sages of the Minor, the supreme Mac of the 8th Circle. Raul did not expect to see this man here, and tried to understand what he was doing here. Alfredo has unsurpassed magic of illusion and vision, and also practices alchemy. Gray loves to wander around the light, for which he was nicknamed the Nomad Sage. Even the Magic Tower has to request the whereabouts of their master at the Information Guild. It was very unusual that this person simply took up the post of Vice, Rector of the Academy. Raul did not expect to see him so soon, because he was supposed to appear in the process of forming alliances. Spence Templeton, the Rector of the Academy, explained that the curriculum will be amended. Raul realized that the level of required preparation should remain the same, otherwise he would have to sweat. Suddenly he noticed a special reward, but never heard about it, because he thought that he was conducting the exam only for distribution into groups. The task was to get into the S-rank group, because the Faculty of Fencing is divided into 5 groups. 60 out of 600 students can get into the S-rank group, so it will be easy, but whether it is worth getting more. The guy does not even know what exactly the best student will receive, so he does not see the point in this. Jake informed him of the same, because in the benefits, access to all the halls of the library and a personal room were indicated. However, Raul liked these benefits, and he decided that he could not miss such a chance. Listening of a lecture helps to increase the level of skill, but does not give experience or awards. Raul left his home and came here to meet one very important person. But the presence of equipment for training the magic of vision changes everything, because it can get experience points. The only problem is the cost of using magic, but if it is free, then there is nothing to worry about. The library is full of hidden objects. He will be able to receive hidden tasks and books of skills with the necessary information. He thought that he would need at least 3 years to take advantage of all the capabilities of the academy. But now he will save a lot of time, of course, if he can pass the exam best. When the guy went outside, an unfamiliar voice called him, which made him turn around. In front of him stood a red-haired guy with an arrogant look who was interested in his family. It was obvious that this was another offspring Rendell, but Raul had not seen him before. The guy immediately stated that the rumors did not lie about his arrogance, so everyone calls him a terrible and ignorant family. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Raul turned around because he does not have time to figure out who he is. Rendell wanted to stop him, but Jake immediately blocked his road with his huge hand. The man hinted at a menacing tone that whatever family he belonged to, there is a limit to everything. However, the guy who demanded that they leave the road did not like this, but suddenly the subordinate stopped Rendell. The jerks of Ashton are constantly leaving him, so he promised to show Raul his place. After some time, the new students gathered in the middle of the courtyard, waiting for the ceremony. Among students who came to support their families, Raul observed various eminent personalities. There was the Duke of Marquis Templeton, the best knight of the kingdom, who came to support Dalton. There was also Marcus Clifford, middle axe master from the Marcus Macnell family, as well as the gaining popularity of Vicanism Rendell, which supported Caleb. Many representatives of these families are already studying here and have a great influence, probably refuel the entire academy. Meanwhile, Jake was pleased with the presence of beautiful ladies, realizing why Raul was so eager for her. Suddenly, the knight noticed that someone came to support the family of Ashton too. Jake could not believe that they were standing in the backyards, deciding to personally take care of it. Raul decided to look at the rules and list of freshmen. In a past life, they became famous for the whole continent, especially Dalton Templeton and James McNeil. They will reach the master's level in 10 years, and it will not be easy to defeat them. The first test should begin soon, so students were asked to go to a small audience. Raul understood that while they were only children, the first place would definitely be behind him. After some time, the entrance exam began, and the first test was a written test. Raul was not preparing for a written test because in connection and the community of the system, there is all the necessary information. The second test was a test for physical strength, and they needed to go to the training room in groups. As soon as they crossed the threshold, everyone immediately felt a field limiting the stream of mana. They could not even try to use mana because the test for physical force passes without its use. In front of them was a spruce center. A power meter was indicated in the database, but there was not a word about the pair. The first student went to the meter and hit him with all his might. The student with number 202 scored 18 points, after which the next student was called up. Of the two attempts, they record the highest results. On average, the impact force reaches 1,000 to 1,500 units. The endurance of this guy has 43 points, and strength, 50. It consists in the 5 best of the Raul group. When this guy hit, Silimer showed 2250 points, which was the highest result at the moment. This guy was Macnil, who was very pleased with his result. He first stepped over 2,000 units, which means that now Raul knows what result should show. Meanwhile, in one of the offices, at a long table, there were 12 judges evaluating the exam. They appreciated the good Macnilla's score, and for the kingdom their students set the high bar. In addition, they had not had such gifted applicants for a long time in 1 year who submitted documents because of Gray. The physical strength of children under 20 reaches more than 1,000 units, and representatives of the kingdom of Leslie will probably amaze them all. Some were curious that made Gray join them, but he only wanted to appreciate the action of a new magic circle. It sounds like he is going to use students as subjects, but this is not so. He is happy to be here and see young talents, because he heard that many of them are immigrants from the military families. Many have come to cheer up for them, and now one of the judges is ready to present to them 13th son of the Rendell family. His name is Caleb, and Viscount McKenny Rendell was among the judges, so he supported his relative. His Excellency himself volunteered to train him, after which Caleb asked for permission to join the academy. Everyone was looking forward to his performances, and at the same moment, the guy swung to strike. He scored 3,005 points, which spoke of his incredible talent, and it was not for nothing that Count Rendell favors him. Other judges and relatives thought that they had to work hard to equalize the forces. In the next participant was James from the Marquis Macnil family, the grandson of Lord Clifford. It was him who wanted to recruit a knightly order because his talent goes beyond the academy. Everyone was in shock when they noticed a mark of 3,612 units, which was simply unthinkable. This was a new record and the highest result among freshmen in the history of the academy. Surprisingly, even the knight barely managed to knock out 3.000 when the power meter only appeared. The next to Silimer was Dalton, the grandson of the Master of the Sword, and this is his first way out. The guy was absolutely calm, and when he hit, he immediately scored 2.900 points. Some did not understand what was amazing, because the result was much lower than the previous one. However, they were explained that this guy hit with one hand from behind, not particularly straining. On the second attempt, he knocked out 3.008 points. In fact, he was forced to go to the academy, but Dalton is not very happy about this. The displeased Rendell offered to be distracted for lunch because everything is clear with the rating. It makes no sense to continue to watch. However, Gray was sure that among the members of eminent families there was another young man. There are rumors that he got to the academy only thanks to his father's recommendatory letter. Besides, he was only 15. Most of the incoming this year is about 19, so it is unlikely that he will be able to compete with them. Some students do not care about the academy. They come only to gain experience. However, with regard to the representative of the military family, this is a rather regrettable case. But suddenly Dylan interrupted their conversation. Gray was glad to see the son of Count Ashton, who was a well-mannered and honest young man. But he could not forget such a strong person with an awesome look that it was flattering for Dylan. One of the judges asked to tell the newcomer that it was so laughing. Dylan was amused by their old man's reasoning, because to believe the rumors, not having their own opinion, is quite self-centered. They claimed that Raul came only to gain experience, but the reason lies in another. Rendell doubted that his brother was able to leave a mark in the history of the academy, and Dylan only spread his hands. It was also interesting for him to beat him for what purpose Raul came to the academy, because he never talked about it. One of the judges proposed not to put an awkward position in front of the guests, and to continue observation. Then they began to wait for a freshman from the Ashton clan to see his abilities. When Raul stepped forward, the man noticed that the guy seemed to exude the light, but did not find similarities with Dylan. However, the man said that this was really his younger brother, the pearl of their family. Looking at his appearance, some men began to remember unmarried girls in their family. McCanny is so torn away, he knows about Raul's skills after the incident with Baron Gender. Caleb probably already reported everything, and now the Viscount is trying to attract universal attention to his son. Now that the situation was heating up, Dylan hoped that Raul to lay out on the full. At this time, the guy went to Silimer, after which he delivered the first blow. One of the men would give him the highest assessment if he could evaluate the students on the test. On the first attempt, Raul knocked out 2999 units, which dumbfounded all those present. Now the guy was preparing for the next blow, rejoicing that everything was going according to the plan. Many supported him and asked to knock him out more than 3.000, realizing that the age of power was not an obstacle. At that very moment, Raul swung again, and this time hit even more, wanting to beat the record. Relatives of students in the office immediately jumped up from their places, rejoicing in its result. Dylan was also very pleased, because his brother exceeded the best result by 3 units, gaining 3,615 points. Now the man saw a sensible guy in him, who really came up with everything in advance. Stunned silence reigned in the hall when they saw the glasses scored by the guy. Everything went according to the plan, and the judge asked him to return to his place, praising his blow. He silently walked and sat on the bench until everyone in shock took his eyes off him. After that, Raul opened the system and saw that he scored the highest score, 2820, in the first test. He needed to monitor the updates and record points, and at the end to make students' names, through the result above 2500. When the guy finished, he hoped that no one noticed his strange actions. When he reached the level of the expert, his physical strength began to grow rapidly, thanks to his brother's training. He would be easy to knock out 4,000 units on the meter, but must correspond to the level of freshman. Therefore, it was necessary to collect the information and then pretend that I had efforts. But in fact, he used telekinesis to soften the effect of force. And the blow was supposed to come exactly to the right place that he calculated using the system calculator. He was not sure that all these actions must be, while he should be more accurate. Until other players appear, he will hide his true power, especially superpowers. It will be difficult for society to accept them. In a past life, being a player, Raul openly used force. And this led to the fact that the guilds, having analyzed his skills, tracked him, and he took to flight. The guy decided not to repeat this stupid mistake, hiding, and will quietly eliminate the enemies. The second test was coming to an end, so freshmen had to prepare for the next. While Raul had a little time, he decided to check his status. Then they are waiting for an obstacle course, and here the emphasis on strength and dexterity will be made, where you also need to control yourself. The guy hopes that this time Dalton and James to give up to the fullest, because he also wants to experience his capabilities. To be a descendant of the great master of the sword, the Duke of Marquis, is a great blessing. However, such a status implies a fair amount of responsibility, which fell to Dalton. The Duke of Marquis never forced the children to study the skill of the sword, but they decided to do everything possible so as not to lose their positions. Such pressure was not to Dalton, because his extraordinary talent obliged him to be the best. And he surpassed many peers, but since he was careless by nature, constant competitions infuriated him. Therefore, he decided to enter the academy to get rid of boring training. But at that very moment, he noticed that in the first places of the exam were Raul Ashton and James McNill. Despite the fact that James won each of their sparring, he is better with whom he had to fight, but someone was able to overshadow him. While he was thinking about it, the judge asked everyone to build up to move on to the next test. Dalton noticed Raul out of the corner of his eye, remembering his name, and decided that somewhere he saw him. Without thinking twice, he decided to turn to him, while the guy immediately asked who he was. Introducing himself, it seemed to Dalton that a golden glitter flashed in the eyes of this guy. Raul decided that the conversation was over and decided to leave, but the interlocutor stopped him. Dalton was surprised, because for a long time they did not talk to him. Usually people tend to gain his location by any means. It became more and more interesting to him, what Raul would have an expression on his face when he defeated him. When the time came to the third test, freshmen arrived at the training ground. This test was too simple for Raul because their task was to run as quickly as possible. But you need to do this, completely dressed in steel armor and bypass obstacles on the way. Now the test has passed another group and many students have already been disqualified. Although their level of skill was at a low level, 100 people cannot fail the mind, and here is clearly something unclean. Someone heard that after the arrival of the Vice-Rector Gray, they made some changes, complicating the passage. A little later, the best result was established at 9 minutes 12 seconds, although the difference was insignificant. Raul was interested in what the next group would show, and Dalton noticed that his turn was soon. A few minutes later, the next group headed for the start. At this time, Raul found out that the result is better at the moment. 7 minutes. The judge began to explain the rules that all traps were created with the help of illusions, but they can cause damage. If the armor is not able to endure the accepted damage, then he leaves the competition. When Raul's turn came, he ran forward at full speed, wanting to take a quick start. The armor on it was old, and not just move in them, and it was clear why many were who were at the very beginning. But with the level of the expert, it will not be difficult for him to go through an obstacle strip. At that very moment, the guy found the first obstacle. A stormy stream of water with slippery stones. He wondered how many mana stones needed to recreate such a real illusion. It was like squandering while he reached the second obstacle, forest traps. Having stepped on the hidden plate, arrows were put up from behind the bushes. The spikes began to rise from the ground, but this did not prevent the guy from going further without getting damage. At that very moment, the throwing knives flew in his direction, which he beat off with a sword. The earth under him began to crumble, and he was informed that James and Dalton could complete the test within 5 minutes. Caleb Rendell was also quite torture, but in terms of level it could not be compared with the first two. Having reached the bridge, Raoul ordered his comrades to continue observation and keep him aware of the success of the rest. In front of him was a suspension bridge above the cliff, and on the other side of the gun, shooting fireballs. It was an extra waste of nerves, but now nothing would stop him, so he confidently headed forward. If Raoul continues at the same speed, he can have time, but suddenly he felt the wind. The bridge began to sway very much, because of which the guy lost speed and balance. At that very moment, the guns began to shoot fireballs right in his direction. He realized that it is impossible to allow them to hurt the bridge, and the best decision would be to recapture them. It would be much easier to fight off with a mana blade, but he cannot yet expose him. However, this was more than enough, so he managed to overcome this barrier. Now there is only the last test, a cave that does not bode well. It will be more difficult to evade traps, and besides, they pose a great danger than others. However, Raoul is obliged to continue, and must certainly find a way out to get to the finish line first. Meanwhile, other students also passed the cave, fighting off the arrows, hiding behind shields. McConnell was dissatisfied with such a turn of events, trying to raise what he was doing here at all. Not only was he obliged to go to the academy, but now he should also study with these people. He already won the tournament, where most of the participants were over 20, and he has experience in service in the capital's guard. If it were not for the direct order of the Lord, his legs would not have been here. Also, these offspring of families Dalton and Ashton. His task is undoubtedly more important than their rivalry, but if he gives them first place, it will be a complete loser. While he was trying to understand when this cave ended, he suddenly discovered a way out. Continuing to fight off the arrows, he fled to the exit at all pores, and in the end, he ran in 5 minutes 15 seconds. Having won the victory, now he is simply obliged to take first place, but someone's voice immediately attracted his attention. Turning around, he noticed with dissatisfaction that Dalton had been running in 4 minutes 58 seconds. This could not be, because even if you remove all the obstacles and traps, he cannot achieve such a result. However, Dalton himself was absolutely calm and believed that it was a good warm-up. While all the others were praised by him, McNeil realized that all his plans went to the cat's tail. Meanwhile, Dalton was looking for Raoul, while others did not understand why he gave up the jerk of the Ashton family. When they arranged a duel, he always did not care about McNeil, but he has some kind of business to this guy. However, he did everything that was in his power. The 15-year-old Malay, who did not reach the expert's level, will not be able to defeat this record. But at the same second, everyone was shocked that Raoul set a new record of 4 minutes 55 seconds. Freshmen could not believe that this guy again jumped on Dalton himself. McNeil did not understand how he did it, because this boy did not even get up to the expert. It also attracted the attention of Dalton, and it seems that student life will not be as boring as he thought. Meanwhile, relatives were surprised to watch Raoul, who again scored the highest score. All those present immediately began to congratulate Dylan, who immediately became embarrassed. It was an impressive performance, and especially the manner of Raoul's movements. Dylan explained with a smile that he was a special boy, and had already mastered more than one skill. He had to answer something, although he himself was surprised to see how his brother went through an obstacle strip. James McConney tore traps into pieces, deciding to simply go ahead. The exact movements of the long blade of Dalton resembled the techniques of the master of the Marquis's sword. Raoul used the great two-handed sword like the walls of the Ashton family, but his movements struck everyone. And even more amazing, he did not drive a single trap in the cave. Only seasoned wanderers or robbers owned similar skill. Unlike James and Dalton, he did not even use the mana sword and hid the fact that he had reached the level of the expert. It was also noticed by Rendell, who could use this information to annoy the guy in the future. Dylan became insulting that his brother lied to him, but now they have a serious male conversation. But still he is proud of him, and now he is incredibly happy that his brother was the best. The third test ended, and the entrance exam came to an end. After long trials, the brothers Raoul congratulated him on the victory, and he got into the carriage in order not to attract attention. It was tiring to restrain strength, but fortunately, he managed to conduct everyone. And since he fulfilled his task, now he can calmly lie on the bottom for a while. When he fell asleep, he dreamed of a scene from the past when he held Nikki in his arms, turning loudly to the head of the guild Deason. Khan Gilju only laughed because the guy behaved as if he had lost his family. He politely asked Hyun to join them. If he immediately agreed, this would not have happened. Now it takes the first line of the rating, but is unlikely to be able to defeat them alone now. These people cannot even imagine how many Nikki meant to him. They met while completing the task of the main script, and since then, she became his guide. For more than a year he took care of and protected her. During this time she became his family. And now she is dead at the hands of the guild, which has nothing to do with the script. The leader of the guild pushed him to the risk because he was still about to kill him. At the same second before Hyun began to release energy, thereby straining the people around him. Thanks to emotions, he raised the air a huge number of blades, destroying his enemies. Everyone was dumbfounded because even for a number 1, this is an incomprehensible force. The Khan was angry because the fucking guild deprived him of skills, but he put too much into it. But now he stood helplessly in front of the him, who was directing a knife at him. Now the guy was only interested in why his guild kills the guides. Out of fear, the man was speechless, but the embittered Taehyun demanded an answer from him. It was important for him to know why they kill non-game characters, not afraid to get a fine. It is unprofitable for Ukraine to kill the NPS, which affect the main scenario. Indeed, in this case, his account is removed forever, and the profiles associated with it receive a ban. All the same, new ones come to their place, and their death does not affect the course of the game, but they continue to take risks and take the life of the innocent. But this only made fun of a man who did not care about any fines at all. Only rogue like him are afraid of him, but in fact many dream of killing NPS for 10,000 won. Before Hyun demanded a clear answer, but the Khan knew that he would be killed anyway, and then he would return to the game. The guy heard about him, the owner of one of the 5 richest companies in Korea, Daesan. He was sure that in life and in the game, the one who has more money always wins. On that day, kneeling in front of a girl who could not protect, he made a promise. He was ready to do this only for her, spitting on rules and moral standards. He will kill them again and again until they get tired of reviving and thereby getting rid of the decent guild forever. When Raul woke up from sleep, he was surprised that he first dreamed of a past life. He was sincerely sorry because he could not keep his promise in front of his beloved girl. Suddenly, he noticed a message from a system that thanked the players for its use. This was also a notification of updates and schedule, and the update date was indicated at the end. Raul knew that it would ever come, which means that they would soon meet with him again, and this time, he would not let her die. The problem is that he could not predict the exact time of update, so his preparation leaves much to be desired. He has only a month in stock, but if he does not let this chance, he will not be able to fulfill his plan. Raul must take control of the script and get as many advantages as possible before other players appear. First, you need to improve the guild and expand its ranks, then visit the academic library. He was obliged to plan a schedule today, and in the end, he dealt with the upcoming tasks all night. He still managed to draw up the most effective and accurate plan of action for the near future. Meanwhile, Silver Zero, the leader of the Imperial Hounds, began a meeting with the theme of the royal family. Apart from the meeting, the king was not seen anywhere else, and the master of the sword did not appear at the ceremony of his grandson. Also this morning a message was received from the main base. Exactly a month later they will begin to fulfill their great plan. This was only the first stage, and we must not forget that it is now important to continue to play your roles. Number 7 announced the end of the first stage, but due to the intervention of the kingdom, not just get to the battlefield. However, he is sure that the Rendell family also has this, although no action came from them. But the facts speak for themselves. On the same day, Rendell declared themselves heroes. Combat armor and other spells are obvious evidence of their involvement. It's just not clear how they had the strength to carry out such an operation. However, the youngest son of the Duke Ashton at that moment was present in the world, although he was not seen next to their base. The information is not confirmed, but one of their people saw a person similar to Gray. Silver ordered to suspend the investigation because there is no point in spraying to secondary tasks. Number 3 reported that unforeseen circumstances arose at the academy as Raul Ashton appeared, who took first place. Number 6 was at a loss because last year Raul did not show talents. In this, began to demonstrate magnificent skills. However, it was doubtful that he would interfere with their plans because he is only a 15-year-old boy. Now it is more important to focus on Gray and find out what is the reason for its sudden appearance. They also had to deal with one problem, but they must settle everything before the start of their great plan. All this was perfectly understood because one random variable can threaten them with a great failure. The next day, Raul, who spent the night without sleep, arrived at the court of the academy. He abandoned the hostel because it is more convenient for him to get to the academy on the carriage and solve problems along the way. At this time, other students discussed the guy and his last achievements in the entrance exam. He decided that it makes no sense to spend time on them because the academy occupies an insignificant segment of his path. Now he needed to solve only a couple of problems when suddenly his attention was attracted by a notification. The results of the entrance exam came, and he was enrolled in the S-rank group, taking first place. The task was completed, for which he received a few experience points, 500 coins, and a bonus reward. Probably nothing special since the task of the D level, but now he should go to classes. The lectures were not as useful as he expected. Although they were in optional subjects, they only teach the base. The classmates avoid him, but this completely suited him, and Raul was not against such development. The first day went well, but suddenly the guy entered the audience, announcing that Raul was looking for He provided him with information about the benefits for achieving the best result. He needed to show this in the library. They also told him that Mr. Weiss, rector, awaited him and asked to follow the guy. This was his bonus reward, a meeting with the great sage Gray. Alfredo is a significant figure in the history of Connect, the heroes who fought against the Empire. Raul was glad of such an opportunity, but at the same time worried because he does not know what to expect from this conversation. When the guy entered his office, the man greeted him with a smile, sitting at the desktop. Gray asked him to wait a bit, as he needed to finish with papers. Raul first meets him face to face. He seems to be a typical aristocrat, but in reality he is surrounded by an unusual aura. However, the guys wanted to know more, to look at his status with just one eye, but immediately froze. The information was inaccessible to him, only well-known facts, but suddenly Gray pulled him out of a stupor. He is busy with work, but at the same time behaves as if he knows all his actions in advance. Raul apologized to him and bowed because he heard that it was very difficult to find meetings with him. However, the man also wanted to ask him a lot, including the skill of a keen eye. At that moment, the guy froze again, trying to understand who this old man is. It was not clear whether he knew that Raul possesses a keen eye or simply expressed an assumption. The guy was uneasy, and he decided to carefully select the words, while the man decided to cook tea. At first, he thought that Gray would fill up through magic, but he was mistaken, and he did everything manually. Then Alfredo congratulated him on the first place in the exams and decided to ask a few questions. Their first meeting took place on the test site, but at that time, Raul did nothing like that. The guy frowned, asking why such a great magician as he was interested in him. In response to this man, he asked if he knew about an organization called Imperial Traces. 50 years ago, due to the invasion of the Cranian Empire, the Connect continent plunged into chaos. In the most difficult times, the heroes came to the rescue, risking their lives. They tried to stop the Empire. They managed to expel opponents beyond the Mount of Monsters. Then the world reigned for half a century, and all conflicts were resolved. However, they decided to prepare for the next invasion. Gray built a tower to train talented people, in search of which he traveled around the continent, and one of them was the alchemist of Nakia, which Raul saved. Gray had sufficient force to solve her problem with exile from the association, but he did not succeed. He was busy with one extremely important thing. Rumors reached him that the association forgave the girl all sins. Then he arrived in the world to make sure of this, published a witness to the noble act of Raul and his guild. Gray, who actually stands the capture of the secret base of the Imperial Trackers, and the Rendell family appropriated success. In order not to attract the attention of the Empire, Raul refused honors, giving the title of saviors and another family. Alfredo decided that he was perfectly suitable for the role of the hero of this world, and wanted to watch him more. For what reason he did not call him, the guy should remain on the alert, but he did not know what to answer about the Imperial Trackers. Previously, Gray constantly created a task related to the Cranian Empire, but Raul cannot mention the Empire. The man noticed that the guy behaves carefully, because such questions should be answered in silence. Behind him from his stay in the world, thanks to his outstanding skills, he deftly decided all the conflicts. The guy did not understand how he knew this, because if the Rendell finds out that he substituted them, he will have problems. Gray promised not to tell his secret, because the guy made a choice, retaining anonymity. Raul suggested that the Cranian Empire is a danger, that it has a strong army. But if you dig deeper, the empire exceeds other states in terms of territory and volume of the population. The empire covers a large area, but the bulk of the land is deserted. Due to the harsh climate, the population is the same as in one of the kingdoms. Their advantage is to own information. They do not know anything about them, while they themselves are in the palm of your hand. The empire is located behind the Monsters Mountain and the barrier by the barrier, and the path to it passes through the gorge. They built a wall, on guard that always stand warriors who are ready to prevent the invasion of enemies. But the spies still manage to get into the kingdom, which means that the empire has great superiority over them. In a past life, it happened using the empire unleashed the war, and by the time of the death of Raul, it was already close to victory. Then Gray concluded that the kingdom needs such people as Raul. He is their secret weapon. Perhaps in a past life, Nakia achieved heights precisely thanks to Gray. If so, his help can be useful. Having accepted his proposal, the guy will quickly improve his skills and crush the empire. Great changes are coming soon, and he must hide, making only wise decisions. Gray decided to say goodbye to this, and in gratitude asked to allow the guy a gift to give the guy. It will come in handy in the future, and the instructions for use are inside. Opening the box, Raul noticed the ring, in appearance quite expensive, moreover, soaked in mana. The guy doubted his acceptance, but Gray asked to perceive him as a reward. After that, Raul thanked the man, for which he received a polite reciprocity. It turned out that he was worried in vain, and the meeting went much better than he expected, even received a gift. Suddenly, the guy realized that it was a polymorphic ring of gray, thanks to which the owners acquires the desired shape. It was an object giving a superpower, which Raul was very happy and immediately put it on. Until this moment, the status in many respects limited him. and he lacked an object that could hide his personality. Such a spell refers to the magic of the sixth circle, moreover, but he can call on the great sage of Grey. However, do not worry, Alfredo provided him with great support, and he uses his gift wisely. 2 weeks later, life at the academy went on its own way. Raoul did not set up enemies, and everyone was friendly. That's just Dalton glued like a bath sheet and rummages behind it 24/7, which annoyed a little. The guy always refused him, but he was not going to retreat and tried to establish a relationship with him. I thought that I would calmly study until Dalton appeared on the horizon and did not constantly sit next to it. Every day he acts on his nerves and is not even going to communicate with someone except him. Dalton turned out to be still bored, but does not start fights, and thanks to his company, other students do not bother him. Raoul decided to take a break from him in the library, which markedly annoyed the boring guy. Then he invited them to read together, but he refused, deciding that it would be better to wave a sword. One of the privileges granted to the student for victory in exams is access to each floor of the library. But in fact, it turned out that the passage was closed further than the 4th floor. Only the royal persons can get to the 5th floor. But this does not upset him. Even the doors of the 3rd floor are open to 50 students by strength. The time has come to look for valuable specimens. At this time, a fairy flew between the rows, seeing familiar faces and not a single freshman, and the books are all old. At first she wanted to find something new, rummaging in the bags of students, but suddenly drew attention to the girl. She always worked without turning her hands, and therefore the fairy decided to reward her by laying the spell. She was pleased to see diligent students, and the students smiled unconsciously. At that very moment, the fairy noticed a sleeping guy and immediately hit him, awakening from a brazen sleep. The frightened student decided that this was an introduction, after which he ran to the exit with loud cries. The keeper of the Holy Library was not going to let him go with such behavior. Meanwhile, Raoul noted that on the 2nd floor there are much more useful skills books than on the 1st. Suddenly, he overheard the conversation of other students about how the guy received a delicious slap from the ghost. The guy suggested that she was imposed a protective spell, because where to get ghosts from? Flying over the tables, the fairy decided that today many students strive to get her out of her temper. Suddenly she felt a familiar severity, although only 6 months passed with her move. Then she realized that this book would no longer help her to relieve fatigue, and she will have to look for a new house. A high-class spellbook can give her shelter for about 1.000 years, and now she needs a book of the same level. However, the shelves here are scored only by low-quality publications. It will never last in such conditions. But the fairy also decided that she had one cherished desire, and she feels that something special was coming. Suddenly she froze in shock, finding a single guy whom she had not seen before. Next to him was an unusual book that could help Firefly find a new house. Meanwhile, Raoul tried to find a unique book of skills, but it was not so simple. He hoped to get at least one telekinesis book. Even the knowledge gained from another psychokinetics could not help him. He needs more information when suddenly a suitable book caught his eye. Horse Acrobatics of the C rank, which spoke of martial arts. Excellent compensation for the artistic skill of the touch of the brush on which he came across earlier. Since restrictions are valid for the preservation of skills, it must remove the old one in order to make a new one. However, this rule does not concern unused skills, which could be considered a loophole. After he began to endure the Book of Skills, Skilldex immediately began to shine and absorb information. After adding the content to Skulldex, the book itself becomes useless, in the same way any other player can take it. He needs to extract more skills while it remains. Raoul must continue the search. The fairy, watching him, noticed that this person behaves very suspiciously, reading the same page again and again. And he has strange preferences, more creators, the strength of time, unique handwriting. They stand out from the total mass. In her eyes, this young man was unusual because he understands such books. Moreover, he was good. But this does not play a role because he still can't save her. Only great sages and archmages are able to interact with her. She owes her existence to numerous victims, harsh fate, and a combination of circumstances. Despite her uniqueness, these books are not suitable for her. She felt something, but intuition clearly fails her. But at the same moment, the fairy froze with surprise, trying to understand what this guy is doing now. At first glance, this book is nothing of itself, but the symbol on the cover speaks the opposite. There was a feeling that the book was calling it. I was now transmitted by one book from another. More precisely, she absorbed it. However, the book did not change, and the fairy first saw such a spell, wanting to look closer. When Raoul left, Fairy had a chance. She had no such houses yet. Maybe she found what she was looking for. She slowly touched the book, but froze in surprise because nothing happened. Even the Great Book of Spells and the sacred manuscripts told her their stories and allowed her to stay. However, she decided not to give up and to continue attempts, but nothing happened. At that moment, the guy approached her. She was sincerely scared when Raoul was at a loss, asked why she sat on his book. He tried to understand what kind of creature it was and why it looks like it was about to disappear. Meanwhile, the fairy was shocked that the guy could see her, and Raoul did not understand that it was amazing. Unable to stand this, the girl immediately turned around and tried to escape, and the guy decided not to catch up with her. She was interested in skill decks, so she herself will return to him, and now it is more important to find skills to him. Meanwhile, horse-powered acrobatics were added to skill decks, and the level of skills that increase efficiency increased by 10.5%. Now he has about 700 skills scattered in a chaotic manner. Even in a past life, no one has accumulated so much. However, skill deck still refers to rare subjects, and it is not clear how many books still need to be collected. At that very moment, peering out from the table, the fairy failed, interested in what kind of book turned to him. At first he decided to be more built with her, and first decided to hear an apology for touching other people's things. The fairy immediately began to apologize, but was again surprised that he really hears her, which was very strange. For some reason, she decided not to ask for forgiveness, instead of which she asked for permission to introduce herself. Her name is Ravelin Harriet Murdian, but he can call her Ravel. She is a forest fairy, loves harmony and order. Raoul mutually introduced himself, noting that she was not like an ordinary fairy, but she was rather a ghost. Just the soul that is on the border between life and death, an essence that does not serve the law of the usual world. It was attracted by his unique book. It cannot be compared even with the most special books that she met earlier. She did not respond to her call, but Ravel is confident in her observations, so she asked to look into her with one eye. The guy also knew a little about skull decks. Perhaps Ravel will manage to improve him, escape with him, and still will not be able to. Raoul agreed, in return to the promises that the fairy would tell him about everything that he knows about the book. Touching her, Raoul smiled and told that an incredibly strong stream of energy passes through it. But suddenly a bright flash appeared, which surprised the fairy, because usually this did not happen. Raoul thought that he had foreseen a similar situation, but the appearance of this book in their time contradicts the rules. Looking at her reaction, Raoul turned concerned about her, seeing a fright in the eyes of a little girl. She immediately flew up to him and asked where he found this book, although they agreed that she would provide him with information. This book has the power of God Creator, and a difficult ancient creator who is listed as missing. Such words dumbfounded the guy who looked at the shining skill decks and could not believe his ears. At first the guy was dumbfounded, but then his face began to change slowly to the thoughtful one. This information does not say anything to him, and Raoul was surprised that he did not know the god himself. She did not find out the details. After all, she managed to look at just one eye. But this is a prohibited edition that has lost its strength. She did not know how to return the book to his previous state because she was naughty and refuses to speak with her. Looking at his face, Ravel was surprised that he wanted to get answers to all questions so quickly. Then she asked for permission to get inside. When an urgent task appeared, Raoul realized that the fairy tried to find a warm place for herself, but it was in his hand. But he decided to act slyly and said that he could solve the problem with skill decks, not letting Ravel into it. Since it was too late, he should go home, and this news dumbfounded the fairy. Ravel wanted to stop him, but the guy had things to do, and he offered to talk later, although he doubted that he would return. The girl immediately began to apologize to him because she had not spoke with a person for a long time and forgot about the rules of decency. Raoul decided to put a little more on her. She promised to be useful on the fairy because she really needs this book. The guy considered that this was enough, and now she is configured for negotiations under his conditions. At that very moment, the fairy cried, being in despair, after which she began to ask why he believes me. Raoul did not expect such a turn of events and asked her to calm down, but Raoul sobbed loudly, preventing him from saying a word. He apologized because he did not want to bring her to tears. At the same moment, the fairy calmed down sharply and sat down on the book. To begin with, he asked to tell him everything that happened and how she was in such a hopeless position. Raoul nodded and agreed to tell, because she trusts him, but it will be a long story. Once upon a time, Connect was captured by a great war between various races, including gods, demons, and extraterrestrial entities. The continent was at risk of destruction, and forest fairies were on the verge of extinction. And then her relatives tried to save her, then the youngest crown, enclosing her in the book, laying the last hope. But as a result of a violation of the stream of mana, her soul is shot in the book, and her appearance disappeared in a spatial crack. Every time she woke up, she lost part of the memories, but she knows for sure that she has a duty. She is obliged to find other forest fairies that she scattered around the world, because she is sure that not only she remains alive. But Ravel is locked in the world of books, not having the opportunity to leave the library, but from the book of Raoul, it feels the same smell that emanated from her first book. Her story touched the guy, but he decided to withstand a short pause before giving the final answer. Raoul allowed the fairy to enter her, but she will have to become her manager, which means she will be connected with him. The girl would do anything for the forces of the opportunity to stay in her, but she was wondering why he needed this book. It is needed to protect the family and homeland. Perhaps for her this is an empty phrase, but it is very important for him. However, the girl considered this a wonderful goal and then took his hand and offered to work together. Right now, she is unlikely to help him and she needs some time to settle. For about a month, it will hibernate, but the book will continue to function in the same mode. As soon as Ravel wakes up, he will help him with everything that can, after which she said goodbye to him for a month. When she lay down on the book, Skildex took place, taking into himself a fairy who finally gained a new house. That's how Raoul met his new comrade, in arms. After meeting Rael, time flew quickly, and a week remained before the update. He still needs to prepare so many things, and the time was cut off. At that time, Dylan praised his brother for his labors. He also mentioned that Raoul was right about the oracle from the temple, but was surprised how he found out about it. However, the prophet said that in a week, the things that disappeared returned to their places, and the torn connections would recover. The temple reacted calmly, only strengthened the army to prepare for the impending danger. Most of the nobility missed their ears or took it as a joke, because if not for Raoul, he would also ignore the prophecy. No wonder, the wind of the sacred empire is controlled by the Pope, and the Holy Empire is a small alliance of the state. It includes Garnalia and several medium-sized cities, but it wears the imperial title thanks to religious influence. Raoul was afraid that the prophecy would come true and they would not have time to prepare for him, but Dylan was sure that they would do everything in their power. At that very moment, his brother asked him to take cares and offered to practice to see his wonderful skills. When Raoul told his brother about the update, putting it as if there was a prophecy, he reacted seriously to his words. But as soon as he admitted about his telekinesis, he began to constantly ask to demonstrate his abilities. During the training, Dylan asked him not to rely on skills, to focus on building physical strength. Raoul thought that he would never get used to these hellish training that his brother provided him. They began to study because he did not stop insisting, but thanks to him, the guy increased muscle mass. He also improved his psychokinetic body to the level that he possessed in his last life. Dylan is fixated to increase physical power, but despite the magnificent body, he has many gaps in combat skills. When the war begins, the enemies with whom they encounter will not be easy to overcome, but Dylan must work on himself. Correctly honed combat skills in conjunction with his crazy stronger will make him a murder car. Dylan knows that with each sparring, Raoul is getting closer to its level, and soon he noticed that the muscles would not be enough. Then he will select a suitable ability for him, and when the dungeon opens, he will write more skills books. Not only Raoul, but the people around him will become stronger. That's the grandiose plan. Preparations for the update were almost completed, and however, the guy was straining that people took the prophecy too calmly. None of the aristocrats in a finger led a finger, and the help of the kingdom in performing the script will be very useful to him. The invasion of the monsters and the war with the empire cannot be done without assistance. The government is obliged to take care of this. However, in this world there were things that Raoul could not influence in any way, and only one could hope for the prudence of the highest officials. Although he knows about the future, his capabilities are not endless, because he is only a 15-year-old guy. Raoul decided to focus on what he could control, went to a lecture and said books of skills in the library. And when there were no classes, he visited 3 more free cities, where everyone was dumbfounded by his appearance. These were the cities of the Kingdom of Reuben, Zusk in the north, Kesan in the east, and Brian in the west. Using a letter of recommendation from the world, the guy met with mayors of other cities and suggested investing in them. He began to implement large-scale construction projects in the center of each city and created the branches of the first guild. Also in free cities and the capital, he hung an announcement of the set of hired soldiers of the rank with or higher. Based on the contract, in the first month he promised to pay a double salary and also gave a chance to join the guild. There were a lot of people who wanted to have such a generous offer, so he gained a rank N and 950 rank S. The latter were trained soldiers from other lands or self, taught with 3 years of experience. I spent about 30,000 gold, but it will be even more required to keep them. However, he believes that his investments will pay off. Thus, you can be calm even in the face of a high-ranking battle. Meanwhile, people were surprised by the wealth of the guy, while others decided that he was plotting something and just deceiving everyone. Philip contacted the guild members, and besides managers, 45 members of the Prophet, dividing into 10 groups, completing the training. Raoul praised him for a good job and asked not to lose vigilance because today an important mission awaits them. 6 newcomers reached the level of experts increased ordinary knights, and Philip, Jake, and Pierce became elite knights. Beginning guys and other soldiers also joined them, and now his first guild is ready for action. The guy opened the status window, deciding to look at the characteristics of the guild members. He took away talented guys, but they surpassed all his expectations, and it was interesting how they would show themselves in the future. Raoul did everything possible to prepare for the update, and now it remains only to wait. Hope was only on the fact that everything would pass according to the plan, and a little less than 10 hours remained before the renewal. At this time, Silver Zero reported that the royal family did not accept special actions, only intensified patrols. Templeton adheres to the same position as MacNeil, which strained the mysterious man. Ashton was not believers. They maintained good relations with the temple, but they do not adhere to religion. Since they began preparations before the announcement of the oracle, they may have a different source of information. Gray, meanwhile, was concentrated only on the academy and also did not take any action. Number 8 was supposed to penetrate in response to hired soldiers, but during their attempt, they failed. Many were surprised because it was a set of 1.000 fighters, and not one of these guys could pass. They easily coped with the preliminary test, but failed the main one. Perhaps Raul has some kind of ability. This guy stove too high results for the ashes, and could hide some more trump cards. He could become a problem for them, but he does not have any advantages, and all these nobles will not interfere with their plan. However, do not take the eyes off him while all their agents are in their positions. Soon they will carry out their grandiose plan and end these noble geeks once and for all. The subordinates immediately supported their leader, while he, in turn, thought only about Raul Eston. Meanwhile, in the city, a woman walked with her son when suddenly a boy pointed out with curiosity to heaven. Raising her head, she found a huge number of bright flashes that looked like falling stars. At first, the woman thought so, but at the same second, fear was clearly visible in her eyes. Suddenly, the earth under their feet began to shudder, and people began to scream in a panic, trying to find a shelter. The woman hugged her son, wanting to defend herself, when she suddenly raised her head and saw huge gates in front of her. People froze in bewilderment, trying to understand what it was, but at the same second, goblins began to appear from the gate. However, they did not have time to get to a woman since Jake stood between them, destroying the first monster. He immediately announced to everyone that it was unsafe here and ordered to hide in a safe place. Near the outer wall number 4, Zone B, Sector 32, the gates were discovered, and the knights took protection measures. Jake immediately gave the order to evacuate the inhabitants to a safe place and to keep the defense until the last. A gate also opened near the other outer wall. Several monsters penetrated their territory, but there were no victims. Philip also announced the gates. You have already begun to solve the situation, but control over the zone will be transferred to the guard. Requests for reinforcements received from all over the city, but no one watched to keep track of what was happening. Raul, who was sitting in front of the map, gave everyone instructions, trying to correctly distribute the forces of his people. There was an update for which he was so carefully prepared for a month. At that very moment, the guy called on Bernard, who immediately appeared at his call, ready to comply with the order. The guy ordered to choose several warriors from the first detachment and distribute them by sectors. He knew that the events would come here, but did not expect it to be so large scale. Their preparation was not enough, and they barely cope, losing a lot of good soldiers. From the very beginning, Raul lacked information, and he tried to compensate for it with severe training. He only knew that in 512 the kingdom was badly damaged by the gate, but their quantity, location, and rank remain unknown. The guy would like to clean them himself, but now he is not alone. He has faithful assistants. Using the power of his guild, he will be able to minimize losses among the civilian population. If the guy only knew the rank to his brother, he could approach the distribution of detachments more rationally. At the same second, a limited task appeared, and its goal was to close as much gate as possible. Raul was dumbfounded by the fact that the gates are updated every midnight, not giving them rest. He did not expect that this could not be avoided, although there were suspicions about such a development of events. Connect has a protective system that can interrupt the game in case of risk for the script. She can make an additional requirement how this happened now, but usually she simply sends a sudden task. In other words, no matter how much the gate he closes, it doesn't make sense. It will not be easy, but it will not give up. Raul is obliged to find a way to minimize possible damage, trying not to lose capable fighters. At that very moment, he received a notification that near the outer wall number 2, the golden gates were discovered. So far, everything is quiet, but the energy emanating from them gradually increases and the air becomes hotter. Raul gave the order not to approach the gate because they can absorb a parallel measurement. He realized that he could no longer just stay here and give orders, and should deal with it himself. Meanwhile, the story transferred us to a guy named Josh. Leaving the walls of his native company, he worked a lot to become a hired soldier. One aristocrat gained knights, and he grabbed the chance to become one of them. They were provided with comfortable housing, on such delicious food he did not eat in life, which was very happy. He thought that he would enjoy an ordinary life, adjusting to the whims of a noble nobleman, but was not ready for this. When huge rats broke out of the gate, Josh waved his sword with might and main, trying to destroy them as much as possible. They did not see the end and edge, and the guy felt that he would not last long. He urgently needed a help. At that very moment, behind ordinary rats, their leader came out, who was several times more. Now this Verzila also connected. He will no longer be able to fight off them at such a pace. You will have to play the large one, destroying the big man, and then others will fall or run away in fright. But as soon as Josh rushed forward, various weapons, piercing rats appeared from nowhere. Raul arrived in time, very on time, with a smile interested in the guy if he prevented him. Josh looked very familiar, so Raul suggested that he was from the first guild, but he denied it. He saw in him an ambitious guy, but it was risky because such a beast is not easy to win. Although he was capable of, but it would be difficult for him to cope with the D-rank gates, so he offered to join them. Josh was at a loss, and therefore decided to ask who they are once they offer something similar. Jake, who just came up, noticed the new one and said that he was obliged to know his master in person. There was now a master of the first guild, Raoul Ashton, who fights with his subordinates. If Jush thought, since the guild was created by the son of the count and his sweet life is provided to him, then in this case he has no place here. They only work professionals in their field, so you need not to yawn and repeat after them. After that, Raoul gave the order to prepare, ask for help from the luck that they needed. Looking at the confident expression of the master's face, Josh realized that they were professionals in their field. Meanwhile, the monsters coming out of the gate looked up uncertainly, hoping to find some kind of prey. They were very surprised when they noticed a guy who rushed at them at full speed. Raoul, who began to destroy everyone left and right, knew in advance that there would be a lot of them. He does not have enough time to clean all the gates at once, and this must be done as soon as possible. Jake thought that somewhere nearby was their base, and Raoul offered to send a scout. The salvation of the inhabitants was in the first place for them. At the same moment, the guy was surprised to notice how Josh rushed forward. The guy ran straight into the thick of the enemies, waving his sword, destroying the monsters with all anger. Raoul and Jake concluded for himself that this guy was without breaks, but fights with dignity. He should hone the skills of owning a sword, but his senses are well developed. Having taken control of Manu, he will achieve the best results, and Raoul was ready to teach him this. At that very moment, one of the knights said that they had discovered the rates of rats behind the forest, which was good news. However, they did not find a single resident. Despite the large area, there are no other monsters inside. Jake explained that they made sure that all the inhabitants were removing from the gate, so they should not be. Nevertheless, it is worth checking the surroundings again, because today they are obliged to go out without loss. Private tasks are to save the civilian population, so Raoul ordered Josh to go to the base with him. Today they are waiting for a long night, so each of them should be ready for any surprises. The next day, Dylan noticed that his brother Nikilo shook, and it seemed to be time for them to resume training. However, now there was an inappropriate time for jokes, so the guy asked how things were in his homeland. The man asked not to worry because they had enough data to prepare well. They opened about 100 brother, of which 10 D rank, so they coped without any problems. However, Raoul was dumbfounded by such a figure, because everything turned out to be much worse than he expected, but this surprised Dylan. The guy was a hard for to come and help him, but immediately received the answer that they had already closed them. It took them for about half a day. His father was crushing well, also fought the master of the Golden Bear Trevor and Commander Ernest. Everyone was so inspired by what was happening, as if participating in the festival. Ordinary life bored with them to death. Hearing this news, Raoul only nervously grinned, because until the last he doubted that they would be able to cope without him. It was ridiculous to observe Dylan from the side of how the old people had fun, and the guy remembered that he had not the most adequate family. Although there were without the victims, they acted too recklessly, because the D-rank gates are too dangerous. However, his brother was not going to wait until Raoul personally came and would use his superpower. Ashton is a powerful county. He is far from weak with his father, so he does not need to worry about them. They are always ready to repulse the enemy and are able to cope with any number of gates of any complexity. Astons have great power and do not need a help. They will easily close at least a few hundred gates. While Raoul was trying to realize his brother's words, he called him out, tearing him out of his thoughts. He asked him not to worry about the house and just do what he should, and he and his father will take care of everything. The guy smiled and nodded confidently that he was in vain doubted in the strength of his family, who was ready for everything. He apologized to Dylan because he behaved too arrogantly. His brother with a smile only confirmed this. The man added that some of the gate did not disappear after they were cleaned, and something could influence this. Raoul was dumbfounded by hearing this, because all the gates after stripping had to disappear. A little later, the guy gathered his people to discuss the impossibility of destroying all the gates. Dylan said that the gates of E and D rag, unlike the others, did not disappear anywhere, although they inflicted a little damage. However, something happened that they were so afraid, and now it was necessary to solve something with this issue. Now they have serious problems, and they will not leave even without supervision, but it will not continue forever. If they strengthen supervision, they will have to reduce the protection squad, so it is necessary to solve the issue as soon as possible. Raoul promised that he would try to find out the reason why the gates do not disappear, and find the way out. Bernard proposed preparing a detachment, but Raoul decided to take with him only the 3 best fighters, Philip, Jake, and Pierce. The old people of the county of Ashton are laid out to the full, so they cannot sit, fold. Probably they have survivors to meet, so you need to send 10 soldiers to the gates, which he ordered Bernard. This inspired the memories of the old days, but others reminded him that only 2 months passed. All those present were seriously configured, so they reminded the knight that this was not a picnic, but he only joked. A little later, Raoul and his small team stood near the Golden Gate, fighting off the hordes of monsters. A bunch of bodies were scattered around them, but the knight said that they had not even warmed up. But they have no extra time, so it was necessary to accelerate because these were not the only gate. The team began even faster and more violently waving blades, destroying monsters one after another. A battle was pleasure, but because of the weak opponents, it would seem boring to him. However, one goblin wanted to attack him from behind, but the archer covered the gallowing knight in time. Pierce asked him not to thank him because he knew that this goblin could do things if the knight had not noticed him. But Jake immediately began to scream at him because he did perfectly, but Pierce only ignored him. However, this was even more angry with a man who offered to argue who would fill up more monsters. Meanwhile, Raoul thought that in addition to the cross terrain, there was nothing more remarkable here. At this time, Josh came up to him, who also decided to join his team. He reported that it was quite difficult to move around the territory, but nothing out of the ordinary was found. Apparently, the gates are created in such a way that only players can approach them, and this is quite possible. Not game characters are also able to clean the gate or dungeon because they are significantly stronger than players. However, this alignment would not have the latter, so there are certain prohibitions. NPS cannot be crossed by the gate and fight against the keeper, and it also is closed to the passage to the room of the dungeon boss. No matter how strong NPS, unlike the player, he will not be able to close the gate independently. At that moment, a secret mission appeared in front of the guy, but now he did not have time for this. The rest also managed to get acquainted with information about the destruction of the keeper as they cleaned the gates. They themselves must find the guardian of the gate, and he would hardly have met him among the monsters. Suddenly, Josh turned to the master, clarifying whether that monster could be a keeper. He turned into his head. Raoul was surprised to notice the damned dark goblin, who was the keeper of E rank. Philip confirmed the guess of the guy, looking at the monster who calmly walked towards them. It was very convenient that the big man himself fell into their hands, and even they themselves did not have to look for him. Josh asked to take him to figure it out, but Raoul did not allow him to do this. He decided to kill him on his own, and asked everyone to disperse, simultaneously taking out his sword. Jake did not understand what happened to the young master, but Philip did not understand his surprise, because the master always headed the battle. Just if the keeper destroys the NPS, the remuneration is not provided, although it is unlikely that there will be some kind of crook from the gate of E rank. However, now it was worth trying, because the destruction of the boss will not pass, albeit small, but there will be a reward. The guy hoped that if you deal with the keeper alone, then the gates would close. At the same moment, the goblin attacked. Instantly reacted, Raoul beat off the mace with his sword, thereby violating the balance of the monster. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy sharply waved the blade, dissecting the goblin's stomach, causing him severe pain. The knights who watched them understood that for the master it was a tough matter, but Josh did not find words for delight. He repelled the attack and at the same moment retreated to the required distance to create a gap. The guy realized that the head of the guild was an amazing warrior who was almost all on his teeth. It became clear to Raoul what the keepers of the E-Rag gate were. Inexperienced fighters would be difficult to defeat them. Since the keeper is defeated, the gates should disappear, and at the same second a notice appeared in front of him. But suddenly an error arose, and a forced regime was activated, which violated the order of disappearance of the gate. A little later, the guy showed his team Ore Stone, which was the core of power armor. He got him from the heart of the goblin, and now they should collect as much as possible, such as to create their strength armor. Jake at first did not understand how valuable this thing is, but the Pierce with a displeased look hastened to explain to him. Raoul looked at the gates, thinking that the keepers were destroyed, but they remained in place, and you won't break against the script. However, he was not going to do this, and with each appearance the gate would only become stronger. Now their task is to clean all the gates of the D, rank in the capital. You will have to work without interruptions, so you need to try not to fall asleep. They needed another person, so Raoul immediately invited Josh to join them. This time he did not give him a chance to prove himself, therefore he offers a new opportunity. The guy was sincerely grateful for this chance, and immediately agreed, after which the team set off. When Raoul was the first to enter the gate, he was surprised to find a rather ordinary cave. He was glad that the gates were glowing, because without this light, there would be a pitch darkness in which it was difficult to navigate. He did not expect this, but he took with him something that could easily alleviate the task for them. The comrades immediately began to go behind him, and the guy ordered not to disperse far because it was dangerous here. Having taken out the lamp from the inventory, Raoul offered to look around and look for something interesting. The knights were surprised when they saw a magic lamp in his hands because they were very rare and they had never met it before. Raoul ordered to study the cave, but to hold together and not to scatter in case to fight. This was Josh's first mission, so he was ordered to carry a lamp. He was very nervous because it was a precious object. However, the guy gives it to him because he trusts him, and if he wants to join the first guild, you need to try. Josh immediately realized that this was his chance, so he promised to protect this lamp at the cost of his own life. Raoul smiled, being pleased that he was too lucky, finding such a guy. Soon, Josh will reach the S rank and will be recognized as a possible candidate for the post of mercenary near the king. At the same moment, Pierce reported that he sees many moving objects somewhere ahead. The only thing he could say for sure is that they come from them a hostile aura and they go to them. At that very moment, the archer responded and pulled on the bowstring, releasing an arrow charged by mana somewhere into the darkness. Jake immediately began to ask if he had hit, but everyone knew that the Pierce would hit the target even with his eyes closed. At that very moment, the archer announced that they were nearby, and then a huge flock of bats appeared in front of them. Raul loudly ordered everyone to be careful because they must attack if they see the light. Josh realized that he was a source of light, after which the animals instantly surrounded him. Everyone accumulated around the lamp, and Raul ordered him to quit her so as not to get under the blow. However, this only more redeemed the guy who began to wave his sword, fighting off the pack. He destroyed the mice one after another, leaving them not a chance, and he moved at a lightning speed. Apparently, he was inspired by the words of Raul, but someone is energetic, so now he was going through an introductory test. The comrades immediately began to cheer him up, offering to deal with them himself if he wants to be in their team. While they were engaged in support, they did not notice how a huge insect appeared behind them. After a while, they continued the path, but they found nothing but bats, although the gates belonged to D rank. Now they just had to follow the example of a young master, not to lose vigilance, and to be on a guard. Suddenly, Josh decided to turn to Philip, asking how strong their master was. Every day it becomes more and more. Moreover, it belongs to the noble family of Ashton. However, judging exclusively by the skills of owning a sword, he is inferior to Jake, which at first seems surprising. Looking at the strange behavior of a comrade, the knight explained to the newcomer that he was stupid in appearance, but the fighter is excellent. At that very moment, the whole team felt something was amiss, and Philip immediately let the master know about it. However, Raul already knew about this, watching the shell scorpions who were heading in their direction. They looked quite ugly, but Philip urged everyone to be careful because there are too many of them. Raul knew that not only bats were hidden behind the D-rank gates, this type of scorpion lives only in this dungeon. Scorpions are part of the task, and they must perform it at all costs. They have solid armor and a poisonous sting that should be avoided. After that, the guy began to concentrate Manu, inviting the others to start the battle. This task was to eliminate and not to capture the enemy, but not a word to destroy the gate. To begin with, they needed to deal with the monsters that surrounded them, and then think about what to do next. Raul first joined the battle, waving a blade with a confident look, sending scorpions to the next world. The rest tried to keep up with him, while Josh was unhappy that the monsters were constantly sticking to him. He reacted in time to Scorpio, who fled at him from behind and managed to cut it with a sword. However, he understood that he would not have time to evade the second, but Raul's flying blades immediately came to his aid. He was surprised at the soaring swords, after which he looked at Raul, who noticed that fighting and following the lamp was a difficult task. But now the guy again took away from him the opportunity to prove himself, and from that moment the lamp would be under his protection. Jake watched with a boring look how the master dealt with the monsters on his own, but he hoped to stretch the bones. Josh was surprised because he heard that Raul was only 15, but he is clearly not one of those aristocrats who are only pretending to be knights. Meanwhile, Raul got off with 50 monsters, which was a minimal requirement for stripping the gate. When he finished, he ordered the others to move on, although they thought that the task was over. But since they are here, you need to get to the end. It is dangerous to throw the D-rank gate halfway. Jake at first rejoiced that they would finally get out of this cave, but Philip asked him to stop whining. The minimum requirement has been achieved, but the hidden task of destroying the gate has not yet appeared. At that very moment, the peer, who was further than anyone else, turned to him on the voice connection. The archer said that he got to the end of the cave and found something interesting. However, he was sure that the place where she brought him was better to see with his own eyes. The huge arena was right in the middle of the cave, which made these gates very strange. When the whole group reached the archer, they all noticed in the center of the arena of that very keeper. The strange thing was that he did not move at all, as if expecting them to come to him. It was the keeper of the gate of the D rank, the champion of Scorpion 67, which looked like a dangerous opponent. It looked funny for Raul, because he invited them to battle, and they are obliged to accept the call. Everyone looked very worried when they noticed that their master began to go down, heading for the arena. He apologized to his comrades, after which he was sure and walked towards the keeper. Here he will definitely have to sweat, but this time he will not yield, and now the matter was not only in a reward. It seems that the boss was waiting for him, so the guy asked him to show what he was capable of. With pleasure accepting the challenge, the champion of Scorpio was the first to rush into the attack, waving his blade. Raul instantly exposed a sword in front of him to take the enemy's blow. Then he tried to break the distance, but the keeper quickly reduced it, intending to attack. They began to violently exchange blows, not inferior to each other in defense or in speed. The observing and realized that this monster turned out to be a strong rival, and the keepers of the D-Rag are not so easy to fill up. Josh offered to help the young master, but Jake was sure that the master had an indisputable advantage. Against the sword, the melted and the poisonous sting of the keeper, from the very beginning he used only a sword. So he holds on rather relaxed and naturally, getting full pleasure from the battle. Raul has already forgotten this feeling, but now you can escape from training, resolving issues, and guild management. Now he could only concentrate on the battle, but all the good once ends. Raul is busy, so he decided to start the next stage, after which he began to fill the sword of MANHUA. He had fun, but unfortunately, he did not have much time to mess with him for too long. It was decided to round off, but the keeper only grinned, looking at the guy's smug face. The boss immediately decided to lower the guy from heaven to earth, after which he began to let out the poison from the sting. Entering, Raul noticed how this poison burned the earth, so he had to be careful. At that very moment, the keeper reduced the distance, intending to attack the guy, but then he managed to defend himself. When their blades clashed, a shockwave appeared, which reached knights who stood quite far. Everyone was surprised that the monster is able to control the monosword, and Josh still offered to help the master, because the situation is critical. However, the knights dissuaded him from this venture, because so they will only distract him and thereby harm him. They can only believe in him, because earlier the master told them that he would deal with this problem himself. Raul wondered how he could live, forgetting about those days when he only did that he fought endlessly, when he was on the verge between life and death, experiencing constant tension. Therefore, now he was ready to squeeze everything out of him because he is dealing with a twist, a great solo player. Although he is also a strong opponent and thinks when it is better to use the mana sword and when distant attacks. He was strong and dexterous, only his movement was too tight and sweeping. This is his weak place, and when Raul rushed at him, he tried to understand what the monster would use this time. When he got as close as possible, he realized that it would be a claw, and therefore immediately dodged her. The keeper did not like this, but the guy accelerated even faster, after which he was able to chop off his sting. While the monster writhed in pain, Raul, without wasting time, spent the last attack, dissects the body of the keeper. The guy thanked him because he was pleased to remember the old days full of battles. The knights noticed that the master became stronger again. Most recently, he became an expert, but has already reached an average level. This is just a matter of time when the master is ahead of Jake in the skills of owning a sword. Unable to withstand such a statement, the knight demanded that the master rather go to other gates, scoring the next keeper for himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the skill of impact of the bear reached the middle stage of level 4, and Raul received the class of a knight. After that, he apologized to his comrades because they had to wait, because they probably were bored to just watch. However, Josh, admired by his battle, stated that it was amazing and he could not take his eyes. Philip also praised him, but they lagged a little behind the plan, so they had to go to the next gates. He already said earlier that they had a long day, so they had to prepare for the next battle. They cleaned the gate without a lot for 7 hours, after which they were able to close the 4th gates of the D rank. And the units of the mercenaries, having restored strength, headed for the gates of E rank and safely completed the mission. Thus, all the gates in the capital were cleaned. About 500 people died on the first day, and about 700 were saved. Many thought that all the horrors behind, but Raul knew that this was only a warm-up before a real war. Sometime later, people discussed the gate, and some even saw the orcs left there. They also watched mercenaries and knights who probably knew about the invasion and were ready to repulse. They say that they belong to the glorious county of Ashton, and they are commanded by the youngest son of the count, a rather young guy. While everyone was discussing the exploits of Raul, the guy himself was very tired, and therefore Bernard took care of his rest. Meanwhile, in the residence of Rendell, a man sitting on the throne, an embittered newspaper. Having eliminated the danger in the capital of Turim, the noble family of the military Ashton thereby marked their return. Many wondered who this Raul Ashton, whom the inhabitants of Turim called the new hero. Such a big jump forward can return the county of Ashton to the political arena, which annoyed the head of Rendell. Having thrown the newspaper aside, he realized that all their preparations went to the cat's tail, and now it makes no sense in them. Brian from fright lowered his head, trying to convince his father not to worry about the last news. However, this angered a man even more, because of which he released energy out, thereby pressing his son to the floor. While the guy was on his knees, the man said that he had 30 sons by his 60s years, and he had no use from him. Also, the sons of Ashton interfere under his feet, destroying all his plans that he built for so long. Calming away, he noticed that Brian could not withstand even a drop of pressure and still dared to call himself an expert. Then Hudson demanded a detailed report on everything that was happening in his absence, while he went into a secluded training for a month. Brian gathered all his strength in himself before looking into the face of his father and tried to choose the right words. As it turned out, about 2 weeks ago, the temple sent an official document, which the guy immediately handed over to his father. It was said about open gates, their number, cleared in a week, as well as among the victims. The knights were afraid to enter the gate, which led to an increase in the number of victims, but at the moment all the gates were blocked. Brian first did not understand his father's reaction, but after a second, his body successfully broke through the wall of the Hudson's office. The guy began to beg him to suck, but his father's wrath was too strong to leave it unpunished. The Count expelled him from the family. Until he needs him, he may not even dare to step into the territory of the county. He did not care that it was his son. If he sees him, he would kill him in place. Then he asked him to hand over his third son that he was waiting for him. While the man was watching the departing son, the family of Ashton, who pushed him from himself, mentally cursed. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, the maid was surprised and enthusiastic about Raoul. They heard that he and his knights contributed to the kingdom, and to everything else. He is such a handsome man. This guy was the first among the younger ones to earn the highest score on the introductory, and his knights receive a high salary. Some believed that people praised some dummy, because they were sure that his family did everything, and not Raoul himself. They were not worried that he rescued a couple of people from the gate, so they were ready to show everyone that it was better than him. Raoul is already starting to pick up all the overall attention. I now felt like an animal in a zoo. But at the same second, to his surprise, Dalton came up behind him, noticing how the guy became famous in a week. He also told Raoul that in the capital, they were trumpeted at every step about him, but this was not interested in the guy. However, Dalton wanted to know if rumors were liable, because they say that he is a true heir to the county of Ashton. Raoul strained such a statement, but he understood that otherwise, no one would allow him to take so many soldiers. He asked the interlocutor to stop breeding nonsense, because his older brother would inherit the throne, and this does not bother him. He also explained to the guy of interest that he independently gathered a knightly order without family support. Dalton was surprised by such an answer, but Raoul added that he had some capital for this. His interlocutor thoughtfully suggested that the next time he could go to the gates with them to have some fun. At that very moment, Raoul stopped and looked at Dalton, joyfully realizing that one was caught. It may seem that Raoul entered the academy in order to slip away from home. Actually, he has a different goal. He wants to find as many skills and hidden talents as possible to collect a perfect team. Despite the fact that with the advent of Gray, the list of students was changed, he has already chosen candidates for recruitment. And one of them began to adhere to Dalton, who, contrary to his character, is not a very capable guy. In fact, the most powerful person of the kingdom is the master of the sword of the Marquis Templeton. It is almost impossible to establish relationships with the highest class NPS, but Raoul returned the perfect opportunity. At the moment, the gates are open only to a limited circle of people, and it is necessary to obtain official permission. Alone, he would never have passed through the gates. Although she is an expert, he had no chance to prove himself in battle. Therefore, he probably sleeps and sees how he will conquer the gates, and now Raoul can give him this opportunity. The guy wanted to start with the gate of the F rank, because they were quite safe, and Dalton was happy with this. However, he has conditions. Raoul takes only him, no servant or guard. He also wants to keep this sortie secret, because he wants to avoid another wave of gossip. The interlocutor agreed and surprised his calmness, but it is not clear that he did. Raoul will have bad intentions. However, thirdly, he must obtain permission from the Duke, and this was an obligatory part of the agreement. This is quite obvious because suddenly something will happen to him, and it is necessary that someone can, if necessary, resolve the situation. This is not an entertaining walk, but an official visit. Raoul has a whole detachment of knights. He has someone to answer for. Therefore, the guy decided to return to this issue as soon as Dalton talks to the Duke, but now he said goodbye to him. This condition made the guy think about how to convince the old man to let him go, because it would hardly be so simple. A little later, Raoul reported on the situation at the academy. His general attention was tired of him, but in general he would go. Indeed, in fact, he achieved this, and his subordinates must maintain public opinion at the same level. When asked how the deployment of troops is taking place, Bernard replied that over the past 2 days, 100 fighters have been used as a bait. They also hired another 10 wage soldiers. In the main unit, 20 existing spies completed basic training. There is a war for public opinion. In this fierce battle between the nobles, they are obliged to strengthen their position. So turning to the voice of Reuben was a right decision, since they transmitted information about the gates, not requiring anything in return. Anyone who is perplexed how to achieve such an influence does not know how huge authorities the source of Connect possesses. It is an elite organization consisting of magicians, and the president is Genus White. He is one of the 3 great magicians of the continent, and his competence is almost impossible to challenge. It surpasses even those who occupy high posts in terms of status, and Reuben's voice is the most influential media of all. In battle, it is not necessary to fight only on blades, and they can use absolutely any possibilities. Raoul asked to double the number of mercenaries and make sure that there were guys who would be able to support the conversation in the reserve. Perhaps they will visit greedy nobles with a test, since the situation with the gates stabilized. Raoul would gladly accept them if he could control the gates, but this is impossible. Probably they will try to tarnish his reputation. It will remain with nothing, because the gate can only close the chosen one. Therefore, he asked his comrades not to disclose this information, because the lords would immediately pretend that they spit on the gates. Having wrapped their thirst for profit in his favor, the guy will collect all the kingdom warriors. Only in this way can they resist the upcoming danger, which is successfully approaching in their direction. When night came, the man ran with all his feet as if trying to hide from the persecution. He thought they would stop pursuing them after the opening of the gate, but for some reason they would be noise. Now his task is to divert as many geeks as possible so that the comrades can safely hide. But at the same moment he stopped abruptly, noticing in front of him several figures in dark robes. Mysterious people immediately recognized the leader of the information organization by the wings of freedom, Elias Ferriman. The man realized that it was they for 6 months that the guild of the criminal world has been pursuing, and this was immediately confirmed. He was interested in what brought them here. It was impossible. It was he who, their next target. At first they wanted to kill him, but in the end they decided to make an offer that it would be difficult for him to refuse. He was offered to give up because it would be a shame to kill such an important person, and if he joins them, they will spare him. Elias immediately pulled out the dagger and rushed to the attack, not wanting to agree to such a stupid proposal. However, the masked man immediately defended himself from the blow, and Elias was shocked, noticing power armor on it. He guessed that the Empire sent them, but did not think that it would really be so. The masked man smiled in response to his interesting conclusion, which will definitely cost him life. However, he did not leave them another way out, so the rest of the wars in the mantles rushed forward to kill Elias. He realized that he could not cope alone, and therefore let them go as close as possible, waiting for them while they attack. The attackers were surprised, deciding that he disappeared, using the magic of invisibility, but in reality, he used the artifact. Meanwhile, Elias, sitting on the roof, realized that the secret organization exterminating guild members works for the Empire. But now he was only interested in one question: what was happening in this kingdom in general? Raoul has just become known that the rights to use the effings of the Knights of the First Guild were cancelled. Jake was immediately indignant, but Philip tried to stop him, wanting to find out the details. The guy understood that sooner or later it was supposed to happen, after which he asked about the gates of E and D Rag. They still have access to them, but the question remained who will now become responsible for the gates of the F rank. However, no one could say anything for sure, because now several different families are in line now. Given the low hazard level, the F-rank gates are ideal for bragging, and noblemen will be able to make good money on them. Apparently, the captain of the guard is also confused, but now is the time to gain his trust. The guy asked for contacting him at any time if there were problems, because he is always ready to provide fighters. The man replied that he was true a nobleman and wanted all the aristocrats to be the same. However, to protect the city and its inhabitants is its duty, so Raoul suggested herself to work together. Suddenly, the man cleared his throat, because at first he thought that he should not talk about it, but this was interested in the guy. There are rumors that the Rendell clan is behind this. It is possible that the Ministry of Finance was the initiator. This is only his guess. Many employees of the department are in touch with the Rendell, including the minister. The situation is quite strange, so the captain immediately thought that the guy should know about it. Raoul thanked him for the information, after which he realized that there was nothing to be surprised, because they expected such an outcome. But it seemed too much to Jake, because they deprived them of their rights, but one way or another, they will have to submit to the royal order. Although there is nothing to worry about, because they have not lost anything, but the knight did not quite understand the essence of what was said. Ordinary soldiers can easily cope with the gates of the F rank. It makes no sense to send mercenaries, and they will only spend money in vain. And as a result, they will receive mediocre objects, and it is better to direct forces to the gates of the rank and higher. Those who are responsible for the gates of the F rank, they will send a suburb using this opportunity to clean the remaining gates. Those who ignore objects will still not stretch for a long time, because keeping the gate is not easy to control. So far, they focus on achieving recognition and glory, forget about everything else, and take care of themselves. Therefore, Raoul asked them to engage in the management of hired fighters and personal growth, with which everyone agreed immediately. A week later, the official annual dedication ceremony in Knights will take place, where the first guild will show what is worth it. They must work hard in order to attract general attention, and to learn about them even outside the kingdom. In the meantime, several knights stood opposite the gate, asks each other if reinforcements would arrive at them. However, they were not sure of this and did not know what to do if something terrible happened. They still have to eliminate the problem, because they have no choice. They can only comply with the order from above. But suddenly the army arrived behind them. One of the knights loudly asked the others to step aside. He demanded the road for the fourth son of Viscount Asen Curington, who was riding a horse. The knight who came up, Bill gave him honor, after which he introduced himself, adding that he was responsible for the control of the gate. Meanwhile, Asen looked at the huge portal in surprise, which he saw for the first time in his life. Then the guy asked them to get out of the road because his people blocked the passage. Bill was surprised by such a request, while Viscount Sun ordered the intersection of the gates. At that very moment, the knights invited the guy to take care of their horses and leave them for supervision. But to the general surprise, Asen sharply swung his foot, hitting Bill directly in the face, from which he flew to the ground. The annoyed guy tried to remind him of his place because he dared to ask him to dismount. The knight wanted to explain the situation to him, but he did not want to listen to anything, deciding to talk with his captain. Dissatisfied with the behavior of the nobleman, Bill warned him, and not his fault that the horses would go crazy as soon as they enter there. Asen does not know that on the other side, the high level of the concentration of mana, so it is forbidden to take horses with him. Even if he is lucky, and he will survive, he cannot be avoided, and it seems that this knight will make many sacrifices. The guy asked what exactly was waiting for them for the gates, to which he heard that only orcs or goblins. However, he was not satisfied with such a situation, because he thought to profit from treasures without entering the battle. If Raoul Ashton did not interfere with his feat, then Asen would become the hero of the capital, killed a couple of monsters. He decided to lower him from heaven to earth, closing the remaining gates, so he ordered his soldiers. Marco, the Imperial Guardsman, warned him that it could be dangerous, and it was better to send the scouts forward. However, the guy answered displeasedly that having become vent to fear, they would not be able to clean the gates. After all, what people will think about them if they cannot figure out even such a trifle? But suddenly Marco grabbed the weapon, asking the master to stand behind him, which he could frighten the nobles. At that very moment, everyone noticed how monsters began to come out from behind the trees and immediately grabbed the weapons. Asen trembled in an instant and was scared because he first met with monsters and face to face. Meanwhile, Marco loudly ordered everyone to remain calm, remain in positions, and prepare for battle. Sometime after Raoul, the information came that the knights entered the gates of the F rank and simply disappeared. Everyone understood that it sounds absurd to all the detachments that crossed the gates as they failed through the ground. Over the past couple of days, 10 detachments have disappeared. Each of them received an order to clean the gate. The guy suggested that the gates are transformed and eliminated any incoming one, but this is characteristic only of high-ranking gates. Perhaps there is something inside that he could miss. Bernard immediately noticed a confusion on the Mr. S face. Suddenly, the guy ordered him to collect the best knights, including Homer, which surprised his subordinate. When asked why such seriousness, Raoul confidently replied that they would conduct a rescue operation. Sometime later, Dalton fought fiercely with Stump's monsters, being covered with their mucus. He asked Raoul with a displeased tone whether the gate was always so boring and dirty inside. It was strange that he expected something else, because they could not know in advance which area awaits them. He warned in advance that they were not going to play toys, and this is an extremely serious matter. The rank of gate does not correspond to the level of preparation of Dalton, but given the lack of experience, this is the best place to work out. At the same moment, Philip approached them and reported that the scouts returned and brought them the news. As expected, the number of monsters discovered decreased, which means that they are preparing for an attack. Raoul has already received information regarding these gates, and their maximum capacity ended 300 people. Firstly, no one except the conquerors should cross them, and secondly, this is a clear trap. The guy was ready to argue that the monsters did not expect that they themselves would be in her. A little later, they stopped opposite the forest area, and the guy decided that they would stop here. He turned to Homer, deciding to ask his opinion, but he was completely agreeing. In front of them is an open area with marshy areas, so this is a suitable place for them. They decided to start work, deciding that there will be their base, so everyone needs to take up positions. Dalton was interested in what he was going to do on this hill, and Raoul intended to build a fort here. After that, he asked to look carefully, and maybe he would learn something, and then began to concentrate mana. Dalton was dumbfounded by what he saw, while Raoul ordered the others to activate artifacts. When the rest of the knights obeyed, the terrain immediately shone, and the earth began to tremble. At that very moment, a magical seal appeared in the sky, from which the bricks supported by telekinesis began to pour. Raoul ordered to repeat the formation A, which they did in training, and move on to the main part. At that very moment, the bricks began to gently line up in a tall and thick wall. When Dalton opened his eyes, he found a huge fort in front of him, similar to an insurmountable fortress. He was hateful, but he can fulfill his task because it is better than sleeping in a tent. A height of 3 m width is 20. There is enough space for 100. It was an ideal base for meeting with enemies. Dalton suggested that Raoul plans for the siege, but did not think that the brother was so dangerous as to build the fort. The truth is that they all represent a risk to life, but the fort is necessary only for these gates. He needed a large number of artifacts to make bricks easier and less. Being a twist, he has repeatedly used this technique of high-ranking gates to reduce stripping time. For the sake of this moment, he specially trained members of the guild who were able to activate artifacts, but did not think that this would come in handy. At the moment, Dalton had many questions, but he decided to ask only one. Why do they need a fort at all? because he thought that they were going to look for missing people and save them. However, Raul firmly replied that it was precisely for this that he was needed, and all this is part of his plan. Everyone knew that forts are used to protect against the attack of enemies, which means that they would fight off someone. Perhaps the Rendels are sure that they are ready for everything, and do not even take into account the probability of failure. However, Ashton was somewhere more far-sighted, and this will help him turn the power of the enemy against him, and now he could only observe whose preparation would be more effective. Meanwhile, the mountains continued by Jack, a commander belonging to the Imperial Hound of the Kingdom of Reuben. A subordinate approached him and reported that they took them hostage as he ordered. The rescue detachment was already in place, and the number of fighters is about the same as the captured detachment. Intelligence is following them. The man hoped that they could entertain him, apparently tired of dealing with weaklings. But he suggested with a smile that they should follow the order of the captain and go hunting. But suddenly another subordinate appeared, bringing urgent application from intelligence regarding the rescue detachment. They say they hid in the fort and do nothing, which dumbfounded Jack. Meanwhile, Dalton complained about the boring because he did not subscribe to it and was not sure that they would come for them. Raul asked him not to relax much because enemies could appear at any time. It was clear that he had built a fort without reason, but it was damn interesting to know who their enemy actually was. Raul did not even think to hide it from him, after which he suggested that he ask them himself with a smile. At that very moment, Dalton turned his head and noticed a detachment suitable for them, and their faces were hidden by masks. At this time, Jack was angry when they managed to build a fort, but the subordinates did not know the answer. They were sure that they would catch them in a trap, but now they were obviously bended, realizing that they themselves had been hit by the Western. At that very moment, the guy gave a signal to the archers, each of which pulled the bowstring and waited for the next signal. Surely they did not expect them to arrange a siege on the gates. If so, they would take advantage of the enemy confusion. Raul noticed that their commander had a quick-tempered character, so he decided to tease him a little more. He turned loudly to him, asking why the Imperial Shavings walk here without a leash. In this pointless equipment, they look like mentally retarded, and perhaps they even got lost. With an evil smile, Jack looked at him, suggests that this guy belongs to the family of Ashton. He realized that this boy was not thin to dare him, even in such a situation. Therefore, the man said that he would be happy to destroy them, and Raul would kill them personally. Jack decided to get this fort for himself, and then gave a signal to his warrior, sending them to the attack. Raul smiled rather, because they fell into his trap, after which he took out the sword from the inventory. Dalton still did not understand what was happening here, but I was sure that these people arrived from the Empire. When the signal was given, the archers shot, but not a single shell hit the target, which dumbfounded the knights. They watched helplessly as opponents with daggers in their hands approached them, intending to kill. At that very moment, Dalton entered the battle and defended his comrades, who were threatened with an inevitable fate. The guy was very angry, concluding that it was more pleasant to deal with the toads than with them. At this time, Jack noticed another upstart, deciding that it would be even more interesting than he expected. After that, he invited them to show a little respect and gave a signal to his warrior, who began to blow into the horn. This signal immediately called on the monsters who arose behind Jack, and as if obeying him. The man was glad to see discouraged faces, deciding that they would finally bite their tongue. Dalton strained when he saw monsters in front of him, but Raul specified that these were Imperial soldiers. From the last meeting, they were accurately pumped, and now, probably, this is their best warriors. In this case, everything will go like clockwork. Frightened archers began to scream in a panic, but they were ordered to gather and not to panic. Dalton was now noticeably tense because he did not understand the people who created such insurance people. When the monsters went on the attack, Philip gave the order to prevent them from approaching the fort. The archers again opened fire, but the thick skin of monsters easily broke the arrow. It is useless to fight against them, and even ordinary weapons does not scratch them. Dalton immediately turned to Raul, because he definitely had to have a plan if he looked so confident. The guy grabbed the sword, but now he will need help, which he is forced to ask his comrade. Dalton perked up, because for the sake of this he came here, so he was ready to fulfill any assignment. However, at the same moment the monsters reached the walls and began to destroy them with their bare hands, even more scary archers. Philip again ordered them to hold their positions, after which he gave a signal to the spearmen to start the attack. Jack looked at them with a smile, because they thought they would hide in the fort and everything would be in chocolate. However, now he decided to show them that the joke with the Empire is bad, about to completely destroy the fort. Suddenly his smile immediately disappeared when he discovered that Raul and Dalton rushed right on the monsters. They decided to attack at the same time, attacking the collarbone of the monster, but he did not take the eyebrow. Dalton was dumbfounded because his sword does not take them. Too strong armor, so that they will have to sweat. Jack laughed again, because they came here instead of defending the fort, respected their nonsense. With these words, he began to annoy Dalton more than monsters, but he no longer complained to listen to this nonsense. However, Raul remained calm and squeezed the sword tightly, intending to shut his mouth to him right now. His comrade remembered how he told him that he had complete freedom of action, and that was exactly what was needed. Then they again attacked the monster, but this time they did not put much more strength, managing to break through his armor. Suddenly they divided, simultaneously attacking different monsters in order to deal with them faster. Jack stunnedly watched Raul easily dealt with one of his soldiers. At that very moment, Dalton easily dealt with another monster, thereby enjoying the sense of battle. The knights who were watching them immediately began to support them, admiring the power of their master. At that very moment, Raul noticed that the opponents were calmed down. We will decide that it was all their combat power. And then what was then yelling about the glory of the Emperor, if their devotion to the Lord depends on the presence of magic warriors. Jack was angry at first, but suddenly he realized that it was becoming interesting, and finally he could have fun. He should have thanked the Ashton family for providing him with a truly worthy enemy. Dalton realized that if he commanded the Imperial Army, it means stronger than these monsters, and offered Raul help. However, the guy assured that he would cope himself, noting that his comrade had just a suitable opponent. He turned his head. Two guys noticed an Imperial soldier who was walking towards them, who was much stronger than the previous ones. He was smaller, but well-armed, but a smile appeared on Dalton's face when he felt an impending fun. He asked Raul not to worry about him, and it is better to concentrate on teaching the leader. Nevertheless, he is the grandson of Templeton. Let this be his first reel, but it seems that you can rely on him. Then the guy turned to Jack, drawing the conclusions that the rear was covered, and it was time for them to end with it. He changed before the man for his expectation, after which he suggested starting the long-awaited battle. First of all, Jack asked his name, and the guy immediately introduced himself, showing respect. Everyone in the Empire has heard about his family, and they say that he uses a two-handed sword, but a man believes that this is not so. The guy thought he was talking too much, and he looks like a gorilla that he does not make him a pleasant conversationalist. However, he should not look at him down. His characteristics and level are similar to the indicators of an advanced expert of the sword. But nevertheless, he is the strongest of all the opponents with whom he had to fight. Now Jack was looking at two young gentlemen from noble families in one day. For him, it was a jackpot. However, Raul focused on his strong characteristics and power armor, deciding not to lose vigilance. However, increasing the level, the guy improved his characteristics and also invested in equipment. Therefore, he also has something to brag about, and he wanted to show what a rebirth, fully equipped player is capable of. Jack drew attention to his mana blade, and immediately realized that he was not a typical saliva nobleman. It seemed to him very entertaining, and perhaps Raul would even manage to entertain him a little. Starting to concentrate mana in his sword, the man specified that he was not restrained in his rules. After that, he rushed forward, asking the guy not to cry when he knocked him down with one blow. However, Raul did not take this provocation, preparing to defend himself from a power attack. Meanwhile, Dalton fought fiercely with the monster, and this was his first serious enemy in a long time. The heavily armed soldier held well and did not allow his defense to break through, trying to counterattack. The guy did not want to deliver a serious blow, but the monster put up the shield, which is why everything went around the drain. Dalton was surprised that the monster knew that, having encountered Mana's blade, his shield would collapse. The soldier wanted to catch him on the hitch and waved his bulava, but the guy managed to bounce in time. He is with a brainless with everyone. It will not just defeat him only with rude power, and you need to urgently come up with something. However, if the guy runs away now, not having repulsed the Imperial Hound, the old man will not leave him alone. At that very moment, he became interested in how Raul, it seems, is much more difficult for him now than him. Meanwhile, Jack attacked the guy with might and main, with a wide smile on his face, preventing him from taking a break. The man noticed that he was well able to imitate the enemy's movements, but that's all he is capable of. Raul understood that his opponent was quickly and strong, only one blunder, and he would definitely come to an end. At that moment, he took on the blow of the sword Jack, who put almost all the strength into this blow. The guy unnaturally dodged, removing the enemy's sword to the side, thereby compensating for damage. This amused the man, because Raul surpassed his expectations. He almost sorry to kill him. He loves to watch how people from the kingdom continue to defend themselves, unable to do something else. The guy did not understand how much you could chat, because at such a pace, mental damage was provided to him. But the main problem is another. The longer and heavier the battle, the more the replacement trembles. If he activates him, then he will probably complete the battle at the same second, but his associates can suffer. Because he cannot take full control over him, it is necessary to distract them in order to win the time. At that very moment, Bernard turned to him on the voice communications, hoping that the master hears him. He gave that the situation is settled, the captives were saved, and the enemy is completely defeated. The plan is successfully implemented, and therefore nothing will prevent them from using all the remaining forces. Seeing a smile on the guy's face, Jack asked how a plan of salvation, because they only do that they take care of their skins. But at the same second, Surprise appeared on his face when the guy extended his hand in front of him, concentrating mana. Raul told him that they did not protect their skins, and all this time, the plan was in the process of implementation. And now when it is fulfilled, the moment of the real battle has come, and he can try to attack again. A little earlier, the Marco group was completely exhausted when she fought against masked people. One of them turned to them, saying that it is true that they say that the aristocrat not to occupy. But now they are standing, surrounded by knights, and shaking with fear, not knowing what to do and how to get out. Marco asked the master to remain calm, because at such moments it is important to be able to pull himself together. They could not expect that the Empire was involved in this matter, and they so easily fell into their trap. Suddenly the knight said that they were not going to kill them, but if they resist, they must blame themselves. But why did they decide that the young master would be quite enough, and he could get rid of his guards? After that, he ordered his subordinates to capture the noblemen and destroy the rest. But as soon as they approached, they immediately attacked them from afar, piercing their bodies with arrows. Turning around, they saw Jake, Philip, Pierce, and Bernard, who came to the rescue. The warrior shouted loudly, attracting attention, while the masked man tried to raise who they were. Meanwhile, the Pierce silently attacked opponents who wanted to reduce the distance with him. Bernard and Jake also entered the battle, attacking the knights and monsters while they were disoriented. Nor a moment they defeated a warrior owning magic, and he did not even have time to use the mana blade. At that very moment, Jake turned to the man in the mask, who disagreed a little, although he did not want to arrange a mess. However, one villain will be enough for interrogation, and he can be left alive, and there is no need to regret the rest. Marco recognized the knight from the Order of the Golden Bear, decided that the knights of the first guild came to save them. Suddenly, Josh turned to Asen, noticing his jerking his knees because he could not stand on his feet in such a situation. Apparently, not all young gentlemen are as bold as them, but Pierce added that there is not even anyone to compare with. Asen only scaredly looked at his saviors, not finding words to answer. He could not believe that only a few warriors destroyed the monster and elite soldiers of the Empire, dressed in power armor. Now he realized what the first guild of Raul Eston, about which there were so many rumors, was. It was at this time that Bernard contacted the master, reporting on the settlement of the situation and saved captives. The plan was successfully fulfilled, and now Raul could only defeat Jack and his henchmen. He told the enemy that the team had already coped with the task, and it was simple because they threw all their strength here. Grabbing the captives, they focused on the attack of the fort and perhaps forgot why they appeared. They were too self-confident and thought that everything was seized, but they themselves fell into a trap. But suddenly Jack smiled, realizing that the development of an effective plan is not his strength. Hiding and installing traps is not at all fun, and he prefers an open battle more. The time has come to act in his style, and then he began to transform into the monster, increasing his strength. Now nothing restrained him, and he decided to fight in full force, not giving the enemy a chance. At that very moment, Raul realized that Jack would use a ghostly blade, but he was already familiar with this ability. Being a twist, he dealt several times with this unusual technique of Imperial Knights. It was an awesome wave of the blade that moved in a chaotic direction. The guy had been waiting for a long time when the man was using it, and at that moment his eyes acquired a yellow tint. Jack decided to start the battle, after which he rushed to the attack, immediately starting to wave the blade. Raul prepared to defend himself, but Jack began to attack from the distance, sending energy blows to him. The man thought that he managed to knock down the arrogance from the guy because he only manages to block. While Raul reflected the blows, he considered the increasing interest that meant charging the imitator. When the number reached 100, the guy released a huge amount of energy that pushed his enemy. The activation was completed. Raul was satisfied because now you can work with this, after which he decided to attack himself. At this time, Dalton continued to fight the monster, trying to catch him by mistake, but to no avail. His attacks were too weak, and besides, the monster managed to counterattack him, waved Bulava on a chain. The guy quickly dodged that he only angered a knight more strongly, who could not get through a small bug. He was quick and smart enough to build a strategy, although his attack tactics are simple. However, the danger is a mace surrounded by mana. In this, the guy is inferior to him, because he does not own the blade of mana. Now there was only one question of how to win it, and Dalton decided to get out with improvised means. Meanwhile, the knight standing on the wall of the fort watched this fight, realizing that the guy had a hard time. One of them decided to help, but Philip was ordered not to intervene in the course of the battle, so they remain in place and wait. They fulfilled the most important part. The captives are saved. Now they can only trust the young master. But suddenly Dalton himself turned to him, which surprised the knight, who silently watched what was happening. When he responded, the blonde-haired guy said with a smile that he had a request for him. He asked to tell the others to grab more strongly for something, because now he would begin to shake a little. He intended to use the fort, compensating for the lack of his strength with a cunning ingenuity. When Philip realized what the guy was driving at, he immediately ordered everyone to bend down and prepare for a push. The knights immediately grabbed the edges of the walls so as not to fall, and prepared for an impending shake. Dalton noticed that he was making a quick prepared everyone, and it became clear why Raul relies on his subordinates without any problems. At that very moment, he pulled out the blade in front of the monster, offering him to begin to implement the plan, although he did not understand anything. Reining forward, the guy with a smile suggested that the monster try to fight back this time. The enemy knight reacted instantly and put up a shield in front of him, and Dalton hit him with all his might. Using the impulse, he bounced a sufficient distance, resting on the wall to which he was attributed. Then he jumped up, while the monster instead of him hit the wall of the macer, and after that he fell down, attacking his neck. When Dalton sank to the ground, the monster was already lying and did not even have time to understand when he was defeated. It was risky, but still it worked, though the wall was a little damaged, but it seems nothing to worry about. The knights discussed that despite the fact that this was his first real battle, he kept confidently. It looked even slightly proud, but he is a wolf of the Templeton clan and the grandson of the master of the sword. At that moment, Raul turned his head, noting that Dalton successfully coped with his enemy. It's time for them to round up, because how much you can stand idle when everyone around has already finished their battle. Jack was completely in solidarity and asked the guy not even to hope for victory, because it is pointless. The man noticed that Raul was well simulated his technique, but repeating the same movements is not enough. Having caught fire, Jack decided to show him the difference between them and destroy the arrogant aristocrat. At that very moment, their blades clashed, but not one of them was going to give in to his opponent. Raul continued to beat off attacks and tried to stay away, trying to break the enemy's balance. Suddenly, the guy sent an energy blow to Jack, but he managed to dodge the last seconds. When Raul showed him his abilities, he decided to ask if he caught the difference in their strength. It was quite tolerable, strong and easy to use the skill. He had not come across something worthwhile for a long time. But suddenly the system gave an error due to unacceptable actions and wanted to remove the imbezer's skill. Raul was dumbfounded because he did not understand what unacceptable actions he took since the imitator could not use. Jack looked at him inquiringly, not understanding why the guy's mood changed dramatically. The system began the search for another skill, and Raul was upset that he would lose a valuable skill without even using it properly. But it seems he can apply it until there is an alternative, during which time he is obliged to complete the battle. Now he did not care, because he decided to squeeze out of this skill everything that he could while there is time. At that very moment, Raul rushed into battle, but Jack instantly blocked the first attack. The man noticed that the guy suddenly became too aggressive and decided to accelerate, but it is not clear why. He intended to attack, but immediately froze when he noticed a sword in the air, flying on him from the back. Jack barely managed to dodge, trying to figure out where this blade came from, because there was no one next to them. But when he raised his head up, he noticed a dozen swords who soared over him, taking him in the sight. While he was trying to understand what was happening, Raul with a mockery noticed that he had tunnel vision. Initially, Jack wanted to see what the guy was capable of, and now he was ready to show him his strength. Reflecting the blades flying into it, the man was dissatisfied with such ridiculous tricks. However, he was upset that it was all that Raul was capable of, deeply disappointed in him. Continuing to fight back, he urged the guy to tie up with tricks and fight like a real man. He did not have time for the game, so he demanded to fight for the full, but Raul ignored him. The guy immediately realized that now is the time, after which he prepared 2 axes behind the opponent. As soon as he had time, Jack put his sword in front of him, blocking the axes that pressed him with high strength. At first he decided that these were another tricks, but then he realized his mistake when he noticed Raul attacking him from behind. While Jack was busy with axes, his back was completely open, which the guy took advantage of, waved his sword. However, the improvised skill was not enough to break its force's armor, even using a mana blade. But this does not mean that he will not find a way to win, after which he released his sword from his hands, raising it with telekinesis. The man was surprised that the guy managed to hurt him, but this does not mean that their fight would end there. But suddenly he deviated back when he noticed that Raul's sword was rushing towards his head, almost touching her. At that moment, the guy already reduced the distance with him, pointing to his significant strength, but excess talkativeness. As promised earlier, Raul was still able to close his mouth, striking his fist and trampling Jack directly into the ground. After a couple of seconds' convulsions, the man's body stopped moving while Raul watched his last moments. Given the complexity of the battle, the guy could only imagine how his level increased. Suddenly, the system notified him of the appearance of another skill, and Raul realized that he had fallen in time with Jack. But now an alternative skill was found for him, and the guy found a shining aura of rank A+. It was so unexpected that Raul fell into a stupor. He tried to understand how he managed to get her. A shining aura is a top-level skill, available only to the strongest of the sacred knights. It allows you to use large-scale cleansing spells, blessings, and healing, but he rarely met it in a past life. It was an incredible success that now this aura was so easily in his hands, and he was ready to use it to the full. However, Raul did not expect that in the team, the invaders would arrange an ambush inside, and so brazenly attack them. They carefully prepared, and an experienced strategist is probably involved here, so you need to be on the alert. At that very moment, Dalton approached him, showing the delight that he received, looking at their battle. He mentioned a blow to his face, due to the inability to break through the force armor, but as Dalton used the wall, was cooler. But now they were over, which means that their mission was completed successfully, and they can return. Raul agreed with him with a smile, adding that he helped a lot, for which he thanked his comrade. Dalton went for the sake of fun, but could not tarnish the name of his family. The old man would have killed him if he had served aside. He showed himself much better than Raul expected, and he could not even believe that this was his first serious battle. If he enters the ranks of the first guild, they will become even stronger, and will be able to repulse any enemy. At that very moment, Philip turned his head and told the master that the lifeguard returned. Then Jake, with a smile on his face, announced the end of the mission, but the rest were much dark. The knight added that while he is on the assignment, there can be no problems, and everything went without a bitch. There are no wounded, but there are several dead. Perhaps they will need help to transfer the body. Asanen doubted this moment, but Raul Truth turned out to be a master and earned this title with his own labor. While he was thinking about it, Dalton turned to him, thereby even more frightening the aristocrat. The guy did not expect that he was one of the hostages, and that Vicanism Currington was involved in this. Turning his head, Asen could not expect that Dalton Templeton was one of Raul's knights. Stunningly looking at the blonde, he tried to realize how influential this guy was. Hiding his sword in the inventory, Raul announced that the captives were saved and the Imperial hounds were neutralized. And he also received an amazing skill, but the rest to know about this early, and he is more than pleased with the results. At that very moment, with a smile on his face, but there was an order to return, after which the whole team headed for the exit. The next day, Raul asked his comrades what happened to the Imperial soldiers taken hostage. Philip replied that they secretly redirected them to Mr. Gray, as was ordered initially. But they were unchanged, apparently. The Empire imposed a spell on it, blocking the mind in case of capture. Without the help of Gray, it will be difficult to draw out of them at least some information, and it is not the fact that he will find a solution. It is only known about their motives that they were disguised in custody in order to get into the city. A large-scale internal check is planned, and this is all the information that they have, so it will be difficult to determine the motive. I would like to have more specific data, however. As in the case of Gates, I will only have to assume. Their method of work is very accurate and dangerous. For the next attack, they will need more information. Looking at his reflection in the cup, the guy understood that he had to find a way out of this difficult situation. After that, he suggested leaving the kingdom and Gray, remembering that tomorrow there would be a ceremony for the knights. The capital is now restless, so the ceremony will be small and quiet, so as not to cause unnecessary hype. Raul decided that they were waiting for a real inspection, and not just a pathos performance, but even better. Nevertheless, this is a significant event, so you need to prepare for it properly and do not fall into the dirt face. The most influential families and knights of the kingdom will gather at the ceremony. The first guild will first reach a large stage. They are obliged to make a good impression that the rumor of them scatters throughout the kingdom and reaches the empire. They are literally obliged to show them the greatness of the first guild, which will be chanted in every corner of the continent. The next day, before the ceremony, the people who gathered at this event turned their heads with surprise. At their faces, delight immediately appeared when they noticed the masters of Raul, after which they began to give them honors. Young girls immediately began to scream with joy, urging the guy to look in their direction and pay attention to them. Raul tried to look as friendly as possible, waving his hand to everyone in order to express his gratitude to them. Suddenly, some girls who noticed Josh began to scream that a guy with red hair was a real handsome man. Other knights saw confusion on his face, suggesting that he was given such a warm welcome for the first time. Then he was asked to get used to it, because for mercenaries working under the flag of the first guild, this is a common thing. They added to him that he deserved it and should not be modest, so Josh was not visible, smiled, and waved his hand. Now he was sincerely glad that he had joined the first guild, listening to how a whole crowd praises them. When they got to the place, they did not expect that so many participants would collect, because even free knights arrived. Some knights drew attention to the arrived guild, which solved the problem with the gates. However, they did not see anything incredible in them, because, according to the rumors, among them, there are few official knights. Raul immediately noticed that they attracted sufficient attention, which was very good for starters. They are here to show what they are capable of, and it's even good that everyone has heard about them. At that very moment, the man behind him was glad that he had a chance to see the revered defender of the Turim in person. When Raul turned around, the stranger greeted him, introducing himself as Minister of Finance, Jerry DePlank. He heard that the guy played an important role in a recent incident with the gates, after which he offered to talk alone. Such an unexpected acquaintance instantly strained Raul, who frowned, trying to understand what he needed. In fact, he had long wanted to get to know him, but the guy was constantly in business and concerns. He also heard that Raul was participating in the ceremony, and here he is, in order not to miss such a chance. According to the captain of the capital's guard, most of the finance department is concentrated in the hands of Rendell. And this Jerry Plank probably too, since he arrived to personally meet him, he could not cost one greeting. Maybe he wants to reveal his plans. An involuntary smile appeared from these thoughts on Raul's face. The guy drew sharply, saying that the master exaggerates about the hero of the capital because any aristocrat would have done the same. The whole capital is trumpeting about his exploits and the achievements of his knights, so he should not be modest. Yes, and rumors about his exclusivity did not take. All the knights want to be like him. Raul exchanged courtesy, replied that only thanks to the finance department has the knights. Contrary to a good-natured smile, Jerry suspiciously thought that this guy was smarter than it seemed at first glance. He knows very well that because of the Rendell, the Department of Finance is hostile to him. However, it still behaves as if nothing had happened, and now it is clear why few people get along with him. Suddenly, the guy stated that he had one question for him, that he had a little out of his rut. Raul reached the information that their department forbade the first guild to cross the gate, and he wanted to know if he knew anything about it. Jerry shuddered, wondering that Raul was not at all hesitate to ask such questions, and did not intend to build a fool out of himself. Or he is trying to show that he has reason to consider them enemies, hiding behind the mask of friendliness. This made the man involuntarily clench his fist when he realized how cunning Raul was. He pretended to hear about this for the first time, but their organization has nothing to do with such matters. Then Jerry asked the reverse question whether they managed to find out something Imperial soldiers, but did not receive a detailed answer. He suggested that they just wanted to annoy them, and this incident cannot be called a full-fledged invasion. However, Raul was sure that they climbed quite far and so easily penetrated their territory. All this caused the feeling that someone had helped them from the kingdom and remained unpunished. But at the same moment the guy laughed, explaining that this was just an assumption because this is simply impossible. Jerry got angry, but realized why the people were calling him as a protector of the Tarim. It was not for nothing that he went such a way for a meeting with him. But now he asked for permission to leave him and hoped that the master would be able to split the captives. Raul frowned, because the fact that Alfredo took up the captives holds on the strictest secret. Then he suggested after the man that the Department of Finance was aware of many things, including captives. Stopping, Jerry answered in the affirmative, because they play an important role in the structure of the kingdom. The guy did not see his displeased face when he said that he was pleased to chat and he wanted to meet again. Clutching his hand to the blood, the man thought that Raul surpassed all his expectations, so he wanted to destroy him with pleasure. However, the guy read his thoughts and deciding that the empty three was always an important skill for playing Connect. He did not know how the plank was connected with the Empire, but since then, they would insert their sticks into the wheels even more. They can try, but just the first guild will not give up. At the same second, some man watched Raul from afar. At this time, the knight announced that the competition of mentors was about to begin and asked all the participants to gather in the lobby. Jake exclaimed joyfully, because he waited a very long time to see him firsthand. Now he was enthusiastic, although he was recently indignant that he did not subscribe to this, but having come here, he changed his mind. This ceremony means much more to them than it seems. It is an opportunity to show their talents and skills. They probably noticed with what neglect they glance at them, but everything goes according to his plan. Only fear is missing, and their goal is to make everyone be afraid, because fear will put the beginning of respect. The first guild must be printed in their memory, so that they forever find out what they are capable of. After that, Raul suggested leaving Philip for the main one, because he himself wants to climb the stands. Jake began to grumble something with Philip, but he asked him not to underestimate them and focus on goals. Seeing the mood of the subordinates, the guy realized that he could rely on them and no longer worry. For now he has other concerns. At the same moment he looked at the man who has long been following him. This man was Elias, who was always looking around. I hoped that no one would detect him. However, he flinched when he heard Raul's voice, and his question was whether he received why he came. The guy sincerely did not understand why these ancestors, because if he has questions, he could ask them right in his eyes. The dumbfounded man tried to understand how this guy was here, because he did not even notice him. Raul admitted that it was quite difficult to reveal him, because he was disguised well and hides in the crowd. As expected from the leader of the best information organization, and finding the presence of a faceless is not so simple. After the praise, the guy suggested ending these games and talk seriously, as was originally required. Raul decided to postpone courtesy and ask directly why the Wings of Freedom are so actively a trace of him. He hopes to solve this issue peacefully because he has no desire to use force in a public place. Elias was silent for some time, trying to choose the words because he did not want to say anything superfluous. The guy should know that they do not have the right to disclose information, and however, he has no choice. Since the head of the Wings of Freedom himself got down to business, we can assume that a problem arose in the guild. The man was surprised that he understood everything so quickly, but did not show, trying to hide the tension. Looking at Raul, he realized that the rumors did not lie, and this guy had a sharp mind and a business grip. To the surprise of the guy, Elias agreed because he has no reason to evasion from the answer, so he will tell everything. Having removed the hood, he confirmed that he was the head of the guild, known for the nickname Faceless. Raul was glad that he quickly realized the situation, and now he wanted to find out why they were following him. But before explaining, it is worth eliminating the misunderstanding that arose. Elias studied him, but his original goal was another. The man he met today, Jerry DePlank, this man is much more dangerous than he thinks. Meanwhile, in the arena, the audience enthusiastically watched the battle of Jake from the first guild against another knight. He won another victory, and now everyone was sure that the famous knights were not suitable for them. The defeated knight did not understand how he managed to move so quickly with this giant sword. Meanwhile, Jake invited him to give up, but if he wants to continue the battle with his bare hands, he does not mind. The defeated warrior surrendered, because of which the next victory went to the first guild. The knight raised his hands up. The Pierce noticed that his comrade is again arrogant, and it is necessary that someone put him up. Meanwhile, Philip noticed an empty place and realized that the master was late, although he emphasized the importance of the ceremony. He frowned, suggesting that something could happen, and Raul could get into trouble while they were not nearby. Meanwhile, the guy was surprised that the Information Guild believes that Jerry needs to be afraid. After all, if their guess is true, they pose a great threat to the entire kingdom. By them, Elias implied Imperial Hounds, about which Raul had to be heard. A special unit of the Scouts of the Empire, whose existence is considered a myth, since there is no information about them. The man confirmed this, and since the guy is in the know, it will be easier for him to explain everything. Recently, many small guilds have been subjected to water, however. Since the attackers left no traces, the investigation has come to a standstill. They allow this phenomenon by hunting for guilds, and now they suspect that this is the work of Imperial Hounds. The Wings of Freedom became their next goal, and not so long ago, Elias personally encountered them face to face. However, Raul still did not understand and hear the Viscount Plank and what it is related to this matter. This was just an assumption, but many representatives of the nobility of the kingdom secretly cooperate with the Empire. And the Plank is one of them, because there are a lot of grounds to think so, and it is advisable not to have any business with this person. The Department of Finance on a short leg with many families that affect the safety of capital. Also, on their part, an intervention occurred during an incident with the gate. They tried to impose the ban on the first guild, but it is not clear why to limit the rights of those who have provided the greatest support in resolving the situation with the gates. Immediately after this, the detachment that he came to reconnaissance was ambushed, after which they were immediately captured. However, families supporting the finance department did nothing for their salvation. And as soon as he knew that Imperial Hounds were behind everything, the department immediately took measures to keep it secret. It can be concluded that a person who maintains a connection with the Empire is most likely a member of the finance department. Raul guessed that the head of the Information Guild was in the know of many things, including a recent incident. But they don't know for sure that the mole is hiding there, and it may be the one whom they do not even suspect. At that very moment, the man suggested that it could be Raul Ashton, a master of the first guild. The guy first frowned and then smiled, considering it funny, but still asked why they thought so. And they explained to him that the first guild arose from nowhere and reached great heights in the shortest possible time. But they showed themselves best when the gates opened. This unprecedented case shocked everyone except the first guild. They seemed to know in advance what they were destined to encounter, starting from the location of the gate and ending with the power of the monsters. Everything looked as if they were well aware of the upcoming invasion. Raul replied that their suspicions were unsuccessful because they could sow chaos and then stop him, earned universal recognition. Then he decided that it would be easier to show him to explain in words, but thereby he surprised Elias. At that very moment, the guy waved his hand, offering him to become a member of their guild to find out the truth. Raul directly invited him to check if he was with Imperial dogs or holds them by the throat. Elias did not expect that Raul would invite him to join his guild because he is the head of another guild. It seems that a misunderstanding arose, and he suspects him, but the guy replied that the decision remained behind him. The Wings of Freedom no longer exist, and he just needs experienced informants, so it was a profitable deal. He can suspect a guy as much as he likes, but in fact, Raul and his guild made the most to protect the kingdom. Suddenly, they turned their heads towards the arena, hearing loud cries, and the man decided that Raul was time for the ceremony. After all, he heard that she is very important for the guy and his knights, but he proposed to finish the conversation. His people are fighting to achieve the official recognition of society, but he behaves rather carelessly. But the point was that Raul trusts them. His presence does not play a role, because they, one way or another, will win. The ceremony is involved in the famous knights from all over the kingdom, and this guy can underestimate them. Raul knows that his guys will not be easy, but he believes in them, because they went sideways through many battles. Elias was surprised at his confidence, and at the same moment he agreed to collaborate a little with him. But he needs time to think about his proposal for joining the first guild, because this is a very important choice. Then the man pulled the hood, "Go out," because he does not like to linger for too long in one place. Raul said goodbye to the faceless, adding that he made the right choice, and he suggested calling him Cain. The meeting was successful, because the guy would like to have a good informant. I eventually got the very master of the Wings of Freedom. Now he hoped that his subordinates would forgive his absence, because it was important to solve this issue now. However, he cannot miss the entire ceremony, so now he will go and see how the guys are doing. Meanwhile, a guy from the Rendell clan fought in the arena, who easily dealt with his opponent. The audience was delighted, watching the guy delayed another victory, remaining unharmed. He again applied an indestructible blow to the falling star, and only the first guild can cope with them by force. Jake noticed great aggressiveness from Rendell, thus trying to make an impression to the public. Only they and Rendell remained not defeated, but they still had no chance to fight them. It is impossible, they avoid them. However, judging by their hostile attitude, they plan to lay out in the full battle with the first guild. At that very moment, they turned to Josh, who looked nervous, interested in his mood. The approaching Raul with a smile added that he was obliged, because otherwise they will have problems. His opponent should be the so-called genius, the 10th son of Viscount Rendell Roy. You will have to sweat, but it is quite realistic to defeat it. The main thing is not to show the slack and not retreat. After all, he is probably glad that he got a beginner of low origin, and therefore may not relax in time. The guy asked him to demonstrate his skills and show what he was standing. It immediately cheered Josh. One of the knights was interested in whether the master was sure, because Rendell would surely try to kill him. However, Raul asked him not to worry because Josh would not lose, even if he wanted. Meanwhile, the audience could not believe that Rendell and the first guild would finally converge in a duel. Roy was unhappy because he thought he was waiting for a battle with the first guild, but he was thrown by some plebeian, so it was not interesting. So he decided to end him with one blow, so as not to lose precious time. Josh knew that an aristocrat who was clearly stronger than any of the enemies with whom he had to fight. However, he cannot give up. He is already an unusual boy, and not a mercenary but a member of the first guild. Now he must win the sake of the master and his comrades, and therefore the guy picked up his sword and got into the rack. Roy was the first to attack, but Josh managed to return and reflect the blow of the sword, remaining unharmed. He managed to track the movement of the enemy sword, but he decided to increase the pressure and attacked again. And everyone was dumbfounded that Josh blocked absolutely all the blows and did not even look tired. Roy was even more angry, but the enemy decided to catch him on this, after which he framed the bandwagon. He drops him to the ground. Josh himself was also surprised that this is all that this Rendell could, although he expected something more complicated. But in reality, there is a lot of his every movement and does not feel at all, which at times facilitates the battle. If he is not capable of more, then he is provided with victory, which means that you can no longer worry. Spectators could not believe that the offspring of Rendells could not fight back and is now in a hopeless position. Roy got angry because right now a miserable plebeian dared to disgrace him in front of a huge crowd. However, Josh did not know that he was obliged to take care of the feelings of his opponent, not wanting to adapt to his mood. It didn't matter to him who was facing him, because all the participants in the tournament fight on an equal footing. Although this is just an imitation of a real battle, Josh treats the match seriously, and he does not have time to follow the manners. A dispute who is an aristocrat and who is commoner does not make sense. It is only important which of them is stronger. With these words, he knocked out the swarm even more, because of which he returned to the attack again, ordering him to shut up. But now Josh with complete confidence took a blow, putting a sword in front of him, not seeing a serious enemy in it. Jake thought that this guy is a genius and there is nothing special in him, although he was considered a skilled fighter among the Rendells. But the point was that Josh was much stronger than him and surpassed all their expectations. Perhaps Roy decided that he would overcome him if he immediately acted hard, but he miscalculated. Josh successfully fulfilled the mission of his gates, and now he will never lose because he is full of confidence. Now it was his turn to go on the attack, and his blows were so strong that Roy was thrown into several meters. Reducing the distance, Josh asked how much you could put the block, asking for really. Rendell suddenly became more difficult to fight under the onslaught of an arrogant guy who was not going to retreat. He did not understand why this mercenary waves his fists where it is customary to demonstrate the skills of owning a sword. It was not a street brawl, but he did not succeed in turning the course of the battle in his direction. Josh told him that the real battle was conducted differently, and there is no concept of honor in it. In addition, he himself tried to kill him, but now the guy urged him to give up if this fight frightened him. Swinging his sword, Roy loudly stated that he would make him close his filthy mouth and then inflicted a blow. The audience was delighted with such a fight, looking at Rendell, who was not going to give up, and the spectacle became more and more interesting. Unlike the rest, he is probably persistent, therefore, he was nicknamed the genius among the Rendells. However, perseverance is not enough to defeat Josh. Something more is needed here than a simple ownership of a sword. At that very moment, the guy grabbed Roy by the chest and pulled him to him, painfully pushing his foreheads with him. This was enough to disorient the enemy who tried to understand what it was. Josh decided to mock him and asked to remember that sometimes he had to use his head in battle. Roy's rage was at the peak when he insulted the guy, complaining of his dirty tricks. He did not think that he was using this in a battle with the mob, but this arrogant guy left him no choice. He has already carried too many insults and therefore does not see the point of restraining and succumbing to provocations. At that very moment, Josh tensed, realizing that right now he will demonstrate the falling star of Rendell. Many glorious knights of the kingdom were defeated after the use of this technique. But if a genius comes into business, the blow should turn out even more, so he had to try to block it. Roy said that he would destroy him, adding that he had a great honor to die from Rendell's blade. While the enemy fled to him, Josh was delighted with his quick and frightening movements. But in comparison with what horrors and hardships he experienced on missions with the First Guild is nothing. Therefore, the guy suddenly rushed forward, reducing the distance and thereby surprising the opponent. Josh was enough to deliver one blow to completely stop Rendell, taking advantage of the surprise. The audience was dumbfounded by what they saw, while Roy finally insulted him before falling. Josh replied that he was chatting too much, but he did not understand that everyone was equal in a real battle. At that very moment, the entire arena was loudly announced that the First Guild won, and the audience burst into applause. No one could believe that he defeated the genius of the Rendell family, arranging a real show and showing the power of his guild. It was difficult to realize that the Rendell was defeated, and the nuclear newcomer lost about the rising talent. In the end, it was announced that the First Guild was the winner of this competition. Looking at Josh, Raoul nodded to him pretty, making it clear that he had handled perfectly and did everything right. The aristocrats discussed strong guys, realizing that the rumors did not lie, and now they believed that their master was the son of Count Eston. Those decided to send him a congratulatory letter and contact representatives of the Ashton clan from the capital. At this time, the head of the Rendell family, Hudson, was terribly dissatisfied with the losing of his son to this damn mercenary. After all, he ordered to kill him, or at least cripple him so much that he was not able to hold the sword. The man did not understand how Raoul managed to gather so many truly strong fighters without the help of his family. So the time has come to talk in the face, after which he decided to leave, because there is nothing more to look at. Hudson ordered his subordinate to leave someone for the main one, and he would take only a few knights with him. When asked where he was going, the man replied that he was to the finance department. He should see the bar. A few minutes later, Philip was already in the arena and fought with a knight armed with a two-handed axe. He easily blocked all the blows, taking the weapons of the opponents to the side, violating his balance. When the knight caught the enemy on the next mistake, he immediately waved his sword at full speed. However, he stopped the weapon as soon as it reached the body, so as not to cripple the knight who fought with him. Philip said that it was a glorious battle, which he did not like in another knight, but he was forced to surrender. When the First Guild was announced, his comrades immediately began to shout the words of support. Other aristocrats discussed how he crushed the advanced expert the sword, leaving no doubt. Suddenly, one of the men drew attention to people from the First Guild, noticing familiar faces. Then he turned to the Titus. I'm interested in what he could say about Raoul and his rather capable guys. He knew that in childhood, Raoul was calm and restrained, but the incident with the gates contributed to his growing up. Atan have always been enough to wave a sword somewhere in the field, and now this ambitious guy appeared among them. However, Jaden de Ashton, the ruler of Vikinism. Jaden was not the only one who was interested in Raoul. Medeiros, the commander of the Sacred Knights, also heard that in the capital they are called the best guild of the kingdom. Carson added that the only influential family that took part in the ceremony is Rendell, but the rest did not appear. However, it was difficult to choose the best guild without taking into account 4 military families, although it was amazed that the newcomers defeated the Rendells. Then they turned to Gray because Raoul studies at his academy, and he had to know about it. The man confirmed this information, adding that he had already communicated with him personally. Everyone immediately became interested in what kind of person he is, in response to which they only got an ambiguous smile. Gray, before answering, also wanted to ask him a question, to which he had long wanted to hear the answer. In a completely calm tone, he asked if they thought that everything was calm in the kingdom now. But he received the answer that the knights are unknown calm, and they should always be in combat readiness in case of threat. It was a worthy answer that Alfredo satisfied, after which he decided to answer their question. The truth is that he knows very little about Raoul, and does not dare to say that he knows more about the security of the state than them. But if once the kingdom of Reuben is in a serious danger, he was sure of one. This young man will become their savior, because he and his guilds can be dealt with any enemy. However, these are only his assumptions that are not supported by any facts. Everyone was surprised that the great magician Gray speaks so well of Raoul. He must be his beloved student. Suddenly, Carson thought that if Alfredo was so high about him, then he should test him. The greatness of the knight gives not honor or glory, but strength. only it is able to prove knightly valor. Therefore, he himself must make sure that his authority is really deserved, and all this is not an illusion. After that, the men gathered below, deciding to begin the official dedication ceremony in the knights. They asked the representatives of the master of the first guild of Raoul Eston to take a step forward. At that very moment, the people who watched him immediately began to shout the words of support, rejoicing in his exit. Suddenly, Carson stepped forward, announcing that before they continued a comma, he would like to ask Sir Raoul about one service. The man immediately asked if he would refuse, carefully watching the guy's reaction. Raoul frowned, recognizing in him the president of the Association of Knights, but it was not clear what he was driving at. The debut of the first guild was outstanding, but he is sorry that among the main military families, and only one showed itself at the ceremony. Once, he, the president of the Association and Knights, personally wants to make sure of the abilities of the master of the first guild. After that, he directly turned to the frowning Raoul, again asking if he would accept his challenge. The guy carefully looked at the president of the Knights Association, Reuben, trying to understand his motives. When it comes to the strongest knights of the kingdom, it is impossible not to mention it. He is not only the captain of the elite detachment, but also the master of the sword, who was incredibly strong. And let it occupy only the first step, the difference between the expert and the master is too great. However, if he accepts his call, then he will become his strongest opponent after rebirth. Carson was surprised that Raoul was hemping with a choice, because he expected that he would immediately agree without hesitation. Pierce did not understand why he was so insisting on a duel, and Philip immediately realized that Carson wanted to personally test him. The master had not yet had to deal with the master of the sword, and it was obvious that he could not defeat Carson. But if he does not enter the battle from him here and now, the work, what they did to strengthen the reputation, will go to the drain. The challenge, which cannot be abandoned, and a single chance to win, remained the question of what the young master would do. After a few seconds of thoughts, Raoul agreed to fight with the deeply learned chairman of the Knights Association. This is the majority for him, as well as an incredible opportunity to learn a lot from such a master. Since many people will follow the duel, they will decide on behalf of all the knights of the kingdom. The guy agreed to these conditions, after which he politely thanked him for this opportunity. The dumbfounded spectators could not believe in such a bright climax of the tournament. Josh did not understand what was happening, because this battle was not planned, but Philip explained that such a duel was not held in tournaments. However, the order and the scale of this tournament underwent significant changes, and the previous rules are outdated. Jake was unhappy that they decided to subject the first double verification guild, but Carson was very strict on this score. The master probably agreed to a duel for a reason, and they must trust his decision, no matter what happens. Gray decided that Raoul put his chatter in an awkward position, but others thought that the guys were very lucky. Medeiros knew Sir Carson for many years, but he had not seen him so inspired for a very long time. Now the man looked very serious, because he knew that this fight would not be of the lungs. Meanwhile, Raoul invited him to start, after which he rushed forward to deliver the first blow. The man reacted instantly and repulsed the first attack, but the guy decided to rely on his speed. Having made an incredible feint in the air, he again waved his sword, but the knight reflected this blow easily. Raoul understood that it was necessary to deprive his space for the counterattack. If he stops at least for a moment, he would immediately repulse. He had to act decisively, but Carson did not give him time even for thought. The guy tried to take control of the fight, striking again and again, and he took it and walked around him. Now he realized what the true master of the sword is capable of, who fought not even in full force. However, now it was impossible to give up, because it was only the beginning. After that, they began to exchange quick blows. When they both realized that this would not lead to anything, they immediately increased the distance to take a breath. Meanwhile, the audience was delighted. The soldiers were so fast that they barely had time to keep track of them. Josh was dumbfounded. Looking at this duel, the rest, although they did not give emotions, were also surprised. Raoul realized how strong he was, but could not find his weak place, and only remained to exchange blows. Suddenly, Carson decided to stop the battle, because he appreciated his skills, adding that there was something more important. If the guy is going to become the leader of the new generation, the skills of owning a sword alone are not enough. Having created a cube in front of him, emitting dark energy, the man invited him to begin the next test. Raoul frowned, felt strange energy, but could not understand what kind of artifact was in front of him. It was also not known exactly how Carson was going to use it, and what effects this will entail. Medeiros was dumbfounded when he saw this cube, while Gray asked him what it was. It was a hybrid nucleus, an artifact of sacred knights, which allow you to detect dark mana. It is used on Imperial warriors, because they most often use weapons covered with dark mana. The core was intended to identify Imperial scouts in the tournament, but plans have changed. They were confident in the safety of the event, but he nevertheless brought him, but it is not clear what he actually conceived. Given how much the First Guild did the sake of the kingdom, it makes no sense to suspect them, but Carson prefers to be confident in everything. The man hoped for the assistance of Raoul, after which he activated the artifact, directing him towards the guy. The guy did not have time to do anything before the clot of darkness rushed at him, fully enveloping. Meanwhile, Count Rendell arrived in the kingdom of Reuben. Count Rendell arrived in the building of the Ministry of the Interior. Jerry heard that he was taking part in the ceremony, surprised that he decided to come here. Hudson decided to ask him the same question, suggesting that he spit on such a significant event. He did not understand why the man was so calm, because it was obvious that the First Guild should not be underestimated. Judging by his reaction, Jerry concluded that the First Guild had made a splash at the ceremony. Hudson has no doubt that they will try to stand in their way, but Jerry's task is to stop their actions. But he was sure that such insignificant problems would not interfere with their plans, which Rendell doubted. Now, if the county of Ashton was aiming at them, there would be something to worry about. But with Raoul and his knights, the situation is different. The First Guild acts separately from the county of Ashton, which means that his family does not take any action. However, judging by how the inhabitants of the kingdom praise Raoul, it risks becoming more dangerous than the Order of the Golden Bear. Hudson sincerely did not understand why, in this case, they did not see in them a problem that threatens to destroy their plans. Let Raoul and his guild are still very green, but they really annoy them with any possible means. However, Jerry was not worried. Raoul could be a hero, but he could not even fight war alone. Perhaps he has no idea that the war has long begun, and his strength will not be far enough. Meanwhile, the audience who watched what was happening in the arena could not understand what was happening in front of them. Carson was surprised to notice that the flow of the released divine force becomes more powerful, although this is impossible. The knights are not in the lead, only vigilance and combat readiness determine knightly valor. Raoul was close to the teachings that Carson was passing on to his pupils, because he considered exactly the same. And being a knight of the kingdom of Reuben, he is obliged to show all his potential in a duel. The man was the guy passed the test with hybrid poison, and even could use his divine power. Then he suggested that at such an age, Raoul has the highest divine rank. At that very moment, the guy raised his hand up and squeezed it into a fist, after which wings appeared behind him. Everyone who watched this was dumbfounded, while Raoul sent a ray of light high to the sky. Carson widened his eyes in surprise, because he could not expect something like that. Looking at his facial expression, Raoul asked the chairman if he had passed the test. Suddenly, one of the spectators loudly stated that the Master Raoul was the apostle, judging by his luminous wings. He is the messenger of God, capable of managing the holy forces, and the First Guild is God's knights. People immediately began to scream and loudly praise the defender of the Turim and his faithful knights. At that very moment, Jaden turned around, decided that they saw enough, then surprised Titus. Let him be just a boy, but now it became clear why Rendell is so careful with him. The man did not expect that such a unique frame would appear in their family, and he felt that he would be fun. When it ended, Raoul was called forward to reward and honest a new title. The audience shouted with delight when the guy stepped forward and sat on one knee in front of Carson. As a representative of the Knights of the Kingdom of Reuben, he turned directly to Mr. Raoul, the master of the First Guild. Whether he begun to the kingdom and his majesty, speaking out of his side against all the hardships, whether he swore on behalf of the First Guild to defend the royal family and the people at the cost of his life. Raoul took his oath, and the comrades immediately supported him in this, but this was not the end. He was asked whether he would swear to hone his skill with humility and zeal, and also follow the code, defending the honor of their countries, observing legal and moral principles. When he swore, Carson added that the guy should be strong, noble, and devoted. For the sake of the prosperity of the kingdom, the honor of knights and justice, he declares him and his order by the knights of the great kingdom. Sometime later, Medeiros was interested in Carson that he was thinking about all this, and he asked him not to pretend, as if he did not understand, because he has in mind their duel with Raoul. However, he himself saw everything. The guy has all the qualities to be worthy of the title of a knight, but the man was not talking about that, but about the true power that came from him at that moment. Carson was going to test Raoul because he wanted to make sure of Mr. Gray. 3 things alerted him. He mentioned the threat of the kingdom and was sure that Raoul would become their savior. But most of all, he was puzzled that it was he who uttered these words, and it was necessary to verify this personally. After all, they never heard Mr. Gray talk about danger or identify someone, proclaiming him the savior. And although Alfredo claimed that this was only his assumption, he, being a royal knight, could not believe him for a word. Gray clearly feels that a threat is approaching their country, so large that they cannot cope on their own. Medeiros I decided that now Carson adheres to the same views, but he was not sure. He knows one thing for sure: if Raoul remains an ally, he will become their savior, and if he goes against the worst nightmare. He withstood the test with a hybrid nucleus, but the core only determines whether a person owns a dark mana or not. But it will not be known for certain or not their enemy or not. His irresistibility raises questions, so they hold their hand on the pulse. Medeiros was surprised by his seriousness, although he understood that over the years he did not change at all. But then he himself thought about Raoul, and about the idea that he arranged in front of many people. Sometime later, The knights of the first guild were on the training ground and sparked. Josh fought to the fullest with Jake, who decided to test his abilities after the battle with Roam. However, an experienced knight immediately threw the guy to the ground, leaving him no chance to win. His attacks are strong and fast but too predictable. They can work on Rendels, but not on those who have known a real battle. Sometimes his aggressive movement may be an advantage, but against experienced opponents will become a weak place. He must learn to change the battle style in order to become more unpredictable and have many opportunities for the attack. After the ceremony, their ranks replenished well, inspired by his fight, and have to be responsible for this. Josh was dumbfounded with these words, but Jake confirmed that he was now a role model. Of all the brave knights, it was him who chose him, and now it seemed that they had problems, but Josh did not understand why. Meanwhile, Raoul, who watched them from the window, sighed lightly, smiling simultaneously. At that very moment, Bernard approached him and said that everything was ready for the entrance test of recruits. The effort invested in the ceremony brought fruit, and from now on the atmosphere in the guild will become much more lively. Bernard asked if there was a reason why they suddenly needed to expand, although stable growth was always good. Raoul asked in response if he believes that they live in a calm time, but he did not quite understand the question. Small problems sometimes happen. At the moment, the kingdom really does not know troubles, as if it were always like that. After 5 days, an event will take place, which will put an end to calm in the kingdom, and it is they who should prevent it. Meanwhile, the 6th prince of the kingdom of Harold was sincerely grateful to Sir Carson and thanked him. After all, it was he who organized the ceremony on behalf of the royal family, even though they are not in the position to arrange something like that. Anything can happen, so they believe that it is now important to maintain the safety of members of the ruling family. Any knight will agree with this, so he had no complaints about the prince's decision. Harold heard that the newcomers performed the most brightly at the tournament, and the first guild stood out especially. Carson confirmed that one of the military families participated at the ceremony, but no one could crush the first guild. The principal remembered how once I met Raoul Eston at the academy and immediately realized that he was not a simple young man. And when the gates opened in the capital, his knights fought on the front line, protecting the city. They even defeated the scouts that penetrated the gate, thereby saving them from danger. The order of this level undoubtedly has become an adornment of the ceremony. Perhaps they should give a medal on behalf of the royal family. Moreover, they still guard the gates, and he would like to personally visit them and reward. Suddenly, Carson apologized and explained that the first guild is forbidden to cross the gates in the capital. Harold did not understand what prohibitions could be discussed if during the incident they made more to protect the people than anyone. This order came from the Rendell family, which is responsible for the defense of the capital, and claimed that this is a necessary measure. The first guild was opened only when they dealt with the scouts, since there were also hostages inside. The prince said that in such difficult times there is no place for civil strife, and it is necessary to put an end to this. Rising from his place, he decided to personally meet with Count Rendell and figure it out. Meanwhile, new gates opened near the mountainous terrain from which armored boars of 55th levels came out. But before they even had time to look around, Raoul suddenly jumped out on them, licking his sword. Having overcome several, he noticed a whole flock of armored wild boars. The capital will plunge into chaos if they get out. And when he decided to deal with them, he noticed that the monsters were also not ready to give up just like that. After that, the boars attacked him from all sides, wanting to take the guy with a quantity. But at the same second, other knights appeared from the gate, who began to destroy the monsters one after another. As soon as they figured out the first wave, they immediately began to look around, looking for new opponents. But it will not work to quickly clean, because in a long time they almost did not advance from the beginning. It is necessary to end them here, and you cannot allow them to cross the gate so that the disaster does not begin. Josh doubted that they would cope, but Raoul asked him not to worry, because they are clean here. At the same moment, Nakia came out of the gate. I apologized for being late, because she needed time to cook the potion. The guy reassured her, because she came on time, but the success of this mission depends exclusively on her. When the girl went towards the wild boars, Raoul asked her to show him what the power of alchemy was capable of. At that very moment, the monsters rushed in her direction, intending to attack an arrogant person. The eyes of Naki shone when she released the first flask, creating a huge explosion, blinding enemies. This light blinded even the allies, and Jake first saw something like that. It was magic in combination with alchemy. Raoul watched with the same surprise, as the girl was sure of the fire directed towards the wild boars, destroying them. She did not go crazy, because her sister was saved, although initially he thought that she would be weaker from this. But her skills are simply striking. The alchemical magic of Nakia reached a decent level. She really surpassed all his expectations, and now in one fell swoop dealt with the hordes of monsters. But when the girl finished, she immediately sighed heavily, because she used too much effort and mana. However, Philip indicated that using the potion to strengthen mana was a brilliant idea. The rest supported him. With such a powerful magician, they have become much stronger, and now few can compare with them. Nakia will be their most powerful weapon because right now his comrades literally admired it. The guy clarified that thanks to Nakia, they easily coped with the boars, but it was only the beginning. Then he gave the order to continue, because in line was the keeper of the gate of the S rank, which was the boss of this place. Meanwhile, Rendell in the county, Hudson apologized to the prince because he could not prepare for his arrival. However, he reassured him, since he had no expectations on this score, asking not to blame himself. The man bowed and thanked him for his understanding, while his face was gloomy and thoughtful. Harold would like to carefully discuss one question with him, and since he is extremely important, I decided to get down to business. He was informed that they demanded to impose the intersection of the gate on the first guild, so he asked to explain himself. Hudson explained that this was a necessary measure to control the gate. The decision was agreed with the head of the Metropolitan Guard. This restriction applies not only to the first guild, but also to other knightly orders. The prince understood that they care about the security of the city, but the current situation is such that every soldier is in the account. Therefore, he removes the ban on the use of the gate, both for the first guild and for knightly orders, as well as groups of mercenaries. And he will personally notify the commander, and they are asked to leave the management of the gates of the Metropolitan Guard. Hudson had no choice but to agree, but he was dissatisfied with this decision. He mentally insulted the prince, who does not put Rendell in anything at all. After that, he promised himself that very soon he would wipe a smile from the faces of Aston, the first guild, and the prince. Meanwhile, Raoul and his team continued to protect the gate from annoying wild boars. They fought in a rather narrow aisle, where you can't even freely wave a sword. For some time, the landscape will remain the same, so they needed to gather. Suddenly, Nakia stumbled against the stone, but Josh immediately caught her, who did not allow the girl to fall. The guy was immediately embarrassed, explaining that the road was uneven and asked her to be careful. In response to this, Nakia smiled sweetly and thanked him for his help, which again drove him into the paint. Josh felt his heart tremble, and at that moment he felt new emotions inside himself. He immediately began to stutter and asked to call him at any time, and Jake noticed that only Josh needed to gather here. It seems that the gates of the C rank, among other things, are distinguished by a harsh area. One road takes a lot of effort. They managed to enter only thanks to the guard who was in debt to Raoul, but the operation is considered unofficial. Fortunately, Nakia perfectly complemented their small team, but at this pace, everything will get exhausted before the start of the raid. And with this landscape, even a halt will help them, so it was urgent to come up with something. At that very moment, Nakia offered to rest a little, because everyone was tired, and she could help restore her strength. Everyone looked at her in surprise while the girl explained that she had grabbed something just in case. She took out a potion with which they will restore lost energy much faster. Jake immediately grabbed the bubble and began to drink, and Nakia warned that you could not drink too much. Throwing an empty bottle, the man immediately shouted that an endless stream of power was raging in him. Nakia was upset because it was a concentrated potion, and one jar should have been enough for everyone. She was lucky that she took not one, and the Pierce explained that it was a blank thinks with muscles, so she does not know a sense of proportion. Nakia made a potion that only a professional priest with the help of divine power can create, and she used alchemy alone. Now they can continue their way without problems. The guy knew that inviting Nakia with them was the right decision that could save his life. When all the forces recovered, the master invited them to go further, with which everyone immediately agreed. Jake himself was active, which he wanted to quickly deal with the keeper and other creatures. After a while, they reached the keeper of the gate of the D rank, the lioness bunman of the warrior of the 77th level. Meanwhile, Gray reached the prison that he was in the dungeon, after the guards. He explained that he would like to talk to the prisoners, asking to leave them for a short while. When the guard was absent, Alfredo entered the cell, noticing a guy tied to a pillar. He wanted to ask if he had decided to cooperate with them, still remaining a devoted empire. Smiling, the prisoner realized that Gray had come to show his superiority, once again playing the performance. Imperial hounds seemed to them easy prey, but now Gray could calmly show his true face. At that very moment, the man began to radiate interference, realizing that rumors about the squad of the Imperial Duke did not lie. Instead of Gray, Kane appeared in front of him, which was partly clear why his guild broke up through their fault. When a man showed his true face, he suggested starting the conversation for which he came. The prisoner laughed, wondering that the faceless was going to talk with him. He asked to stop making himself a saint because it does not suit him, and the word interrogation will do more. However, he could threaten and torture how much he would get into, because it would not work anyway. Kane sighed heavily, realizing that his way sounds tempting, but, unfortunately, he could not do that. It is no longer in the wings of freedom, and is now a member of the First Guild, which has slightly different principles. They are against torture, and he must follow the rules. Such a statement for a second surprised the prisoner. This laughed at the guy, because the faceless to run away from the aristocrat is a non-girl, and his comrades yell from indignation in the next world. A crazy smile appeared on his face when he realized that Kane wants to shake out information from him by the methods of the First Guild. The prisoner laughed loudly and asked to show how these geeks are doing business. At first, Kane frowned but then smiled because he was just about to do it. Introducing, knights do not resort to torture, threats, and persuasion, but he is clearly curious how they receive information. At that very moment, he took a medallion from his pocket, adding that they use artifacts. This thing paralyzes the mind, unleashing the mind to the enemy, a couple of dexterous movements, and it will erase memories. He will forget about their meeting and that he issued all their plans and will not even suspect himself. Kane will get what he wants. He will remain faithful to the Empire, and such a layout will perfectly arrange both. When he saw the displeased face of the prisoner, he immediately asked what the main goal of the Imperial Hounds was. Meanwhile, the Raoul group stood opposite the huge entrance, which immediately embarrassed all members of the team. They somehow crossed the gorge and now they should go down to the dungeon. This is a structure created with the help of mana that feeds the gate, and apparently its formation is not yet over. When the gate reaches the rank of C, the terrain is modified, so they need to hurry. If the dungeon absorbs the entire territory of the gate, in the capital the more powerful those with whom they manage to fight. Jake said that it was impossible to lose a minute, after which he looked at Raoul's thoughtful face. The guy tried to soberly assess the situation, and for him all this was too strange to be a coincidence. This place appeared shortly before the very event, and the gates of the C rank cannot be cleaned in 2 days. The captain of the guards received an urgent request for support from the D rank of D rank, which said that the gates had undergone changes. They needed their assistance, and it looked like someone specially lured them here. The worried Jake turned to the master, interested in his confusion, but then he hastily reassured him. Before moving on, you need to develop the situation and also carefully prepare. Perhaps the guy just wraps himself up because before that the event is still for some time. One way or another, they can simply take and leave the gate, so they will have to break through by force. But suddenly Raoul noticed 2 people in masks, which were on the mountain, near them. The guy ignored them, after which he and the team went inside the dungeon, examining the terrain. For such a wide space, it is too quiet here, because the dungeon is not fully formed. Josh did not understand whether the dungeons always look like this, because I could not believe that it appeared on its own. Dungeons from ruins are formed due to the concentration of a huge amount of mana. Not only the gates, but also the dungeons, and it is not known what they can encounter can create monsters. Nakia was surprised, looking at the pillars, because she heard that the local moss has saved magical power and wanted to collect a sample. Josh noted that the girl was not worried at all. Philip explained that this is the privilege of the strong, and they will have to be nervous. For the initial phase, the dungeon looks quite large, low even for the rank of Rug S. In addition, there is a very dense cluster of mana, unnaturally dense, which also looks strange, as if someone deliberately suppressed the magical power of the dungeon in order not to let him develop. At that very moment, Josh called Raoul to himself to show him a seal located on the wall. He doubted that this was also a common occurrence for such a dungeon, because the rest were also surprised. Raoul frowned, immediately recognizing the suppression spell, trying to understand where the magic circle formed from the dungeon. When awareness came to him, he hastened to warn the comrades that it was a trap. But at the same second, the knights and masked knights attacked them, wanting to take them in a surprise. When an explosion was heard, the team immediately hastened to pull away, and Josh grabbed Nakia tightly. When the Imperial Hounds blocked their way, they felt the convenience that they themselves came to their hands. Their leader thanked Raoul for saving them from trouble and extra work in their capture. The guy did not expect the hounds will also be here, and apparently the suppression spell, also their hands. From the very beginning, he felt that something was not clean here, and now he tried to understand what these bastards had conceived this time. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Reuben, Harold walked along the corridor, pondering the conversation with Rendell. Suddenly, he met Herdian de Reuben, the 3rd prince of the kingdom of Reuben, bowing to him. The guy greeted his older brother, with whom he had not seen for a long time. Herdian suggested that his brother traveled to the city, although he had to hear the order to stay in the palace. However, he discussed with Count Rendell a question regarding the gate, and this case was urgent. The guy wanted to report this to His Majesty, but his brother assured that he did not have time for this, but he would understand everything. However, the next time it will be better to send a messenger or conduct an audience, because the orders of the king are indestructible. Herdian asked the companion if Harold received an order from the king, but received the answer that he acted of his own free will. She thought that the successes of his fellow student, Raoul Eston, inspired His Highness to this act. Then the principal asked to convey the secret message to Viscount the Bar to go here to talk to him a plan. Meanwhile, the Imperial Hounds did not expect Raoul and his companions to peck at the bait. Rumors did not lie. They really have a fetish on the gate, and they cannot just pass by. It was not the first guild to behave so irresponsible, especially in such a dangerous place. Jake was unhappy that the Imperial Hounds had an ambush, aiming at the detachment of invaders. However, so that they do not think, the fact remains, they came across, and let them catch themselves in a mistake. Raoul thought that something was not converging here, and did not install a trap with such a small detachment without the help of the captain. Then he asked Nakia if she could determine how effective this magic circle is. She was sure that this was a high-class spell, and it was very strong, as well as stable. And the dagger in the middle of the circle is a powerful artifact that strengthens it, and all mana concentrates in this circle. They made so many manipulations in order to tighten them here, but it is not clear what they want to achieve with such a composition. Perhaps they have a different goal. At this time, Jake began to doubt that they could overcome them. Their leader explained that they could not compare with them because the bait is a bait. Raoul tensed from these words, while his team was already rushing into the attack, wanting to destroy the opponents. They dealt with amazing ease with enemies, hoping that there would be no more surprises. When their leader fell to his knees, he said that he knew that it would be so, but expected more. But if he knew, then why he prepared this stupid trap, thereby substituting himself and his comrades? However, the messenger said that this trap is far from stupid, and everything goes according to their plan. At this time, Nakia, which she carefully studied the magic circle, noticed that this artifact contains another spell. When she realized what was happening, the hound said that the empire is stronger than the kingdom, and death is only part of their plan. Now the main task is completed, and he said his last word, continuing to tremble. At this time, the seal was activated, emitting a bright light, which blinded all those present. When everything was calmed down, Nakia reported that a self-destruction mechanism was installed on the artifact. When the caster dies, the collected mana is released and becomes uncontrollable. At that very moment they heard a strange sound, after which they realized that something was approaching from the depths of the dungeon. After a few seconds, an entire army of embittered monsters Kabanov fled in their direction. Realizing that there were too many of them, Raoul gave the order to leave immediately because they will not be able to cope with them. They needed to urgently get out of here, and it is impossible to lose a minute so that no one would suffer. When they rushed to run, the guy told everyone that the exit from the gate should be at the end of this span. But as soon as they practically reached the goal, the keeper of this place with a two-handed axe in his hands blocked the road to them. Meanwhile, in the palace, Herdian asked Jerry forgiveness for such an urgent challenge. Probably, it was difficult for him to secretly get into the palace, given the order of the king not to let anyone in and not release. He hoped for his understanding, and knew that it was risky to invite him here, but this was necessary so that their plan would not fail. The plank bowed, because he himself understood everything, and also apologized that he made him worry. However, the prince decided to end the formalities, wondering if he knows why he was called. Without waiting for an answer, Herdian asked to answer when they do their part of the work. At that very moment, Jerry reminded him of the words that he told him at the first meeting. To translate your ambitions in life, patience is necessary, which will definitely help them. However, the prince risked everyone not in order to listen to his moralizing, and now he should wait. Plank understood his anxiety, so he willingly penetrated the palace in order to brighten up a long wait for good news. Tonight he will see what excellent results can be achieved thanks to patience. Meanwhile, Raoul was already thinking about where they would go as soon as they get out of the dungeon. However, their path was blocked by a huge monster who was a keeper and was not going to let them out so easy. Jake reacted violently when he saw the monster, but did not make any sudden movements. At the same second, Raoul was an urgent task to destroy the guardian of the gate of the rank Phi. The guy was dissatisfied with this layout of events, because the task appeared at all on time. If they entered the gorge, they would get out along a narrow path, but now things are different. At that very moment, a loud noise was heard behind them, and the company realized that they were about to surround. The keeper refers to raid monsters, so quickly it will not work to deal with it. Suddenly, Raoul recalled that he had a replacement. With his help, he would overcome both monsters and the guardian of the gate. But he never received full control over him, so he can expose his detachment. He was worried that this was the only way to complete the task and save his comrades. Suddenly, Nakia came forward, heading with a confident step toward the horde of boar. Getting a luminous system, she told the master that she would stop the monsters on her own. Raoul was dissatisfied with this alignment because he knew that the girl could not fight them alone. But as long ago I saw a bottle in her hands, he ordered everyone to move away from Nakia and prevent the keeper from getting to her. This option was not the safest, but the best possible to not use the replacement. The guy decided to trust her, while a crowd of monsters was already running directly to the girl. But they began to slow down when Nakia closed her eyes and began to read the spell, putting a bottle in front of her, Raoul suggested, but was not sure that the girl reached this level of skill. She uses the form of magic inferior only to divine power, which was simply incredible. At that very moment, everyone saw that Nakia owns a dragon, the tongue of dragons. Meanwhile, two guards standing near the gate complained about the Rendels who are always late. There is not even a backup detachment, although it is usually in place. They probably cool somewhere, because they rarely worked. It was not clear to them why they were generally entrusted with control of the gates if they did nothing. At that very moment they noticed a man, deciding that this was one of the Rendels, and decided to find out that they were so delayed. But when they managed to realize what was happening, their breasts were immediately cut by the sword of a mysterious man. The hounds decided that there were no more witnesses, and the gate is completely under their management. When the leader of the detachment put on a mask, he stated that the time had come to the gates to get out of control. Meanwhile, Kane, who interrogated the prisoner, could not believe what he had just heard. Imperial hounds have already entered all the corners of the kingdom, and their plan came into action. The man realized that the capture and elimination of the guild was a difficult provocation and something more. The prisoner was surprised at such an assumption, because they did all this not for the sake of provocation. They were preparing for the war, which was supposed to come in the near future. At that very moment, he decided to lay out all the cards that she will begin today in the heart of Reuben. Without wasting time, the worried Kane ran to the exit, finding no reason to ask the prisoner further. Meanwhile, the guards turned to a running vice, Rector, but then realized that it was not him. The man who fled to the exit could not believe that he missed the fact that all these actions were a prerequisite for war. If he told the truth, today the kingdom of Reuben will fall by sowing chaos and devastation in every corner. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, dumbfounded Josh did not know what was happening, but clearly something crazy. However, Raoul knew that it was the power of a dragon who was shook the dungeon right now. With such power, Nakia can lay the boss with one blow, but she decided to deal with the horde. At that very moment, the keeper approached the guy, wanting to attack, thereby pulling him out of thought. Raoul grabbed his sword in time to reflect the blow that was aimed at his head. He realized that they were aiming at Nakia, and it was impossible for the wild boars to prevent her, ordering his own to prevent them from approaching. However, the girl had already finished the spell, after which she sent the dragon forward, destroying a huge horde in front of her. After just a few seconds, she left a huge deserted tunnel in front of her, leaving no chance. Everyone was dumbfounded by the incredible power of Nakia because she just dared wild boars in one fell swoop. The fact that the Keeper Gate tried to stop her indicates that he felt a real threat in her. Now the girl definitely surpassed all his expectations, but at that very moment her body began to give a bunch. Raoul was frightened that she would fall to the ground, but Josh again arrived in time for her, grabbing her tightly. Jake was stunned that she alone dealt with a whole flock, and even Philip looked stunned. At the same time, Raoul gave the order to Josh to take care of Nakia while they deal with the Keeper. The guy praised the girl because she saved them all, and they will take care of the rest themselves. At this time, on the western border of the Kingdom of Reuben, a battle against monsters also took place. Dylan decided to find out the situation, but there was nothing special. Not like monsters, not a single wild beast. This is strange, because an order was issued on an urgent extermination and claiming that a bunch of dangerous monsters appeared on the border. Templeton Knights were sent to the northern border, also receiving an urgent order from Royal Intelligence. There are rumors that the Master himself led the Knights, suggesting that a powerful monster could appear. If the matter is so serious that he himself decided to intervene, then it is quite possible. But the man hoped that they did not in vain go this way. Suddenly, the knight turned to the commander. I am interested. It seems to me that something is wrong. Send the knights to exterminate monsters a common thing, but the fact that the capital takes only elite knights is unprecedented. Sending to the borders of the main forces at once is extremely unusual because the capital becomes vulnerable. The knightly orders of McNella and Rendell are still in the capital, so there should be no problems, but it is still alarming. Dylan decided to explore the terrain before dawn, then ordered to divide the team into 2 detachments. Some will go to his father on the estate and report the situation, and the latter will go to the capital. They will secretly observe the situation in the royal castle and report because he had a bad foreboding. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the keeper of the gate was angry in earnest, directly attacking Raoul. While the guy took the blow to himself, others immediately rushed into the attack, hoping to get it on both sides. However, the monster reacted instantly, putting the axe in front of him, but the Pierce immediately came to the rescue. He released several arrows at once, but to the general surprise, the keeper deftly caught them with his bare hands. The guy was so dumbfounded that he missed a blow from his feet, which threw him a few meters. The next second, the monster threw Jake and Philip away from himself. Then he accelerated sharply, hitting at first one knight, then the second, but Raoul immediately jumped out to meet him. The guy tried to attack him in his chest and even able to break through his armor, because of which the boar screamed in pain. But the same attack was even more angry with him, because of which he waved the axe and hit her on the ground. While the monster tried to pull out the axe, Pierce asked the well, being of his comrades, but they were in order. This is much more complicated than they thought, because such movements for a creature of this size are simply unthinkable. Among the monsters they saw behind the gate, this one was definitely the strongest. Philip asked to be more careful, because this guardian is a completely different level compared to those with whom they came across earlier. The magic of the gate, which was still suppressed, suddenly released and influenced him. But the stronger the enemy, the more growth they can achieve. It is precisely this is their first knightly order. This is just another step, so the guy told Jake and the peer that he would create a gap and then give a signal. They must attack, aiming at his blind zone, and try to destroy with one blow. Everyone immediately understood the order, but Philip pointed out the exceptional reflex in Monster, and it would be not easy to create a gap. Raoul still searched for the opportunity to use this in a real battle, and they met the perfect enemy. At that very moment, the guy turned towards the monster, deciding to activate the radiant aura. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the light emitting Raoul, and their wounds began to instantly heal. Josh saw the same thing at the initiation ceremony, but only now he realized how amazing the master was. After all, they need the help of comrades to win, although he first uses it in real battle, so it was a little exciting. But they followed him here. They are ready to risk their lives for his sake, so he must behave like a gentleman. They delayed here, so now is the time to get a lot of this as soon as possible. The guardian immediately shouted loudly, as if understanding his speech, after which he raised Sauveur above his head. He attacked at the same second, but the guy reacted instantly and soared into the air, licking his sword. But when he lowered his blade, the monster again blocked his commas with activating a shield around him. This force was not enough, and the monster was too fast. Now it is definitely difficult to call the guardian the gate. The guy understood that he could not cope with him alone, but at least he could bind him. While they cannot strike a decisive blow, he will try to chop it or distract attention. While Raoul fought, Josh turned to Nakia, but the girl was still weak, even after extraction. Meanwhile, Jake complained that the master was fighting alone and wanted to help him, but Pierce reminded him of the order. There was no signal yet, so they should wait patiently before applying their blow. At this time, monsters struck one after another, while Raoul successfully blocked each of them. He needed to hold out a little more, then his telekinesis will work on the weapon of the guardian. When he guessed the right moment, he immediately used magic, and the axe in the monster's hands froze in place. The puzzled keeper did not understand what was happening, and at that very moment, his weapon pressed him to the ground. The spell was given to Raoul very hard, while the monster crawled out of the axe, throwing it to the ground. At that very moment, the guy gave a signal to his comrades to go on the attack, and they immediately began to act. The peer successfully hit the keeper from Luke, while Jake and Philip were already selecting for him, attacking at the same time. The keeper roared in pain, while Raoul decided to deliver the last blow to the chest. All this happened in an instant, but they managed to defeat the dungeon boss and remain unharmed. Philip noted that the master sat down on the ground, but he immediately explained that he needed to relax a bit. It seemed too much to Jake because he used the skill of healing for their sake, although he would not have been able to cope alone with the monster. Raoul wanted to comment on the efforts of Nakia, but at that very moment they turned to him on voice communications. It was Bernard, who had news for the guy, and the rest were surprised by the sudden call of the guild. Raoul was dumbfounded when he heard that everything was very bad, because the Empire attacked the capital and the royal castle. Meanwhile, in the castle itself, almost the entire guard was killed and lay lifelessly all over the corridor. The king turned to his son, who not only directed his sword at his father, the king, but also deprived his native brothers. The man was very angry with the act of Herdian, and therefore literally seduced his gaze. However, on the guy's face was not visible repentance or regret. He was solid in his intentions. Standing with the ball in his hands, the guy explained that this is all for the sake of the future kingdom, and he is trying only for their sake. Father is too sick to manage him, and his brothers are too weak to inherit the throne. Therefore, he had to do something in order to save the kingdom in a crisis. The king could not believe his ears that his son wanted to save the kingdom, uniting with the empire. However, Herdian wanted to put an end to a long conflict with the empire, and the kingdom of Reuben would enter into the era of the world with her. And as soon as Herdian said that he would rule the kingdom, Carson immediately flew into the hall with a sword in his hand. He had enough several waves to exterminate the hounds, and then his blade clashed with the prince. The guy immediately recognized the chairman of the Association of Royal Knights, while he called the principal a traitor. Herdian heard that all the interference of the revolution in the capital was eliminated, but it seems that he was not considered an obstacle that should be eliminated. Carson immediately turned to the guard, ordering him to immediately escort His Majesty to a safe place. The knights immediately picked up the king, after which they promised that they would take care of him, and headed for the exit. However, Herdian said that there is no safe place in the capital, and now his father has nowhere to hide. Carson agreed, but if they last a little more, then the empire will have no chance. The prince guessed that he was talking about Templeton or Estons, so he suggested that he knew nothing. However, the man replied that he did not know anything, and now they will come here to save the kingdom of Reuben. Meanwhile, Imperial hounds did not understand why they guard this place. All the same, the Raoul Guild would not come out of there. In the capital, it must be in full swing preparation, and they are standing here. It is not clear why. But before the knights had time to finish this phrase, when Raoul flew out of the gate, dealing with them. Looking around, the guy realized that the Imperial hounds guard the capital's gates, and it seems that Bernard was right. If this is happening on the outskirts, then the situation in the royal castle should be even more deplorable. At that very moment, Jake, who came out of the gate, became interested in where the guys Rendell because only Imperial soldiers were everywhere. Perhaps Rendell was also wounded, but then traces of the battle would be visible. But everything is too clean here. A suddenly appearing man explained to him that Rendell did not run. There was no need for it. Kane took off his hood, after which he sighed in relief, rejoicing in the return of Raoul and his team. When asked how the situation in the capital, the man reported that the Imperial hounds that penetrated the capital are now attacking openly. They are headed by none other than the Rendell family, led by Count Hudson. They united with Imperial hounds to attack the royal castle. Raoul frowned, realizing that the uprising in the kingdom of Reuben is really true. The events during which the internal forces of the kingdom united with the empire and seized power, which led to the fall of the Ashton family. In the end, it should have happened, but the guy thought he had a little more time. The guy asked his subordinates, and as it turned out, Bernard left with Homer and his members. However, all the main forces of the kingdom are far from the capital, so the royal castle is difficult to even approach. In addition, the main forces of the rebels are the Rendell family, which is responsible for the security of the capital. Jake could not believe that these fearless geeks stopped to arrange an uprising, after which he offered to crush them. However, they will quickly deal with them if they go now in this state. All are exhausted, both physically and magically. At this time, Josh looked after Nakia, inviting her to sit down and relax a bit, and she thanked him. Philip immediately asked her whether there were still recovery potions, but she had very little left. If you accept today, this will exceed a safe dose and may be ineffective. Side effects may even occur. They probably provided for such a situation, eliminated all potential obstacles to their uprising. In such an exhausted state, they cannot use the aura of radiance. The Battle of the Gate turned out to be more exhausting than expected. At the same second, a notification appeared, where the librarian Ravel asks to use the Mana Stone D rank in the inventory. As soon as Raoul agreed, Skildex appeared in front of him, from which a girlish voice was heard. At that very moment, a fairy appeared in front of him, who was hibernated for a long time, and now she was full of strength. She greeted Raoul with a smile, while the guy tried to understand how she was here. Meanwhile, on one of the streets of the kingdom, a man stood in front of a woman with a child to protect them. Imperial hounds were surprised that people with such a level of skill were still in the capital. At first they asked what order he belonged to, but it did not matter, because they only needed to kill him. One of them explained that this is Marco, the former captain of the Viscount Carrington, who deserted after the incident at the gate. If he stayed with Carrington, he could participate in this revolution, which seemed to them regret. Marco could not believe that his former owner was also involved in the uprising and is in collusion with the Empire. Templeton and Ashton were transferred to the border, the only forces that could withstand the rebels, several guards. Even if they ask him to join the Empire, but still refuse, but because of the old attachment, they will quickly kill him. But suddenly the guy behind them announced that they would not succeed, after which he attacked the group at full speed. Dalton stopped abruptly, realizing that he had to leave at least one alive in order to fall out of information. Then he turned his head, and with surprise he noticed the captain, whom he then saw at the gate. Marco did not expect that Dalton was still in the capital, because I heard that Templeton Knights were sent to the northern border. The guy with a calm look replied that he had missed this, but it was difficult not to catch the old man in the eye. But he could not imagine that something similar could happen in the capital, so it was lucky that he remained. At that very moment, the woman began to thank Marco, but he asked to thank Lord Dalton. Suddenly, the boy gave his voice, scaredly asking if their knights would protect Templeton. Dalton replied that most likely they would not be able to help because the Knights of Templeton are not in the capital now. But he asked them not to worry so much, because the same guy here, the keeper of Terima, Raoul. Meanwhile, Ravel noticed that a lot of time had passed. She became interesting, did not forget, or the guy about her. Raoul was interested in whether she was in order. Well, the fairy felt great, and now she was crowded with magic. This is all due to the fact that the guy accepted her, for which the girl is very grateful to him. Raoul was glad that he was able to help, but suddenly Ravel noticed that he looked very tired and realized that he had problems. Since he is her benefactor, this time she will help him if he borrows this mana stone for her. Jake approached him with surprise and asked whether the sir was in order, because he was talking with the void now. The guy immediately gone out, remembering that others could not see her. But then he asked the fairies if she could help. Josh was interested in why the master suddenly began to behave like that, because it was definitely not a connection with the guild. However, Nakia was able to notice a weak form and magic, after which she guessed with whom Raoul could talk. Then the girl told Jake that the master has some kind of plan, but they need to wait a bit. Thanks to the stone, Mana Ravel will be able to temporarily heal them using the magic of the spirit, but this will not work on Raoul. She speaks temporarily because the magic of the healing she uses, she greatly consumes endurance. Therefore, they needed to finish before dawn. At the same moment, the guy immediately turned to his subordinates. They found themselves in a situation where it is impossible to spend a minute. They were all tired, but Raoul found a way to restore strength. He did not have time to tell the details because this battle will be much more dangerous than the capture of the gate. There is no guarantee that they would survive, so now they had to decide whether they were ready to go further into battle with him. The whole team looked at each other, sharing a smile with each other, after which she unanimously voted for. Meanwhile, Imperial hounds finished off the remaining knights remaining on the street of the capital. However, wars were not going to retreat, because if they run away, the inhabitants will be in danger. Imperial soldiers announced that all the inhabitants of the kingdom are already dead. They are still doomed, so there is nothing to fight for them. Most likely, they still did not understand that no army would come to their aid, and the outcome has already been a foregone conclusion. But as soon as the words about the kingdom in the hands of their empire flew out of his mouth, everyone immediately heard a rustle. Turning around, the hounds noticed the swords flying in their direction. However, it was too late to dodge. The guards were dumbfounded and pleasantly surprised when they saw those who nevertheless came to their aid. At that very moment, Raoul loudly called to awaken his dormant courage, turning to the soldiers of the kingdom of Reuben. The first knightly order arrived at their aid, which will save the capital from the dirty clutches of the empire. Rushing forward on horseback, Raoul continued to call the soldier loudly. After that, he lifted the horse's hind legs, because of which she hit the imperial hounds with hooves. Looking at this picture, the knights immediately perked up and a wide smile appeared on their faces. Philip noted that the rebels had already occupied the castle. Perhaps it is worth taking the knights and first seize the castle. Jake was irritated because they should capture their own castle, which was very angry with him. However, Raoul decided that one castle would penetrate, and they should find Bernard and Homer and defend the capital. Rael suggested that it was too dangerous because no matter how strong he was, he could not cope with the army alone. However, he does not need to fight with them. The longer it will continue, the stronger they will be nervous. It will be more effective to penetrate a small group and sow inside chaos, and in the meantime, they will focus on stripping the capital. Jake asked not to worry about what was happening outside and show everyone they are capable of. At that very moment, Raoul asked Rael about readiness, after which they moved forward together. Meanwhile, a battle was led inside the castle, where Jerry desperately fought for his life. The captain of the royal guard, Jose, apparently, did not know the prince so well, since he hid such skills. After all, he is able to fight with several imperial users of power armor in a row, and his stay at the academy paid off. Squeezing the sword tightly, the prince replied that he never thought that his comrade to unite with the empire. And he was not ashamed of the ancestors who served the royal family for many generations. Jose was not glad of Harold's notation, who, as it seemed to him, still does not understand what was happening. He is still alive only because the man respected him, and this was the only reason. At that very moment, Herdian approached them, who himself wanted to deal with the sixth prince, and Jose should conduct troops. The captain heard that the prince was dealing with Lord Carson, but he did not need much time to cope with him. He received a message that the guard was gathering in the back of the castle, so here he will figure it out, and they should go. Jose immediately accepted the order and took all the soldiers with him, and Herdian waited for them to close the door behind them. Jerry, embittered by his brother, could not believe that Herdian heads the rebels. Going to a scream, the guy asked what the prince, bearing the name Reuben, could do this. However, the brother tried to calm him down, saying that so far they were safe. The guy began to change his guise and apologize to the prince, because in order to deceive the enemy, they had no other choice. At the same moment, Cain appeared in front of him from the first knightly order, and by order of Raoul, he must save him. The gentleman was also on the way to the castle, so the man will defend the prince before his arrival. Jerry was in shock and could not believe that the master of the first knightly order, Raoul, was going here. Meanwhile, Ravel enthusiastically noticed that the guy was right, and there were almost no soldiers at the main gate. It seems that Cain coped well with his task, so they can go further. However, the girl did not understand how they would do it, because such high walls could not jump. Raoul asked her to simply look, because if there is no way, then he would pave him himself, after which he used telekinesis on the stones. When the wreckage lined up in the stairs, the guy rushed forward, calling for him a fairy. When a high obstacle was overcome, the knights standing behind it were dumbfounded, seeing a guy flying on them. Raoul took his sword right on the fly, after which he quickly destroyed the opponents with several waves. He noticed the guards with the Imperial Hound, that they also came to the rebels. In this case, the situation in the castle is even more serious than he expected, so you can't waste time. Raoul warned the fairy that it would be a difficult fight, after which he asked if she was ready, but he was not waiting for her to refuse. At this time, the buildings burned with fire and the guard led people and asked to follow the instructions of the knights and move into the shelter. At this pace, fire will spread throughout the village, but the safety of the inhabitants was above all. Therefore, it is necessary to evacuate them. Bernard noticed that the rebels began to breed bonfires, but they could not cope with fire on their own. But they could not use the magic of Bernard's wind, because with his abilities, he would only aggravate a fire. At that very moment, Nakia approached them, apologizing for being late, after which she announced that she would do it now. The knight asked, in order of Liana, because he heard that there was a fierce battle at the gate. But if they cannot control the solids of the rebels, you need to make sure that they simply have nothing to set fire to. At that very moment, the girl poured the contents from the bottle, after which she directed her hand up, sending a ray of magic to the sky. Everyone was surprised to watch a magical circle that created rain instantly obsolete the fire. The knights decided to take advantage of the chance to evacuate the inhabitants, while Nakia was glad that magic worked. Bernard was pleased that now there was no need to worry about the plans of the rebels on arson. At that very moment, Jake and Philip, wet from head to toe, arrived at them, on horseback. The knight was impressed by the magic of the girl, but the most important thing was that now everything was safe. Josh was surprised at the absence of the master, but the Pierce explained that he alone penetrated the royal castle. Bernard decided that even using his experience, it would be difficult, but Philip was sure that he should have a plan. Nakia confirmed his words, explaining that in fact he was not alone, but with him now there is a reliable ally. At this time, the real Herdian sat on one knee, leaning on the sword, in front of Carson, who stood confidently on his feet. The title of Master of the Sword was given to him for a reason, and the prince understood this when he fought with him personally. The man advised him to throw his sword, because if he surrenders, he will have a chance to appear before the court. Right now, he was called to preserve at least a drop of honor, even if he was executed, which was amused by the prince. He went so far and killed his brothers and directed his sword at his father, and now he is asked to give up. Herdian remained adamant, and if Carson wants to stop him, he will have to kill him. The man concluded that he not only began the uprising, but I abandoned the last drop of honor, blinded by the desire to get the throne. In the name of the chairman of the Association of Knights of the Kingdom of Reuben, he immediately execute the leader of this uprising. But as soon as the knight waved his sword, Jerry, who doubted the verdict, appeared behind him from nowhere. At that very moment, he waved a sword, nourished mana, cutting the side of Carson, forcing him to moan in pain. The man did not expect such a vile attack from the back, but the plank, in addition, used magic, throwing it to the wall. Jerry apologized to the prince for being late, and now it was very glad that he had stood this fight. In his excuse, he explained that along the way there was a couple of problems that had to be solved. Herdian immediately asked why they did not take Carson from the capital, because there was a risk that he could destroy their plans. But now it does not matter, because in the end, Carson can no longer do anything himself. At that very moment, the knight realized that this Ministry of Finance, in an alliance with his family Rendell, planned an uprising. There was also a very strange magical power that was hanging around the bar, and it was not clear whether he was at all. Jerry suggested that if the royal family falls, and he will remain the only sound, unpleasant rumors will go. As promised, he is almost reaping the fruits of his patience, so he must prepare for the next stage. It will be very unpleasant if the label is hung on him when he tries to claim the throne. However, it was not clear what to do with Carson, because he is not one of those who abandon his beliefs under pain of death. In addition, he had already seen too much to be alive for nobility. The knight, with an embittered look, watched the plank waved in his direction, saying that he would definitely not blame anyone with the dead. But as soon as he wanted to strike, suddenly Raoul became between him and Carson, putting a sword in front of him. Jerry did not expect him to see him here, while the guy said with a smile that they had met again. Meanwhile, the king was shocked by the situation, because he is hiding to escape from the uprising, begun by his own son. Even if he survives, it is unlikely that the royal clan can adequately continue. One of the knights asked his majesty to hold on, because the kingdom will fall as soon as he trembles. But the fact that he will survive will not change anything. Crown Prince and the second prince are already dead, and the third is the leader of the uprising. It is possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. It is better to just give the throne to Herdian. But before the king had time to finish this thought, when suddenly the guards immediately grabbed the swords, seeing the guests. However, these were Kane and Jerry, who were glad that the king was safe. The man thought he had lost another son, because Herdian killed his brothers and even directed his sword at him. However, Jerry knew about this, but now it is most important to save his life, so that the country has a king. But the old man did not understand how, because the rebels had already captured the castle, and hardly anyone could expel them from there. Someone can save them, moreover, he is able to save the whole kingdom, if we are talking about Raoul. Meanwhile, the guy decided that during his absence, the plank turned from a treasurer into the leader of the rebels. And also he had a new hobby, games with dark magic. Saying this, Raoul waved his sword. Feeling a blow of dark energy, the guy noticed that it was sick under the surprised look of Carson. When his voice returned to him, the man asked how Raoul got here, which attracted the guy's attention. But suddenly he apologized here, because not very well familiar with the layout of the castle, so he was a little late. Carson was in shock, because I heard that they fell into a trap at the gate that the rebels occupied, which means he bypassed them. Then he recalled Gray's words that this boy could become the savior of the kingdom when he would be in jeopardy. And now, looking at Raoul, Carson began to understand the meaning of the words of the great magician, who was absolutely right. However, the plank did not expect to meet him here because he thought he would be reliably tied to the gates. It seems that he really underestimated him, deciding that after their trap, he would no longer be an obstacle to them. Raoul also did not expect that the uprising would be so carefully planned and implemented. They entrusted the defense of the capital to Rendell, allowing them to organize an uprising from the inside, recruiting captain of the guards. They transferred all the forces that could prevent their plans away from the capital, which was not difficult. And having tied the first guild with the gates, they achieved that in the capital, there was no strength left to suppress the uprising. It was a carefully thought out and bold plan, and the guy was not ashamed to admit it. Suddenly his voice was presented by Herdian, who found the word of the guy very witty, but he asked him to close his mouth. The bastard who killed his brothers does not have the right to speak. He is just a rebel, not a prince, so he must be silent. The plank guessed that this was a weak provocation, designed to detain Herdian, which was supposed to simply not give in. The man added that he would deal with everything himself, because if he hesitates, everything will only get worse. At that very moment, Raoul waved his hand to Herdian, asking him to fail, because he was in the way. The prince got angry because he was sorry that he could not kill the guy personally. But when the uprising ends, and it will rise to the throne, it will make sure that the Ashton family is destroyed. But Raoul was ready to argue who else would destroy anyone, because the prince does not even understand that the empire was using it. It seems that the plank made a lot of effort to make the third prince his puppet. And they still believe that when the uprising is crowned with success, he will become the new king of the kingdom of Reuben. The man grinned, thereby confirming his words, and the guy again managed to surprise him. However, the plank did not lie, and he really intends to put Herdian on the throne, even as a formal king. Of course, this will continue only until the empire extends its influence to the entire kingdom. Raoul expected something like that, because it was so typical of the empire, so he was not even surprised. At that very moment, Carson warned the guy that the plank was using some unknown power. She looks like dark magic, but this is something completely unlike what he had seen before, and her exact nature is not clear. Perhaps no one has ever encountered this before, so you need to be extremely careful. But suddenly Raoul smiled, which surprised the rest, because the unknown power sounded interesting to him. But the point was that he himself has a considerable experience of communicating with unknown forces. At this time, the Raoul team fought with the Imperial Hound with might and main, not giving them a chance. There were many of them madly, but they had to stay on the check because there should be even more. However, this time they had captives. Josh tied them up so they could not harm them. The guy did not expect them to meet again, turning to the respected Lord Roy de Rendell. The annoyed prisoner said that this time they were not on equal terms with him, as at the ceremony of initiation in knights. But he, it seems, still does not understand what is happening, and now he does not have any status that can be boasted. He should not have joined the uprising if the status was so important to him, and the knights of the kingdom did not bow their heads in front of the rebels. Roy was funny to hear this from the one who had already lost the capital, and such a knight could not remain in honor. Then he invited him to go and prepare for the funeral of that idiot Raoul, who dared to get into the capital alone. These conversations began to annoy Jake, and he offered to get rid of Rendell, but Philip stopped him. Suddenly, someone stated that as expected from Philip, one of the Knights of the Golden Bear, he quickly assesses the situation. Everyone immediately turned their heads towards their voice and were dumbfounded by newcomers. It was Hudson, who noticed that the knight easily suppressed the elite Imperial detachment and even appreciated his worthless son so highly. With an embittered look, the man wanted to give him an honor, but now the situation was completely different. Roy was delighted that his father had come to his aid, while the rest were noticeably strained. Even Jake would like to avoid this, but Philip, who understood the true danger, was most worried. In front of them was the head of the county Rendell, one of the 5 great combat houses, the master of the sword, one of the strongest in the kingdom. The knight understood that without a master they definitely the end, and now they should not think of thoughtlessly into the battle. Hudson did not observe Raoul among them. He decided that he really made his way to the capital alone. If he is not here, there is no sense in staying more, because the first knightly order seriously interferes with their plans. Getting his sword, the man said that showing him the body of the murdered knights would be quite pleasant. At that very moment, Roy moved and pushed Josh from himself so that he could not get him. But before he managed to run to his father, he waved his sword, dissecting his own son's chest. The witnesses of this spectacle were deeply shocked because they did not expect that the Count was capable of this. Looking at the lying son, Hudson said that shameless insects did not dare to intervene. Jake decided that the man was crazy, once dared to do this with his own son, being worse than Imperial geeks. Looking at this picture, Bernard knew that he was ruthless, but did not think that to such an extent. At the same moment, Hudson began to drink a sword of mana. He decided that the conversations dragged on, and he was getting bored. Then he began to slowly walk towards the knights, wanting to go right away to the point. Meanwhile, in the castle, the plank decided that it would be quite interesting to check the clash of unknown forces. When they simultaneously confirmed their readiness, Raoul immediately rushed into battle. The guy was sincerely surprised when he realized with what ease he managed to injure the bar, which he did not even defend himself. However, the man remained unharmed, and an evil smile appeared on his face, and this battle was worth his expectations. Even Ravel was dumbfounded, did not understand that it was with him, and why he did not receive serious damage. But suddenly the plank decided that there was too little space to continue the battle, offering to change the location. The next second, he used magic to push Raoul out of the window, sending him out. Carson and Rail were dumbfounded by the like, while the plank decided to have fun. Raoul broke the window with his body, and landed in the middle of the temple, having managed to maintain balance and stay on his feet. It was not easy, because a little more, and he would have the end. At the same second, a fairy flew up to him. She asked him to be careful, because this guy seems to be very skillfully using black magic. The guy knew this, and in addition, ordinary attacks did not work on him, so something else had to be done. At that very moment, the plank slowly flew into the temple, deciding that this should be enough. In such a narrow space, it is difficult to fully show his abilities, so he transferred them to a more spacious place. Raoul would not want to wave a sword in the chapel, but it seems that there is no other choice. When the man invited him to fight for real, the guy immediately rushed forward. However, this plank achieved this, and then quickly began to counterattack using dark magic. He was disappointed, because the guy really thought that he could cope with him with one sword in his hands. But at the same second, Raoul used telekinesis to direct 3 blades right in the opponent's back. To the general surprise, swords reached the goal, and the guy carefully watched the man. Suddenly the plank laughed, explaining that no matter how he tried, his sword would never get him. Rail in fright asked who he was at all, because she could not do anything at such a pace. He not just skillfully uses black magic, he uses it in such a way that the guy has never seen before. The magician of a high circle, which owns black magic, is 88 levels, and its potential ability was on the rank of A. If the physical does not act, it makes no sense to release a repnator, all the more now there is no way to try. This is too dangerous, so only one option remains, and at the same moment Raoul looked at the surprised fairy. He clarified that she used to heal with the help of a magic stone, transforming pure magic power into divine. The girl confirmed this, but did not understand how he found out, because this trick is known only to a little even in the world of fairies. Raoul promised to tell her later, because now they did not have time for this, and asked her to do the same way now. It is necessary to convert divine power into physical, so that it can cause a direct blow to black magic. Rail decided to try, while the plank suggested that the guy was trying to read the spell. But he instantly was surprised when the guy attacked him again, and however, he managed to put his hand for protection. The man repeated again that his sword could not touch him, but did not manage to finish to the end. Looking at his hand, he realized that it was a divine force. She did not understand how he could attack her. The guy thanked the fairy, because thanks to her, he will finally be able to break through to him through his dark magic. Ravel clarified that the use of divine power is a high-level technique 10 magic stones will take. However, he had enough of them, and the plank with a smile guessed that the guy would not give up. Then he decided to move on to serious actions, because it seems the warm-up was dragged out, and now he will fight him seriously. He repelled the first blow of Raoul, after which he attacked himself, but to no avail. Then they began to exchange attacks. The guy realized that this would not lead to anything, so he again decided to use telekinesis. This was amused by the bar, which again returned forward, reducing the distance with Raoul. But when he approached, the guy suddenly felt that he could not move, and a seal formed under him. From the magic circle, hands immediately began to appear, which grabbed him tightly, not allowing him to get out. It was a completely disadvantage, as the man immediately swung a magic sword. However, Raoul managed to defend himself, but for the bar, his immobilization was so simple that it was even disappointed. Even with his ability to move objects, he can do nothing with a magical circle. But suddenly the guy again used telekinesis to tear a piece of earth and raise himself into the air. Thus, he was able to destroy the seal, which caused a smile on the enemy's face. The power itself was quite strange, and he also found ways to use it differently. Thanks to Raoul, he can continue to enjoy this, so he offered to have even more. The guy barely managed to escape, but this time it was really dangerous, and then he decided that he could not win this battle. Meanwhile, the Imperial Hounds were surprised by the rain call spell, but they did not care, because the lock was already captured. At that very moment, they were surprised to notice that someone was going to the gate, finding 2 people on horseback. One of them called the Imperials, announcing that they brought the body of the nobleman of the kingdom, asking for opening the gate. The knights were surprised that the nobles were still in the capital, but it is not clear for whom they asked to open the gate. The man announced that he was lucky with Dalton de Templeton, the grandson of the Marquis of the Sword. He is too valuable to leave him on the street. The Imperials did not expect that a member of the Templeton family would still be in the capital, after which they decided to check in person. The newcomer introduced himself as deputy commander of the Knights Carrington, who managed to catch large fish. They heard that the grandson of the Marquis is a rather skilled warrior, and he really looks too elegant for the son of a nobleman. But when Dalton heard these words, he immediately opened his eyes wide and smiled, looking at the Imperial. The knight did not have time to react when he immediately received a blow in the face, and the guy apologized for his elegant look. They really did not suspect anything when Marco called the name Carrington, but now they could pretend to be rebels. If they are right and the royal castle is already captured, in the end it may not be a difference. They tried to decide what they would do when they penetrated there, but they still did not think about it. Suddenly the man was surprised to breathe to them that His Highness understood something misunderstood. He said that you urgently need help, but when they came, only 2 small bugs flew in. They immediately recognized Jose and could not believe that even the royal guard passed to the side of the empire. They say that Dalton is a distillation of the Tepmilton family, which even the Marquis threw so that he remained in the capital, violating the order. The guy was impressed that even the famous captain of the royal guard knew so much about him. But he heard that Jose is a dummy who did not reach the level of the master of the sword, despite the fact that he is the captain of the royal guard. And now he has to guard the walls, even after he joined the rebels. The man replied that he could surround him right now and cut his throat, but he would allow him to play a little. He was bored, so this is very helpful. He would bring his head to the Marquis of the Sword when he will return to the capital, turned into ashes. Pulling out the sword, Dalton was scared, after which he decided to see what the master of chatter was capable of. At this time, the plank appreciated the incredible abilities of Raoul, but it seems that everything ends on that. The power, in order to resist all the masters of the sword of the empire, was very expensive for him. And now a guy will probably be difficult to resist this power in such a meager state. Raoul did not think that we have only strong. The technique of owning the ball did not affect the level of the swordsman, but he owns dark magic. In addition, it was very strong, but that's not all. Besides this, there was another powerful force. The plank tightened slightly when the guy fell silent, suggesting that he still decided to give up. But he suddenly gave a voice, saying that he was apparently mistaken, which misled the man. The wizard did not understand what this means, but he decided that the guy finally gave up and wants to capitulate. But before that, Raoul wanted to ask what kind of force intended for confrontation to the masters of the sword. The plank suggested telling him, but Raoul would not understand in any case, because it is to some extent the sphere of awareness. If you think about it, the word awareness is more suitable for the cut of power. The guy had to feel that the body of a man, consciousness, and even his magical power connected with this world. Master of the sword, the most powerful force that protects the kingdom of Reuben, the highest swordsman. You can hardly find such people in the whole kingdom, so they occupy only high posts. In addition, there are other talents that are not inferior to the masters of the sword, but did not receive recognition. The plank did not know how to take the empire from such monsters, but one thing is known. It certainly could not surpass them with the help of dark magic. But he wanted to get more strength and conducted countless experiments. In the process, I had to make many victims, but he was grateful to all those killed for this matter. At that very moment, Raoul realized that he was talking about the very place where he and his comrades found a laboratory. Wanting to get this unlimited power, there was a realization that it was connected with this world. The man smiled and decided to show Raoul his skills, ordering just to observe. At that very moment, several magic circles appeared under the guy, which constrained him with dark energy. The fact is that the plank began to possess such a dark magic that the past he could not think. Raoul felt that telekinesis could not apply. This magic blocks not only the body, but also abilities. After the awareness of this force, the man exceeded himself each time, and felt how more and more he became one in the world. And now he, who has become the world himself, has no limit to perfection, and therefore he is capable of everything. But as soon as the plank decided to stick the blade into the guy, Ravel immediately became between them, putting his shield. The fairy was very difficult, but she struggled to restrain dark magic. The man was surprised by the shield that the fairy created, and at that very moment Ravel blew him up, pushing the man. He did not understand where a similar force was in the guy, and Raoul loudly turned to Ravel. She did not respond to his call, as she was completely exhausted, and then immediately disappeared into Skildex. The plank was sure that it was definitely a spell holding for strength, but it somehow was able to reflect it. Rael said straight from the book that she was in order, but she did not have enough magical forces to be outside. She did not know what she was doing because she could not help him while restoring strength, but the guy reassured her. The plank could not believe that he was able to use the spell of the protection of such a level in a similar situation. He definitely underestimated the guy, but this fight is already starting to bother him, so he decided to end it. Meanwhile, the king and 4 men heard some kind of roar, trying to understand what was happening at all. Perhaps Raoul fights with enemies, and judging by the roar, a real massacre unfolds there. Suddenly, Cain announced that he would also fight, which surprised all those present. In the castle captured by the rebels, the commander fights completely alone, and he promised to help the first guild. If you die, then in a battle next to the commander. But at the same second, Jerry asked him to wait, but not in order to stop, but to declare that the prince will fight with them. Meanwhile, Hudson noticed that the rain had stopped, and now it would be easier to fight, although it is no longer important. The exhausted team barely kept on her feet, realizing that their opponent was incredibly strong. The Count was surprised that they were still trying to confront him. They, Estons, always lived for the glory of chivalry. They still cannot change anything, although there is always a chance for some miracle. By a miracle, he had in mind the alchemist, to whom he was heading with a slow step and a frightening look. In the future, it will pose a serious threat, and it is unlikely that it will surrender, so it is better to just get rid of it. Swinging with a sword, Hudson promised that it would not hurt, but Nakia was still afraid to death. But suddenly Josh came to her aid, who tried to attack the Count from behind, but he blocked the blow. The man was surprised that the boy could still fight, admiring his strong spirit. However, Hudson was enough to raise his hand up to throw the guy away. Looking at him, the man suddenly remembered that it was he who defeated Roy during the ceremony. This angered him because Josh disarmed the name Rendell, and now he had to pay for it. But as soon as he was going to cut off his life to the guy, Mediero immediately jumped out in front of him, blocking the blow. The knight managed just in time, and Rendell was dumbfounded, seeing the great paladin in front of him. The knight greeted him, clarifying that they met for the first time after the ceremony. He did not think that he would ever see him again in a similar situation, with their swords directed at each other. Hudson did not understand what he was doing here, because he was supposed to return to the northern border with the knights. He was going there, but then he received an ominous prophecy and turned his horse. When they pulled away from each other, Rendell realized that even the plank could not foresee such. A huge wave of undead, which appeared near the northern border, is strange in itself, and Mediero could assume something similar. The Count was surprised that he returned to the capital only from assumptions. Only the great paladin is capable of this. At that very moment, the knight looked at Philip, recognizing in him the deputy captain. Then the man announced that the knights were already on the way here, so they should join them. He himself was about to deal with Rendell, who initially chose the enemy beyond his power. Hudson could only imagine what would happen if the two great masters of the sword meet in a fight in the capital. The collision of two incredibly powerful R-swords will destroy everything to the last stone here. However, if the knight wanted just such a fate for the city, then it did not matter to him. Suddenly, the man behind him stated that they did not need this, and they can decide everything else. Everyone immediately turned in his direction and recognized Gray, although his face was hidden by the hood. Hudson did not expect Alfredo to appear here. It seems that the plank plan completely failed. However, rather, Gray's plan failed because he could not prevent this tragedy. As he said, if there are two greats to encounter, trouble will happen, and there will be even more victims. If he joins the battle, it will only be worse. It comes out from this that this battle is meaningless. Then the man began to create a spell, offering Rendell to return and try later. To the general surprise, the Count calmed down, realizing that soon the other knights would return. Then he hid the weapon, loudly announcing that he no longer had the need to stay here. Before you go out, he added that he respects him deeply because he was able to ruin the perfect plan. But as soon as he thought about the loss of Raoul, he decided that he may not be completely spoiled. Meanwhile, Ravel, who was still in the book, tried to shout to the guy and asked him to wake up. The plank soared over him, thinking that this guy was the most annoying in his way. If not for him, everything would have passed smoothly, but he managed to draw the inevitable briefly. Raoul tried very much, and for this the wizard respected him, but his strength was still not enough. He is still the youngest son of the Count, and his borders are obvious, so his loss was obvious. Whatever Raoul does, the plank is one with this world, and any resistance is useless. The worried Ravel asked the guy to hold on and tried to get out of the book, but she could not. The bar was a pity, because the Empire would be glad you would notice such as him, if the guy would not be an enemy. Well, of course, he will make it so that there is no trace of him, so that he could no longer interfere with them. At that very moment, the man released 3 snakes created from dark magic, after which he directed them to Raoul. A roar rang out throughout the castle, and Kane and Jerry were the first to feel it, stopping in the corridor. They immediately guessed that this was also the result of the battle of Sir Raoul, and this time it was not without magic. Kane mentally turned to the master, trying to find out what kind of battle he has there. At this time, the plank looked at the place where the guy was lying, and smiled, because there was no dust from him. He wanted to say something else, but at the same second he felt that someone was behind him. When he turned his head, a fist immediately flew around his face because he did not expect an attack from his back. Then the man noticed Raoul, who was conscious, and for some reason did not die. At this time, Dalton crossed his blades with Jose, wanting to teach a fabulous captain. From the first seconds, the knight felt that it would be a difficult battle, but was not going to retreat. The guy, however, was more than confident in his abilities, and therefore attacked the first, feeling his superiority. Then they began to exchange attacks, but successfully blocked each other's blades. I noticed the hounds that the captain had a hard time against this guy, that it looked a little ashamed. Captain Jose received his title thanks to the family, but this does not prevent him from remaining a professional. Looking at Dalton, Marco only now realized that this guy was much stronger than he thought. The guy tried to attack from different corners, but the man successfully blocked all his attacks. so that he does not speak. This is really difficult. Jose received his title for a reason. However, you can't give up. You need to distract it and detain it to catch it on an error. But suddenly Jose began to nourish the sword of mana, realizing that Dalton was using stupid tricks against him, and decided to finish with it. Suddenly behind him was a deafening explosion that made him be distracted for a second. A subordinate ran up to him and announced that the knights had returned to the capital and headed for the main gate. Their troops are mainly on the opposite side, and the main gates will not last long. Marco was surprised that Medeiros arrived here, and Dalton was glad that he also noticed that something was wrong. The knight asked what to do, while the captain ordered to flee and transfer the same to the Imperial soldiers. Then he turned around, with a formidable look telling Dalton that they would finish later. He was very lucky. In response to this, the guy only smiled maliciously, not taking his chatter seriously, and asked him to walk and look around. Then the captain and his guard hastened to retire in order to have time to protect the main gate. It must be difficult to pick up a lock for yourself, since the knights are already here, so there is nothing to worry about. However, one question remained open: how to do Raul, who was fighting alone. Meanwhile, the plank still did not understand how the guy was able to stand on his feet, which made him annoyingly persistent. After that, he again began to concentrate dark magic, deciding to have a little more with him. Suddenly he noticed that Raul was not even going to choose his sword to fight. He invited him to allow him to do this, but at the same moment the guy again approached him, attacking his bare hands. The man who waved his sword did not like this, angry even more. But Raul was faster and used telekinesis to abruptly throw himself into the air. The plank was surprised when he saw that he used psychokinesis to his feet to change the trajectory of movement. At that moment, the guy was able to get closer to him again to hit him, but the man immediately put his hand in defense. The plank believed that this was impossible. I tried to understand what kind of power it was and where did they get from. Raul was barely alive, but now he looked as if a second wind had opened in him. The man decided that the case was getting out of control and decided to attack the guy on his own. While the plank began to be noticeably nervous, Ravel still managed to get out of the book, recovering a little. First of all, the fairy decided to find Raul when she suddenly noticed that the guy was fighting again with might and main. Looking at him, she could not believe that it was still Raul, because he looked completely different. Now he was much more confident and could hold on equal terms against dark magic. The plank still did not understand how it became stronger on the verge of death and what kind of tricks these were. But suddenly he froze and smiled, because he could not even think that there was someone like him. Then the plank turned directly to him, said that he knew that there was such a person. Raul definitely feels power just like him, which makes them equally strong and exceptional. The man added that they are similar to him, but Raul did not react to these words. Then he suggested that the guy probably knew this feeling of unification with the ground. The feeling of how the earth gives him strength, it becomes the world, and the world becomes it. Raul knew this feeling, and explained that it was due to the high frequency of synchronization, which was surprised by the bar. This is an indicator of how much his feelings are ready to unite, is also used to measure strength. The man froze with a surprised look, not understanding what was being discussed because he heard about such a term for the first time. Raul decided that this was exactly what he scared, although it was strange that the NPS, like him, felt it at all. The plank for the first time heard some words, and therefore could not tie everything into one picture, which annoyed him. But suddenly the guy thanked him for this, because he realized something and what was open to him only now. Since he woke up in this world, his indicator has always been 100%, but he never used it. The plank decided that this was complete nonsense, after which he asked Raul to stop talking to himself. But at the same moment, the guy again used telekinesis to completely chop the man, not allowing him to conjure. Raul decided to perceive this world as its new reality instead of a game, but this does not mean that he should not benefit from this. Therefore, excessive immersion is always bad, but from that moment, everything will be different. The guy again thanked the man for reminding him who he was. The next second, he rushed forward, after which he hit the bar in the chest, throwing it away. The man cherished his blood, and suddenly noticed that he had to hang in the air thanks to telekinesis. Meanwhile, Raul had already reduced the distance and grabbed his face, imprinting with force in the ground. However, the wizard was not going to give up so easily because he released dark magic from his body. Rising to his feet, the man concluded that the guy could not stop them, as if he did not try. He was absolutely sure that Raul would not work out, no matter what tricks he hid. The kingdom will fall, and the empire will win up, and no one is able to interfere with this. His family and knights will not be able to do anything, and they will forever remember them as losers. He wanted to suppress the morale of the guy even more, but he suggested to stop chatting. NPS with long dialogues irritated him very much, but he already knows everything about this quest. Raul invited him to end this because he was getting bored from a simple chatter. At that very moment, he rushed into the attack, forcing the bar to abruptly go into defense. Using black magic, and he created several limbs from the back, I drive away the guy from himself. Then he again created 3 snakes, which were supposed to attack him simultaneously from different sides. But Raoul was enough to wave his hand once to destroy the heads of 3 snakes at once. The plank was dumbfounded, because he did not understand how he managed to do this with such ease. At that very moment, the guy used telekinesis, tearing off a piece of the earth on which a man stood and lifting it into the air. Thus, he disoriented him and reduced the distance, which allowed him to hit the enemy in the face. The blow was so strong that the land was shook on which the man landed. Raoul landed next to him, not taking his eyes off the wizard because he was still conscious. The plank continued to smile, because he could not think that everything would end that way. He perfectly planned and calculated everything, but only because of this guy, everything went not according to plan. He was destroyed by the kingdom and set the flag of the empire, having received an unprecedented power. Suddenly he was interrupted by Raoul's unexpected question. Why did he need this? What made the man think about it? Looking at the discouraged plank, the guy tried to understand what was the meaning and what prompted him for it. The wizard suddenly began to be nervous, after which he wanted to answer, but to his surprise fell silent. He could not answer anything, and Raoul explained that this is obvious, because there was never a reason. This scenario was created for beta version. The connection was perfect, but they did not program emotions for random NPS. Now the man had to feel emptiness, but this does not mean that he would be forgiven for it. From him, too many innocent died, people lost their loved ones and hid in fear, losing their homes. Only the plank was to blame for all this, and it does not matter at all that he did this without any reason. When Raoul woke up here, he decided that he would consider this world with his new reality. And now he cannot just forgive the one who so brazenly tried to destroy this world. Seeing a waving guy, the plank decided to finally ask who he was, to which he received an answer, that Raoul is a player. At that very moment, the guy imprinted his fist right in the face of a man, ending this difficult fight. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated from the guy's window, while he was breathing heavily and thought it was a heavy quest. He expected the uprising, but the time is inappropriate, and everything turned out in such a way that he could not even imagine. It was dangerous in every sense, which means that his actions nevertheless influenced the script of Connect. But Raoul still cannot retreat now, and he needs to better prepare, become stronger, and expand his influence. You need to be prepared for that day, and this was just a starting point for an unknown future. Raoul flew up to him, being glad that the guy won, but did not understand why he hid such power. It was not on purpose, but now he decided to tell her. It still couldn't hide forever. But as soon as Raoul wanted to tell her the truth, he immediately lost consciousness, which excited the fairy. Suddenly she froze when she noticed that the sunlight illuminates the guy, realizing that it was already morning. The girl gently touched his cheeks. She had many questions, but it could wait. The nightmares of that night from the rebels who entered into an alliance with the Empire scattered from the first sunlight. A long, tense day in which there was everything, from suppressing the gate of the D rank to the fight against Imperial hounds, ended. After the battle, Raoul immediately lost consciousness, as Ravel warned, and soon Kane and Jerry found him. The same thing happened with his company. They too overstrained, and with dawn collapsed without feelings. After that, they slept for 3 days. The king survived, but soon brought down again. He had long weakened, and the shock was too large for him. First of all, the fact that the instigator of the uprising was the third prince was incredibly difficult to accept. Dylan already arrived in the capital shortly after the Holy Nights, but most of the rebels have already left the city. The nobles who realized late also panicked. They had to urgently provide people with supplies. The kingdom and the capital, which encountered an unprecedented chaos, slowly but surely began to recover. And a few days later, Raoul and his guild appeared in front of the prince, who was led by the kingdom. Jerry announced that thanks to the first guild, the rebellious forces that threatened the kingdom were destroyed. Thus, they ensured the safety of the royal family and people, and also raised the honor of the royal knights. Like the 6th prince of the kingdom, on behalf of His Majesty the King, he thanks them for such great merits. Therefore, Raoul receives the title of Viscount, land and mansion in the capital, asking to continue to faithfully serve the kingdom. 6 months after Raoul left Eston's lands to study at the academy, he finally firmly stands on his feet. And on the same day, another important event took place, where the principal thanked everyone who came, despite what had happened. Due to his father's illness, he had to take his place, although he does not have sufficient qualities. Melvin, the father of Raoul, replied that they were not even on the battlefield, so now they were just ashamed. Fidel de Grier did not understand how only one minister of the interior could plan such an unprecedented uprising. Carson explained that not only he acted here, but the uprising was organized by the third prince and Rendell. This is the name of the uprising, but in fact it was an invasion organized by the Empire, so this should be considered as a war. Clifford de McNeil was ridiculous that the 5 great clans were in the hands of the Empire. The capital is one damage, but the academy also suffered heavy losses. Many of its best students turned out to be rebels. However, it comforts that the main character who suppressed the uprising was also from the academy. Then Gray asked Raoul to share his thoughts as the head of the rebellion of the rebellion. He did not prevent this uprising alone. Everything became possible thanks to the first guild and knights of the kingdom. In the light of what happened, they should not focus on what they lost, but on what they have left. They should combine efforts because they can better prepare for future threats. Jerry agreed with him. The empire was silent about what had happened, but the war, in fact, has already begun. The kingdom is now weakened and is in a great crisis, so that the prince asks 5 great clans to make every effort. The empire, of course, poses a threat, but there is an even greater problem that consists in another. Real chaos is just beginning, and right now, a new character has appeared in the kingdom. The blue-haired guy was delighted, still not believing that he was right in the game. Inspecting the surroundings and people, the guy realized how amazing this game was, as if he was transferred to the real world. His name is Kim Il-yu. This year he turned 25. Recently he was lucky in his unremarkable life. There was a new game in virtual reality called Connect, and it was chosen by the beta tester of this game. The capsule, as in science fiction films, but many said that it was a deception, and they are used as experimental. However, Kim still decided to take a chance. It was not pleasantly surprised when the system invited him to enter the world. As it turned out, it was not a deception or conspiracy. It was a virtual reality, and even more. He feels the wind, smell, even the masses look realistic, which could be very confusing. Why did he decide that even the pain was felt plausible, because of which he became a little creepy? At that very moment, all the strangers were greeted by Ronaldo, who was the mayor of the world. He was sincerely glad to their visit, while Kim was surprised at the event immediately after the release that it was not like training. A man in the throat said that they had to hear the news of a large-scale rebellion in the capital. Listening carefully, the guy suggested that this was the beginning of the script. This unprecedented event caused concern among many of them, but their kingdom did not weaken. I am all thanks to Pride and the city, the hero of the heroes who suppressed the rebellion, Lord Raoul and his first guild. Therefore, he asked all new ones to be calm and enjoy freedom in his city. Ronaldo was glad, because for a long time his speech was not met with such applause, and it is good that he decided to side with Raoul. Kim thought that the first guild plays an important role in the game. Perhaps they are associated with the main plotline. Then he focused on Raoul. I am mentally interested in what kind of character it is. At this time, Melvin pulled his son by the cheeks, praising him in full, although most recently he begged to send him to the academy. And now the guy has done something so outstanding that he was able to glorify their family. Dylan was interested in what his father would do with his family Rendell. They arrested everyone who remained in the capital, including the side branches. However, given the whole situation, the decision will be for His Majesty, but most of them are facing only a slight punishment. Everyone who actively participated in the rebellion already fled to the Empire, and the remaining members of their family are not related to rebellion. Nevertheless, they need minimal supervision, so it will be better to leave them under house arrest. Suddenly, Raoul announced that they should also observe the Jaden, which surprised men. Melvin was surprised that his son suspects the family of his older brother in some way. His uncle, albeit indirectly, but contacted Rendell through Baron Zender. It was also established that he maintained contact with the main organizer of the rebellion, Minister of the Interior. Although he was not a clear participant, the highly likelihood that Lord Jaden was involved in the rebellion. Dylan agreed with his younger brother. Although his uncle was silent for several years, it would be reasonable to be on the alert. Melvin frowned and asked his son to stay here and focus on observing the relatives of the rebels. Then she turned to Raoul because he thought that he was still a child, but he matured so much that now the man does not spare anything. From now on, the kingdom will need it even more, so the guy must fulfill his duty properly. But did not have time to agree as the servant called him out that the prince was immediately calling him. Then the guy decided to leave his father, simultaneously wishing him a happy way home. Melvin was very proud, seeing his son in this position, and also mutually said goodbye to him. At the back, Raoul is already similar to an adult, but the young man is still a young man, with which Dylan agreed with a smile. He was the first to mention the need to beware of his uncle. It is not difficult to think that a fragile boy would change so. Suddenly, the Count was disadvantaged, hinted that they could not rely only on the youngest. If Dylan will follow his brother, it will be noticeable, and it is still too early to take such responsibility to the younger. Then only one option remains for Dylan to find his second brother Lawrence. Meanwhile, the prince said that it is not easy to resist the heads of 4 great families. However, they are all the devoted servants of the prince, so he should not be so scared of their presence. Jerry called Raoul as a friend and a comrade in the academy, so he asked him not to be so official. Having discarded the formalities, the guy with a smile said that Jerry had already managed to go through a lot. The prince did not know how to express his gratitude to him, because he was ashamed that he relied only on him. However, he himself fought against the rebels to the last and did everything he could. However, now he is wondering if the inhabitants of the capital, I think, as well as Raoul. Due to the incompetence of the royal family, many people were drawn into rebellion, died, and lost their homes. But the initiator of the rebellion was a member of the royal family. They probably accuse her of everything. Insert from the table. Raoul invited him to check it personally and find out what's on the mind of the inhabitants of the capital. At the same time, Dalton's father said that his son surprises him in a variety of ways. He knew that the guy is freedom, loving, but did not expect him to refuse to fulfill the royal order. The guy dismissed, explaining that the royal order was given to the family and not to him, and no difference. But at the same moment he fell silent and turned his head when he noticed his father's angry gaze. The man sighed heavily because he sent his son to the academy to teach discipline. As a member of the Templeton family, he should appreciate the honor and be more responsible. He did not want Dalton to remain in the shadow of the title of his grandson of the Master of the Sword, so he needed to prove himself. Then he looked at his son, concluding that his efforts were not in vain, and Dalton showed what he was capable of. He was surprised when he heard that the guy joined the gate suppression operation, fighting the rebels. Dalton, a person who never participated in family affairs, was so active beyond its borders. Due to the fact that he heeded, Templeton was able to maintain dignity. Now the father was thinking of allowing his son to be free. This is the best solution for him and his family. If the family constrains him, he will no longer force his son to play a certain role. Perhaps the first knightly order of Raoul is more suitable for him in spirit, and then the guy will find the meaning of his existence. If Dalton wants to go with him, he will not interfere. But he must think about it well. It can be useful in the future. After an unsuccessful uprising, the Empire will refuse to shake the kingdom from the inside. They can start a full-fledged war, and the forces of the rebels who have found refuge in the Empire will join them. If the day comes when they encounter the Empire face to face, then the title, Master of the Sword, will not stand aside. Meanwhile, the knights trained young guys who decided to join their ranks on the training ground. One of the men asked to watch carefully, explaining that the sword is a continuation of his hand. But at that very moment he froze when he noticed the approached Prince Jerry and Raoul. The prince asked not to pay attention to them. They simply came to watch as students of the academy. New recruits still do not recognize the prince, so the knights can pretend that he is not here. Raoul heard that there are a lot of new recruits, and there was a revival. All places are occupied, so they recorded some in the cadets. Many of them are boys affected by a recent uprising. The majority lost their families or at home. The prince became sad from these words, but Raoul, on the contrary, smiled and decided that they had to talk to them. He went to the boy with the same hair color, noticing how he trained diligently, and asked how old he was. The boy stood sharply at the rack and immediately replied that he was 13 years old, turning to Raoul formally. He entered the knightly order rather early, and the guy wondered why he decided to join. The young knight was silent for several seconds, after which he answered with a confident tone that he wanted to become strong. He needs it to protect his family from the Empire and, someday, protect the kingdom. He wants to be like the knights of the kingdom who protected the king from the cost of his life, like Raoul, who defeated the leader of the rebels. And also as Prince Jerry, who did not retreat, he wants to boldly fight against the Empire. Suddenly, Raoul put his hand on the prince's shoulder. Let's understand that young people, like him, gather from all over the kingdom. This shows how the people who survived the uprising refers to the royal family. Without answering anything, Jerry confidently went to the same boy. I was interested in his name, as it turned out. Was the guy's name Arthur? The prince smiled, answering that this was a good name, after which he sat on one knee in front of the young man. The knight and Raoul were dumbfounded when they saw this picture, because usually the prince was not good to kneel. Jerry becomes very ashamed at the sight of his courage. He is small and young, but strong in spirit. He kneels in front of him as a sign of respect for his courage and apologizes for having experienced because of him. After that, he vowed to all those present that he would accept their courage as his own. He will protect the kingdom, even if it costs him life, and will no longer be weak. Initially, it was believed that King Tadeus died in an uprising in the world of Connect, but he survived him, and his state is critical. The crown prince and the second prince were killed during the uprising, and the third, the main culprit, fled to the empire. This case made the fourth prince the first in the queue of the throne inheritance. Raoul saved the Ashton family from destruction and thought that it did not matter who would become the next king, but he was mistaken. The ideal candidate with royal qualities now stood right in front of him. Jerry again asked the name of the guy, who was too excited. The prince decided to remember his name, asking to become a great knight of the kingdom, hoping that they would meet again. In the face of war tests and separation, this is a ruler who most needs people. Anyone who is strong enough and dare to resist the imperial hound. The ruler who takes care of the people and knows more about humility than anyone else. It was a guy who recently became a man, the sixth prince, Jerry de Rubin. A little later, sitting behind the tea party, Raoul was surprised that the royal was especially kneeling in front of commoners. It's good that they did not know that he was a prince, otherwise a big commotion would have happened. However, Jerry wanted to thank them, even if I had to do it in this way. And thanks to these children, I understood something. These children, no doubt, will become stronger, but the kingdom needs the one who can be leaning right now. Suddenly, the prince said that such a person was right in front of him, the guard of Tyria, Raoul Ashton. But now he should be called the kingdom of Reuben. The whole people of the kingdom are already based on him. But just to be a support and is not enough, they need someone who can unite the forces of the kingdom. as well as noblemen, knightly orders, even mercenaries and wanderers, and lead them with the power of softness. His Majesty is hardly dismissed, and most of the heirs of the throne are dead or disappeared. Therefore, Raoul believes that Jerry is the only one who can take this place with dignity. He said this as a friend, so the guy must understand what he has in mind. From now on, the Empire will no longer act as openly as before, and you need to be on the alert. She will first gain strength, and then will be ready for a full-scale war. The kingdom needs to be rallied than ever, but when this time will come, absolutely everyone will be confused. When the moment comes when the prince wants to restore order in this chaos, Raoul should be on his side. Meanwhile, the Raoul team decided to inspect the bar mansion, finding the secret room under the mansion. The mind, obsessed with dark magic, would not be in good health. Nevertheless, here they can find tips for the uprising. At the same moment, Pierce turned to Nakia. I hope that the alchemist was able to find something interesting. There's a powerful sealing spell. There are no traps or dangerous elements, but the spell requires decryption. It can be ancient magic, perhaps too old to be possible to find it in literature. The whole group was dumbfounded because I did not understand how the plank generally knew about this. Suddenly, a knight came running to them, saying that investigators had completed an inspection of the cave. It is confirmed that this is an artificial structure, but it was built at least several thousand years ago. This information further surprised the team, since Viscount certainly could not live for so many years. From this, it proceeded that the plank did not create this cave. He built his mansion over it. Naki also became interested in what he hides, but they will have to report this to the master. Meanwhile, Kane again visited the prison in which he decided to visit the plank concluded there, and he could not think that he would meet that hunter from the guild as the leader of the uprising. Rather, now he is just a criminal for whom death is the weakest of punishments. He recalls the comrades whom he killed. Kane wants to immediately kill him, but he still has questions. He wanted to know who is behind this uprising in the Empire, and how he contacted the ducal detachment of the Empire. It is also unknown whether there were any forces left other than the families who participated in this uprising. When a man asked another question that he really knows nothing. Then he raised his head and smiled madly, deciding that they were the same, born in a lie and live in a lie. The uprising in the Empire, all this does not matter. All this, the world itself, is meaningless. Unfortunately, he came to this, and Raoul instilled this damn truth into him. This world is nothing more than a created illusion in which there is nothing in the present and real. Soon the whole world learns that cracks in this false world have already begun to actively appear. Meanwhile, Silver Zero was in his office and demanded a report from subordinates. They ensured the safety of all exiles. At the moment, no one causes special suspicions. The nobles and the chambers are somewhat excited, but in general, everything is quickly stabilized. In addition, they quickly restore strength, focusing on 4 great families. In the end, the plan failed, and this led to the fact that the enemy only became stronger. The bar was seized in the royal palace and crushed the magic of darkness, and then put in prison. His Majesty Emperor is extremely disappointed with this failure, and all of them should understand this. Jose felt responsible for not justifying his expectations, and he would try to fix everything. Silver hinted with anger that he would have to do this, otherwise he would not survive the next time. However, another subordinate stated that he was again to blame for this defeat. The man immediately realized what he had in mind by Raoul Eston, who had long looked suspicious. He tore their plan almost alone. The mistake of the bar was that he could not cope with Raoul. Due to his connection with the 6th prince, with whom he studied at the academy, there are rumors that he supports him as the next king. Now he is not just an ascending star, he is becoming one of the biggest threats to the empire. They suggested starting to act until he became even stronger, but Zero he ordered no longer interfering in Raoul's affairs. From now on, he will personally observe him. Singing, it seems that he should be more serious about him. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Josh fought with Dalton with might and main, who was not so hard. But he was surprised when his opponent began to increase the pace, slowly pushing him. The Lord realized that he could lose at such a pace, and therefore sharply increased his strength, discarding the guy. Sitting on the ground, Josh complained that he did not succeed again, but Dalton encouraged him. If he had not had 2 swords, it would be dangerous. This time, he was just lucky because of the difference in weapons. He thought that Josh's style was based only on rough power, but the technique is also not bad. However, this did not make this happy, because against the master of the sword, such as Count Rendell, this will not work. The master of the sword is the highest goal of all knights, but the choice is unexpected, because his style is very different from Rendell. When asked why he chose Rendell, Josh replied that this was not a goal, and he just wants to defeat him, who at night he could not even touch the count, no matter how he fights. The difference was obvious. The top of knightly skill, the master of the sword, is so high and inaccessible, which is almost impossible to achieve. But Dalton continued to cheer him up, saying that the guy calls the count to those who want to win. Most people, having felt such an overwhelming difference in strength, quickly surrendered due to inaccessible heights. But he is not like that. Instead of giving up, Josh is trying to find a way to achieve a goal. These words first surprised the young knight, but at the same second realized how much the truth was in them. Then his face became more confident because he knew that the members of the First Knightly Order did not give up. Dalton also realized that there were really many worthy people here, and he was becoming interesting. Meanwhile, Raul arrived at the scenario with a dumbfounded face, noticing the ruins under the mansion. The worried Nakia added that it was powerful print magic, and it can be dangerous to shoot spell. They do not yet know what exactly is sealed there, but if the plank is involved in this, there can be nothing good here. In the era of twisters, and not investigated all the ruins in Connect, but he had not seen anything like this before. Perhaps this was one of the changes in Connect, which also occurred because of Raul. The guy asked to leave it to him, orders everyone else to move away, because he must examine everything himself. Philip offered to stay with him just in case, but the master said that everything was in order, in which case he will run away the fastest, so he asked his comrades not to worry. After a couple of minutes, when he was left alone, he immediately took out a sword from the inventory. Raul has not been engaged in the study of ruins for a long time, but it would be very fun to repeat this experience. Standing in front of a huge seal, he tried to understand how to go through this door. Even Nakia could not figure out this spell, and with its strength it would be difficult to destroy it. If this is lost ancient magic or fey magic, then it does not understand this at all. But as soon as the guy thought about it, he immediately opened Skilldex, calling Ravel to himself, which was always there. The girl immediately suggested that he needed her help and asked him only to say, because she was always ready. This was very encouraging the guy who pointed to her print and asked if she knew what it was. Ravel immediately recognized the magic of FAI printing, a high-level magic that has been used since ancient times. But she did not understand how it turned out here, because only a few fairies can create this. Raul realized why Nakia could not figure it out, after which he asked whether Ravel could remove him. But the fairy explained that this is not the magic that can be destroyed, which sincerely surprised the guy. Typically, printing magic is associated with a closed lock, but not all print magic works like that. This is more like a guard than a castle, which complicates the possibility of opening it. The castle can be opened, but the guard, no, this door allows you to pass only worthy. It was an intangible guard who first seemed to Raul difficult, but suddenly he changed his mind. Ravel did not understand what he had in mind, but the guy had already headed towards the press. Putting his hand to the press, Raul politely introduced himself, after which he asked the audience from the owner of the press. At first nothing happened, but suddenly a voice appeared out of nowhere from nowhere, asking for the name of the guy. But then the voice announced that the guy was lying. He was hiding his true essence, so the door would not open. However, Ravel was the first to get angry, who did not understand what he had in mind, and where there is a lie. She tried to convey to the press that it was the magic of fairies, and who else could create this? At this time, the guy also did not understand what was the matter. Perhaps he knew the present to him, not Raul. He does not know what is happening, but now you need to focus on going through this door. Maybe behind this door there is an answer to the question why he was awakened like Raul Ashton. Then he again touched the door, having called to Hune, and again asked the audience from the owner of the press. Ravel was surprised. He heard another name, but at the same second shuddered when she heard a roar. The door in front of them immediately began to open, and the seal disappeared, which pleasantly surprised both Raul and Fairy. The guy did not expect that this was really a way to destroy the seal, but they knew about him from somewhere. Ravel uncertainly turned to him, but the guy only replied that it turned out to be easier than he thought. She probably has many questions, but he will explain everything, and now he suggested focusing on completing the study. Waiting for her consent, Raul squeezed his sword tightly and slowly moved forward to the unknown. At the same time, Kim turned off the game and returned to the real world, slowly crawling out of the capsule. Having removed the glasses of virtual reality, he looked at them with a smile, deciding that it was really amazing. He immediately sat down at the computer and immediately began to write a review about Connect after the first test. The guy guaranteed that this game cannot be distinguished from reality. Here is the feeling of wind, to the smell of horses. And even after 10 hours of the game, you do not feel fatigue. Everything happens in real time, which confuses a little. He began together under the name of the world. Something exciting happens from the very beginning, so he invited a friend to join. However, the answers that came to him were not as joyful as his assessment. They did not believe him, but Kim only invited them to continue to chase 3D models to push the mouse. Suddenly, one answer appeared, which was interested in the game. Asked Kim to tell more. The guy realized that it was impossible to waste time, and again put on his glasses, deciding to pick up everything before the open beta test. At this time, Raul and Rael had already entered quite deeply, and the fairy began to worry that it could be a trap. The seal was created with the help of fairies, but if it is a trap created by fairies, it can also be in danger. Looking around, the guy also felt some unfamiliar magic. As if the concentration is unusual, the magic soaring around is so strong that it illuminates the space. The deeper they go down, it becomes stronger, so they need to be careful. With such a high concentration of magic, this should be some ruins or high-level dungeons. It seems that his presence and actions changed events, but places do not appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, Ravel pointed him forward, and Raoul was surprised to notice the light emanating from the end of the tunnel. When they went there, they noticed a huge hall in which the pyramid stood in the middle. She was her top of the gate. The girl could not understand what kind of dark spot it was. They could not create something that radiates such an ominous magic. The guy could not believe that he sees in front of him unidentified gates that are not amenable to classification. It was a passage to the demonic world, the dark gates that he had to see earlier. He came across them several times during the time of Crash and tried to go through them, but only when completing tasks. They never appeared in such hidden places. If no one had found the gate, the demons would have burst out and the entire continent would be in chaos. While Raoul tried to understand why they were here, behind him appeared a phantom silhouette of a man. Ravel was the first to feel his presence, because of which she was very scared and shuddered. When she screamed loudly, Raoul immediately turned around, grabbing his sword tightly. Noticing a man in front of him, the guy did not feel anything, although he radiates such strong magic. He did not understand what kind of creature it was, but at the same moment, the man asked the alien to remove the sword, wearing a mask of Aston. His sword will still not get him. As well as, therefore, it makes no sense for them to fight. From the first, he suggested that he imposed a seal, but then realized that the man was the owner of this dungeon. However, this was not entirely true, and the phantom took a few seconds to choose the right answer. In fact, he was only a follow, just a ghost of the past, which was attached to this place. His name is Cardenas. He is a guard of the Dark Gate, a bridge between the world of demons and people. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze to Ravel, indicating that he had not seen fairies for a very long time. Ravel was dumbfounded that he could see her, because few could boast of this ability. Cardenas explained that the blue fairies on the Lake of the Velas taught him a couple of spells. It was more than 1,000 years ago, although these memories still remained in his head. Ravel sighed in relief, and remembered that there was a legend that the fairies once lived by the Lake of the Velation. But then she switched to a cry when she asked for how many years ago it was. The man recalled that he was the rest of the past, just a fragment of the press that protects the gate from the world of demons. But he should still ask something, and then turn to Raoul, wondering who he was actually. Taking a deep breath, the guy removed the sword, after which he agreed, because it makes no sense to hide it. Earlier, he was still about to tell about everything Ravel, so he was ready to share this with Cardenas. As he said, in fact, his name is not Raoul Ashton, but at the same time, he is Raoul. In fact, his name is Taehyung, another name is a Twist, and he came from another world called Earth. This world does not belong to this world or the world of demons, and for an unknown reason, he woke up in the body of Raoul. He was killed in ambush, but for some reason he woke up in this world. Having awakened, he immediately found himself in this body, but he could not find the answer to the question why. However, the guy considered this the second chance, so he decided to accept this reality. Cardenas frowned and suggested that all this for the sake of revenge that the guy hid on his killers. Perhaps the desire to still warm up in it, but even if it takes revenge, this will not be enough. He received a second chance, so he wants to correct his past mistakes and achieve what he could not, reach the tops. Thus, he decided to live like Raoul Ashton, but suddenly Cardenas felt something and flinched. He stated that this was an interesting story, and he would like to listen yet, but offered to postpone it for later. Getting his sword, the man announced that they had an impenetrable guest. At the same second, the gates behind Raoul froze, and some kind of evil roar was heard from there. When he and Raoul turned around, they noticed a demon who could speak, and right now he turned to Cardenas. According to the demon, they had not seen the ghost of the past for a long time, which caused a smile on the monster's face. Now Cardenas looked quite weakened. It seems that even he cannot avoid his mortal essence. This was said by the 98-ranking demon Fumus, which still has not surrendered, and its stupidity is unchanged even after a century. The monster did not like such a greeting, and his temper remained as adamant as before. However, unfortunately, none of them have time to enjoy the joy of the meeting. Getting his sword, Fumus invited the old friend to go right to business. At that very moment, Cardenas asked Raoul to move so that he would not interfere with his battle with the demon. This is his battle. A person from this world has no reason to intervene, and he will make the demon can no longer cross the border into this world. However, Fumus also had a goal, but he could not afford to leave until the debt was returning. At that very moment, they rushed to each other and clashed their blades in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the comrades of Raoul, who stood outside the doors, noticed that the masters were late and decided that something had happened. Probably because this seal is a difficult task for the master, maybe he is looking for hints to destroy magic. So far, they had to trust the master and wait, but Nakia looked the most worried. This magical seal did not give her rest. The magic is too unfamiliar, and it is not known how the danger can be hidden. In fact, from the moment they arrived in this mansion, she feels something strange. This is a weak sensation, but it seems very alien. Most of all, it causes a strong sense of anxiety. Trying to choose the words, she clarified that it looks like that, which does not belong to this world. Most likely by this she meant dark gates, from which a demon got out to fight the guide of the gate. Raul, who watched them, felt a powerful blow, and this force without the use of a semolina blade. Looking at the demon 98 rank, the guy realized that this was an adversary whom he could not cope with now. It was difficult for him to believe that someone could fight such an adversary on an equal footing, but Cardenas kept perfectly against him. When they stopped changing the blows, the demon decided to break the distance and soared into the air. But suddenly he also abruptly sank, sticking his sword into the ground, thereby interfering in the projection of a man. When Fumas saw this, he realized that he was right, and the altar supported his immortality and strength. When the altar was left unattended for many years, he gradually lost his power. Then he invited Cardenas to thank the stupid people for this, because now we thank him to repay his duty. Most demons are just animals hungry to the power. They would just get out and try to suppress it with rough power. But he is different. He is one of the leaders of the demonic world. Unlike those animals, he has to use the brain. From their last battle, he suspected that something important was connected with this altar, and now it came to him. However, he was sorry that the battle with which he had been preparing for hundreds of years ends so trite. Then the demon waved his sword, saying loudly that at the time of his destruction, he would enjoy this in full. But as soon as Fumas wanted to strike, Raul immediately jumped out in front of Cardenas, take a blow to his sword. The man was dumbfounded to see a stranger in front of him, who began to use the divine power. Fumas was also at a loss what kind of child was, and how he could block his sword. But before he had time to figure out anything, the guy's fist immediately flew to the demon in the face, discarding him. It seems that the experience of Raul in a battle with the dark magicians turned out to be useful. Fortunately, a shining aura acts on demons. Starting to radiate a gold aura, the guy decided to join the battle, and Ravel supported him. The demon did not expect such a turn of events, so that a miserable mortal decided to unite with the guard. He does not know how he, a man, ended up here, but since he intervened in the demon's case, he will have to pay for it. Raul replied that he was one of those who use his family more than the brains, but then suggested stop talking. However, Cardenas asked the stranger to step back, because this opponent was too tough for him. Perhaps for now, but he was never a twist. Even with 100% synchronization, there are limits of physical capabilities. The man did not understand what was being discussed, but the guy decided to explain it to him later. At first, he suggested dealing with this demon who prevented their dialogue. Fumas did not understand how the guy dares himself to behave like that, because he was just a bug, which the demonic kingdom will absorb. However, becoming the first person killed by a demon is also not bad. That the monster was noticeably pleased. He considered that for mortals this is the highest honor, but Raul did not like such a statement. In the end, people are nothing more than toys for demons, so now he is ready to have fun. The guy noticed that all his opponents are too talkative, and so strongly stretched the playing time. Then he again suggested that he stop trembling and get down to business, because of this, the mood was spoiling. But the first to the demon was still rushing Cardenas, who had personal scores with him. At that very moment, Raul joined them while attacking Fumas. The demon pushed the man away from himself with a deft movement, after which he directed the magic paw towards the guy. He did not expect such a quick counterattack, but Ravel, who created the shield, immediately came to his aid. She calmly withstood the demon's attack, after which she asked Raul's well-being. Fumas was surprised to see a fairy in front of him. He noticed that the guy had a very annoying companion. He did not expect that the fairy would serve mortal proud fairies who once fought with them in the past. But the girl said that she was not a servant, but a friend, not that the demon could understand such a relationship. Raul thanked her, and Ravel could not just stand aside when it comes to the demon. Fumas seemed funny and disgusting that a man, a fairy, and a ghost were united against a demonic commander. But then he decided that thanks to them he may no longer restrain himself and not think about the consequences. Out of mercy, he will allow him to see how the stamp of the gate is destroyed, and then kill them. Fumas asked them to watch with his own eyes how demons poured into the world of people. However, Cardenas did not want to just stand and look, and therefore again smiled at him with a sword. The demon doubted that a ghost losing power could protect the seal even with such assistance. But the man hinted that he would not do this, after which he pointed to the guy used by telekinesis. Cardenas said that this would do a mortal whom he had so underestimated. Fumas considered it a joke and an absurd trick, after which he began to cut stones one after another. These fools really thought that such a miserable trick could defeat him. At that very moment, Raul suddenly appeared from behind the stones, but the demon was counting on such a sudden attack. However, he did not take into account Ravel, who created the spell and tied it, limiting the movements. Then she gave a sign to the guy who was already fled towards the demon, lugging his sword. Cardenas also decided to join, attacking simultaneously with Raul. This attack was enough to cause significant damage to the demon that fell, bleeding. It was close, but if not for Ravel, the guy would definitely be under the blow. He thanked the fairy for salvation because she is somehow called the natural enemy of demons. However, the Phantom Guard announced that this was not the end and forced the guy and fairy to strain. The weakening of the altar for this creature is enough to restore its strength. If the altar collapses, the consequences will be catastrophic in order to maintain the seal. Instead of the altar, a powerful suppression force will be needed. Raul immediately began to think what power could be suitable for maintaining such a strong print. Suddenly he dawned on him, because if this is all that is needed, then he has a force that can suppress magic. This can be possible if he uses the Repnator, which he just has. A replacement, a kind of ego predet, usually contains a soul, but now it is empty. This equipment can replace the destroyed print stone, but Ravel has noticeably worried. Replacing the print means literally transferring the previous press to this item. They will again have to connect Cardenas with the seal. But to finish him a long life with the seal or choose a new path, to solve only to him. More than 1.000 years of protecting the press, not having the opportunity to leave the tomb, he spent them doing various matters. He taught the royal family and knights, but sometimes powerful invaders also appeared. Sometimes the descendants of the royal family appeared who betrayed him, but he somehow held the seal. But as soon as the man wanted to make a decision, the room began to crumble, and the ceiling began to crumble. Without wasting time, Raul and Ravel immediately hurried away so as not to be buried under the rubble. While in the corridor, they turned around and found that a huge part of the hall was buried. At that very moment, the guy came a notification of the concentration of mana in the world. Raul realized that now a real test begins. More dangerous enemies would definitely appear. Fortunately, as the seal weakens, residents also become stronger, but so far they cannot cope with the players. Suddenly, Cardenas turned to him, asking if he was sure that he wanted to replace the seal with a replacement. This action may become a curse, but the guy decided that everything was in order, and he uses it to become stronger. The man understood his plan, after which he confidently accepted the proposal of a stranger. The guy asked him to call just Raul, while the man asked to call him Callum. When their friendship was fixed, Raul hoped for their fruitful cooperation. A little later, in the Raul estate, the guy thought that In Time and Connect should now be visible. At that very moment, he noticed a notification of the successful renewal of beta testing, which was successful. The new players began to enter the world, and almost nothing has changed since the first to go to Hyun. But then he noticed the height script of the chaos, in which the outbreak of Connect covered the outbreak of his brother, and many lands and territories were destroyed by monsters due to ineffective protection. In addition, an unknown conspiracy destabilized 4 ancient seals restraining the measuring gates. In the process, all the guards who defended the kingdoms died, and the royal families were powerless. The balance of forces collapsed, and the hidden forces began to act. Only barony and their inhabitants suffered from this disaster. Powerful noble families with strong knights and soldiers minimized losses and will quickly restore their strength. But this is the problem. Not only military families, but also most influential houses will begin to act. After decades of the world, this is the perfect opportunity to show accumulated power. Abandoned lands inhabited by monsters, which are easy to capture with the help of several knights and soldiers. The nobles will not leave them alone, however. Raul also managed to get 3 territories. Typically, the royal family is a counterweight, regulating conflicts between the nobles. But due to recent events, a mess reigns in her, and the loss of their secret guard was a deadly blow. The nobles do not know yet, but soon everything will be known. But whether the royal family will be able to control the military families without Cardenas. If there is no way to resist, and it remains only to go with the flow and extract maximum benefits. The guy does not have any great sense of duty to change the world, but there is something equally important. He only wants peace and happiness for his people, and simply chooses the best way to achieve this goal. At least he minimized the losses among residents who could die in the war. He even intervened in the affairs of the capital, saved a significant number of knights, but the royal family will not become completely useless. According to his investigation, evil conspiracies against the House of Ashton were prepared for a long time and related to powerful factions. It is necessary to finalize the next plan, but while the guy was thinking about it, Ravel suddenly appeared next to him. The girl looked thoughtful, but in fact she now watched something outside this world. But when Raul called her loudly, she immediately reacted, although she did not answer before. Fairy's eyes immediately flashed when she began to ask the guy that this world was connected with another. Opening the system, it was dumbfounded by the internet. It is like a sea of information connecting the whole world. Raul smiled awkwardly because last time he was in a hurry and did not explain anything really. Activating the newspaper, he decided to explain everything so that Ravel understood who he was and where he came from. But suddenly he invited her to explain everything later since the projection of Cardenas immediately appeared in front of him. The guy called him to once again explain what he mentioned earlier when they were in his tomb. The man realized that we were talking about the real person and the past of the guy, which he hid before. Last time Raul translated the topic, but now he wants to tell, because now they are destined to go one way. He wants to be completely honest with him regarding his life. After a while, Cal concluded that the guy came from the same world as those strangers, from the world called Earth. Ravel did not understand why he did not tell her right away, but Raoul thought that this was too incredible story. But now more and more people appear on Earth like him, and the guy understood everything only when he saw himself. Raoul realized that information about the Cafe of Communications, it was not a prophecy, but the events that Raoul survived. She thought that this guy was the messenger of the gods, but it turned out everything was not so. However, this is not completely wrong. It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive reincarnation. It was also difficult for a man to believe in such a thing, although he hears about this for the first time. But one thing is clear, there must be some kind of good reason why he was reborn. Perhaps the moment will come when he has to make a choice. Those who have forces should bear responsibility for this. It is important that when this moment comes, he must make a decision of his own free will, and not by the will of someone else. However, for this, you first need to become stronger, otherwise it will be carried away in a stream of circumstances. Cal thought that the guy was young, full of will and potential. It is how to look at himself in the past. However, he hopes that Raoul will not repeat his mistake, which cost him a long-term conclusion. Therefore, he wants the guy to walk with his pride, not succumbing to evil and injustice that will absorb the world. Some time has passed since Cal has settled in the nucleus of the Repnator. Although the soul of Kalia cannot affect the real world when Raoul activates the Repnator, it appears in a semi-dry form. Moreover, since Cal has settled, the ranking rank has increased, and its effectiveness has increased. Cal still appears for a short while to help him in training and gratitude for allowing him to stay. Thanks to this, his fencing technique was precisely improved, but the man turned out to be a strict teacher. He knew that the Estons were beautiful and fencers. The destructive power of a large two-handed sword, of course, is the best. But when fencing is too one-sidedly, its weaknesses begin to manifest as the level of skill increases. The fencing of his kind is highly valued thanks to their extraordinary physical abilities. A strong body, much stronger than that of ordinary people, allows you to perform movements that otherwise would not be possible. But such a battle style does not suit Raoul, and when the guy heard this, he was shocked. He knew that the possibilities of his body were not unlimited, because no matter how much he trained, he would never reach the level of his father or brother. But Cal did not say that it was necessary to abandon the family style, but to continue to use it in the current form will be harmful. The man decided to teach him his fencing, and the guy will learn quickly because they have a similar origin. This is unpleasant, but when he reaches a high level, he will be able to fit family fencing for himself. It took Raoul a few moments to think about this proposal, after which he agreed. He was sorry to abandon the already studied style, but it was also a great opportunity. The level of skill is dropped from the average level 8 to the first, but this does not mean that the level of skill itself has decreased. The style of fencing Cardenas, also known as an endless sword, is distinguished by an endless connection and variations of techniques. He is largely similar to his usual style, so Cal advised this, and Raoul already felt progress. But he still has a long way. He needs to try even more, for the sake of people who are next to him. This time he will do everything possible to protect himself, and not to give it so easy to kill as in a past life. A few days later, with the expansion of its possession, the number of tasks that needs to be solved increased. Raoul instructed the guard to constantly check the gates that appeared so that they would not turn into dungeons. Any monsters or dungeons, rich resources, were engaged in guild detachments. After a long struggle with monsters and guards, the hunting indicator is filled, after which the final boss appears. And when you defeat the owner of the dungeon, it disappears, as if he had never been. You can deliberately avoid the fight against the guards or not fill out the hunting indicator. Now that Raoul has reached the level of 80 and mastering the gates and dungeons has become ineffective, and now you have to wait for a high-level gate. Long-lived dungeons always risk flashes, but due to the correction of complexity, they are still safe. At that very moment, the guy heard a knock on the door of his office, after which he responded. Kane entered, which held in his hands a small mountain of documents, which he brought to the master. This is a list of strangers that he said. They studied all 2,000 with the exception of 17, who came in the first and second weeks. He especially carefully checked every stranger and free city of Ignat in the kingdom of Marcus. Kane worked hard, sending the informants and managing everyone personally. The guy thanked him, after which he sent him to rest, after the heavily done work. New players are added every week. After half a month, the third party should join. However, the information that is most interested in him may be among these documents. Everything can change depending on what he reads, so you need to be extremely neat. He wanted to find Crash, the best player of Connect, and the last single player who fought with power to the end. However, after several hours, he could not find anything worthwhile. Raoul used all the personal information that he had, but nothing came of it. Crash is the best player of Connect, but there is simply no information about Hyun. He was a hopelessness of the guy closed his face with his hands, finally lost in his thoughts. All this time, he thought, it is worth acting or pretending that he knows nothing, but now it is pointless to think about it. Now all this does not matter, but he would still like to meet him, just to talk. Before Hyun was an orphan, in his life there was no one who could protect him or intercede. He had to be very difficult, and even at school few talked with him, not finding him interesting. But nevertheless, it was his life, which was very angry Raul, because now he has nothing of this. He did not let anyone into Hyun, and was egocentric. If he had not started playing Connect, he would have remained a loser. But on the other hand, he could not stand the injustice that surrounded him. The guy always stood on his own, did not always try to convey his opinion to the masses. Raul thought it was possible because there were very few people like him. He wanted to find his biological parents so that they smiled at least once. He wanted to show the world that even a poor orphan could succeed in something. Not in the game, but in reality. He wanted to see how he achieves his goals before Hyun and lives happily. Maybe it was only useless in affection because he did not leave a trace after his departure. The past Hyun and the current Raul are definitely the same person. But now they have changed so much that they can be considered completely different people. There is no longer that captivity in speech. It has completely changed and did not notice how used to be with people. Now it's not even comfortable to be yourself. And from the outside, it probably seems that he is a hypocrite. Only this place remains, which greatly clarifies its current goal. His valuable things, family, land, and friends, he will never forgive the one who tries to harm them. Even if it costs life and all players, Raul will not regret anyone for the sake of saving loved ones. In fact, without Hyun, even easier, if someone learns about his skills, tough competition will begin. Before Hyun surpassed all ordinary players, but now that it is not, everything can be different. For some time, Raul will be able to act freely. Players will begin to stand out, studying their unique abilities. But if everyone suddenly forgets to Hyun, the guy will definitely remind them that there was such a player. Therefore, Raul was firmly intended to return to Hyun to the game, even under a new guise. About 2 weeks after the launch of the server Connect, one news shocked the community. The free cities of the Kingdom of Ruben attracted attention to its generous support for players. The first guild, located in the center of this policy, established the academy exclusively for players. All players are entitled to enter all 600 students, and training is a 3-month course. Graduates will receive the status of an honorary member of the guild and will have a priority for quests or missions associated with the first guild. Some of those who complete the course with excellent grades will be able to pass the exam on the official member of the guild, for which they will be given exclusive equipment and salary depending on the rank, as well as support for passing high-level stages of training in accordance with the class. The announcement of the set instantly excited all the forums, and all the players literally went crazy. Many were about to assemble the team and immediately go to Ruben, but for some it was too late. Many did not give out about this, because at such a pace the balance will come to an end. Some asked about the branch of the first guild, because they themselves really wanted to join there. The players even cursed among themselves, because they were sure that it was precisely them to the academy. However, they all submitted applications, because they did not want to miss such a chance, and the competition is 5 people per place. Connect said that now 3,000 people would be selected every week, which not everyone liked it. Raul, meanwhile, read comments, simultaneously smiling from how the players are indignant. What now then? Players complain about operators who were supposed to oversee the game. No matter how well the event is prepared, no matter how balanced patches, you can't please everyone. But since the developers are only interested in profit, they are of little interest in the balance in the game. He has long planned something similar. Raul has not now had a similar opportunity. Having made mayors of free cities with their partners and convinced them, he laid the basis for the support of the players, and they will rush to free cities with a normal attitude to players. Then the first guild begins to take away strong players. They need to keep them under control so that in the future they do not decide to change something at the global level. Now they are not visible, but they are undoubtedly manipulating this world from somewhere. Now the guy meant Connect operators, because for him they are #1 enemies, more serious than the Empire. When the game reached the middle, the administrators lost power and turned into puppets of influential people. What was supposed to be in fairness was adjusted in the interests of the guild sponsored by corporations. Artificial intelligence tried to block the excessive intervention of administrators. It was impossible to completely ignore their influence on the actions of the players, but this time, Raul decided differently. The purpose of the set was not just to find talents or improve the image of the guild, but to check what influence such events can have on the game. Ordinary game events are prepared and implemented by the administration, but Connect is a world where freedom of action is encouraged. Like inside the game NPS, but he wanted to try to create events and quests himself, attracting players. And so far no problems have arisen. The administration could not prevent him or the first guild. The holding of events affecting the players is quite possible, and if you go further, they will even be able to manage the players. Connect administrators thought that they could control players from above, but now everything would not go according to their plan. Sometime later, Raul decided to visit the world, where he immediately met with Ronaldo. The man joyfully greeted him, after which he shuddered because he remembered that he should call the guy Viscount. Raul apologized for an unexpected visit, but the mayor assured him that there was no need between them in formalities. The city of the world, which a year ago was a simple province, has now become a center, and for the mayor, Raul is like a savior. The man was interested in what brought them here, because if he has a request, he would help in any business. In fact, Raul came to introduce him to one person whose face was hidden with a cloak. Ronaldo was intrigued, because the guy would not represent someone for no particular reason. After that, Raul introduced him a player who will now work with him, Crash. The guy who was a copy to Hyun greeted the mayor, trying to communicate normally. However, the man was too joyful and therefore stated that he would become an important client for their city. Raul carefully watched how these two communicate, but his thoughts were about another. Toward evening, saying goodbye to Crash, the mayor advised to contact him if he had difficulties. The guy thanked him for the kind words and said goodbye, after which he left the office. After that, the mayor carefully looked at Raul, who did not understand what he wanted from him. He then stated that no one could compare with the Viscount, and he again found a way to charm a stranger. He is quite talented and exclusively gifted, a real find from which he expects a lot. Therefore, he thought that Crash could be useful to the mayor, so he decided to introduce them. A little later, Raul himself decided to leave, after which he said goodbye to Ronaldo. But when he went into the carriage, Crash was waiting inside him, who was interested in how the mayor reacted. The result was not bad. He still does not completely trust them, but it seems that he decided to take a closer look. The guy's masquerade is really flawless, and it's hard to believe that they managed to deceive the mayor himself. At that very moment, they began to change the appearance. Raul became Kane, and Crash became Raul. All this happened due to the very ring that he received from the Vice President Gray at the Academy. He also received the second identifier, which gave the user the second ID, which can be changed. This consumption item was recently unlocked in the update, and he bought it in a gaming store. Thanks to this subject, the disguise became perfect, however. The price for it was too high, but it was worth it. Be that as it may, thanks to these two subjects, Raul gained a new person, and now it can act as a player. With newly acquired confidence, the guy decided that it was time to return to business. Meanwhile, 12 people gathered at the Connect headquarters in the Connect headquarters. They could not understand why they were called, no one explained anything, and the meeting was urgent. Some suggested that this is due to the first guild, which lives its own life. A minute later, the executive director Li Huan entered, who immediately announced that this was an extremely important question. A topic about a special exam for entering the first guild and discussing direct broadcast and advertising cooperation appeared on the screen. They all heard about the upcoming entrance exam. One of the tests, the fight, will be broadcast live. The author of this idea, the head of the first guild, Raul Ashton, and his representative is Crash, and the president himself gave the final approval. Those present could not believe that the NPC proposed a similar idea, and the president personally approved this. One of the employees could not stand it and loudly asked if it had at least some sense. As a proposal developed not by their employees, but by an ordinary character, could reach the approval. And as the president could arbitrarily approve such an absurd initiative, even without any consulting with anyone. Even the general director could hardly understand what was in his mind. Meanwhile, in the central square, the worlds have a bunch of players advertise their services. This concerned both the team set and the search for the team, as well as the sale of various equipment. Crash sat near them, silently watching them enrail. To be among ordinary players in this appearance inspired a strange feeling that life had returned in the past. However, for some reason, he was calm at heart. At that time, Rail actively studied the system. She noticed that on the official website, they posted an advertising video and announcement. It seems that they seriously decided to expand. This is on all the main pages of portals and in communities. The guy asked her to continue to follow the official site and forums and to inform if something unusual appears. Now Raul was glad that everything was going well, because he thought that it would be much more difficult. Most of all, it was worried about whether the guild, headed by the NPS, recognized a full-fledged partner for negotiations. I made a deal easier than expected, and now the guys from Connect will have to carefully prepare. This is an opportunity to simultaneously distract players and advertise the company so that they are unlikely to react to this negligently. But in fact, in this regard, there was one critical flaw. Raul pretends to be a player, but Crash actually does not exist. Even if he sends a proposal on behalf of Crash, if Connect wants to meet personally, he will not have the opportunity to do this. But Ravel found the solution, and if the system controls artificial intelligence, you can send an offer directly to the administrator. The guy never heard someone contacting the administrator directly. When problems arise, they usually cause an employee of the operating room. Then the girl pointed to his button so that Raul was convinced personally, but he seemed to not see her. He did not notice anything. He asked what was written there. The fairy explained that this was a challenge to a system administrator. At that moment, the guy was literally shocked, because it meant that he could cause artificial intelligence. Perhaps he will be able to find out how he was here after rebirth, and the administrator can know something. When Ravel pressed the call button, the screen in front of them immediately began to shine very brightly. He could not believe that this really works when his access was confirmed. He began to ask the administrator about his essence, and 100 coins were shot from him for each message. But when he asked his whereabouts, a mistake appeared. Then the guy realized that this was just an answering machine. However, Ravel hastened to stop him, asking him to get closer to the case, with which he agreed. He decided to send an offer to the head office of Connect, surprised that it was too simple. When he finished, a scan of the message began, which surprised the guy and Fairy. It was received. 1,000 coins were written off from his account, and the process of processing will be known within 24 hours. Ravel noticed that the button disappeared by itself, and Raul thought that he spent money. But the next day, he received a letter with the approval of the sentence and the appointed date of the meeting. Fortunately, the meeting with Connect went through the video without the need to visit their office. But what he did not expect was that the Director General of the IOCJU will be present in person. It was an unexpected turn, but negotiations were smooth, and the first guild was officially recognized as a legal entity. But when the meeting was supposed to be completed, the director suddenly demanded a minute, turning to Crash. The guy immediately answered him, and he began to get nervous because this man could understand something. But suddenly he gave him his personal contacts, because the man turned out that this was not their last meeting. For the whole meeting, he told me not a word, but as if he paid attention only to him. This anxiety did not leave Raul to the very end. But suddenly he heard other players talked about a new update, which was connected with exams to the academy. Many players immediately asked someone to take stock, while others asked for the exam format. Many even goosebumps went on the skin, but now it was not up to it, and they had to go hunting. Closing his ears, Raul headed away, considering that it was a great response from the players. Returning to the bench, the guy concluded that people would begin here soon. So he too is time to do business so that all his works are not in vain. Meanwhile, in the head office of Connect, in the office of the general director, was the IOCJU. He was interested in the advancement of work. Li Huan immediately reported that everything was going according to plan, and there were no problems. But suddenly the man broke and stated that this is a meaningless project because the whole company could not depend on one NPS in the player. He suggested immediately stop cooperation with them, but the director said that this was impossible. Li Huan did not understand the whole situation, but he did not approve this project himself, but received permission from above. This plan was personally approved by the chairman, and his word is unshakable. Moreover, he was interested in that player named Crash, which dumbfounded the man. Mok Zhao understood that it was difficult for everyone to believe it, but they should successfully complete this project. Meanwhile, in the forge of the first guild, a man greeted a visit that he wanted to order the entire range of basic weapons. Crash answered in the affirmative, and the blacksmith noticed scars on the guy's hand, realized that he was going to use weapons for their intended purpose. Then the man suggested that Crash follow him. It was necessary to configure the handles and guards so that they lay well in the hand. Entering another room, the blacksmith laid out various weapons on the table, demonstrating the standard products of their forge. They made these samples in strict accordance with the order of the master. Even at first glance, it is like a standard weapon. But in fact, these are first-class products created by the best craftsmen and forges. The master will definitely be satisfied, but the man asked him to check everything properly. He figured out his weapons, and now you need to go to a leather workshop to order armor. There is no brand culture in Connect yet, so equipment with the logo will definitely attract attention. This is a grand event, the broadcast of which is enough the whole world. In addition, the company acts quickly and harmoniously. Everyone will know their name, and Raul was ready to try to do everything possible for this. The Academy of the First Guild announced a special selection, and 16 people will be selected out of 600 applicants. The system demanded victory players to participate in an endless tournament for a ticket at the First Academy. The world broadcast was confirmed, and the company announced that all applicants will be provided with a portal to the city of the world. Soon a full-scale advertising campaign began. Thanks to active advancement from the outside, the community caught fire. The players were satisfied with such an idea because the world broadcast makes the winner a superstar. Although this was just a game with online 10,000 people, and it will not be shown on ordinary channels due to the age rating. However, many have already submitted an application, and if they get into the world, they will definitely not return back. Many doubted a high rating because even top players did not gain a large audience. Many discussed illegal rates at the time of the exam and the annual income of the game market. Meanwhile, Li Huan demanded that his subordinates use all resources and raise the stir in the community. It doesn't matter what posts will be about. You need to create scandals and provoke conflicts. People should start arguing because even criticism of the project will go into their hands. They need popularity, so you need to connect journalists, hire commentators, and the forums should burn. Before the introductory tests of the academy, only 5 days are left, so they need to hurry. Planning was fast, but it will no longer allow itself to manipulate. Not only the director, but also those who are higher are interested in this. The chairman himself, whom no one has ever seen, is now also involved, and here is clearly something wrong. Then Li Huan thought about Crash. If he simply accidentally ended up in the center of events, he will destroy him. Suddenly, one of the employees announced that the integrated announcement board was ready, and they also expanded the server. The planning and marketing department collected and systematized all the data. Everything went perfectly, so you can proceed to the next stage. They need to attract as much attention as possible. Having set the employees to work, they immediately began to actively click on the keyboard and communicate with colleagues. Sometime before Raul appeared, who happily announced that they had laid out an ad. Connect introduced the second official promotional roller of the tournament battle. Sometime later, the first guild, led by Jake and Dalton, went hunting. Because of the bushes, they were already watched by satisfied goblins, which were ready to destroy the invaders. However, the wars decided to attack the first, instantly cutting out the hordes of monsters. There was also Nakia with them, which began to read the spell, directing the sphere to enemies. The rest of the guild also successfully fought, increasing their skills. When they cleaned everything, Raul drove up to them on a horse, and the knights joyfully met him. At that very moment, he took out the ball and headed forward, urging his comrades to follow him. The first event in Connect began. The struggle, Kim expected this, but it was even cooler than he thought. After a while, Raul looked at 1,000 comments from the players who were generally satisfied. Obviously, the developers' team is not so bad once they were able to achieve such a result. Since such positive reviews, it means that the shooting of promo video was worth it. In fact, the shooting cost them considerable works, but everyone tried to fame. Now on the forums, all the news was only about the struggle. The quality was worthy, but the reward was most surprised. 64 participants who have passed in the main stage receive free access to Connect for 1 month. 16 finalists will receive part of the profit from the broadcast of the battles, and the winner will receive 10 million won and a 6-month contract from the Connect. Additional awards that the players received as the test were also announced. The distribution of awards among all the players of the country is a great idea that Raul also liked, having created the format of international competition, and they will attract the attention of not only players, but also ordinary people. Now chaos reigns on an integrated announcement board, but this is even fun, and the atmosphere has been heated. Looking at the real rating of the players, the guy noticed in the first place Tae-hyun from Korea of the 21st level. He is already waiting for this day with impatience, and the less time before him, the more difficult it is to restrain emotions. When the day of the entrance exam came, many players gathered in the department of the first guild. Watching the window, Rail noted that even after the selection of people there were too many. More than 6.5 thousand players were submitted to applications. We can say that everything whose level is above 10. Of these, at the stage of consideration, only 2,000 people were chosen, of which 1,600 remained after the exclusion of non-eating professions. The selection criteria were simple, but many complained that they were not accepted, although they were suitable for demands. The selection was based on the time level online. Those who had higher indicators went further. Talent and personality are important, but even more important, constancy and involvement, because even talent for irregular game will be difficult to accept. Let someone not have enough abilities, but if he is devoted to the game and plays stably, then he needs it. In the central square inside the guild, there were also small groups of people, by which Raul passed. The kingdoms also decided to come here to congratulate the guy on the opening of the academy. They also thanked Raul, because for them to participate in such a great business. Also, the guy noticed 3 mayors from other countries that he suggested investing. Unlike Ruben mayors, who agreed to cooperate the land, they rejected it, considering it stupidity. Now that others have benefited from my offer, they seem to simply break envy. While Raul relaxed with mayors, Bernard announced to him that all the players had already entered. The guy smiled because everyone is looking forward to this, so I decided that it was time to start the event. After a while, a man who thanked the players for the expectation went on stage. Why did he shout loudly that the entrance exam first of the academy, the battle, begins right now? His name is Palmer, and he is the manager of the first guild in the world, and now he wanted to submit several rules. 1,600 players will be divided into 8 groups for qualification. 200 players will be sent to one group on the battlefield. They will fight until only one remained. The players were surprised, not expecting a royal battle. Only 8 players from one group will be held the next round. The last surviving, 5 players with the largest number of victories. There will also be 2 players who meet special criteria on the battlefield on which the players will be sent, will be hidden statues. The first 2 who gather 5 statues will also go further. When 5 statues will gather together, they will create a pillar of light for 5 seconds. They will need to protect the statues for 1 minute to fix the place. If someone dies or loses statues, they will disappear, so you need to be more careful with them. If there are more than 1 player or no one will find a statue, then 8 players with the largest number of murders will go further. There are also several hidden rules that make this exam fair for everyone, but they will find out about them when they see. After that, Palmer asked Group A to follow the guides. Kim was unhappy that he got into Group A, because he wanted to first see how others play to come up with a strategy. But he had nothing to complain about. Instead, he decided to look at the list of players again. The highest level is 25, the second, 24, about 30 players for 23. Fortunately, the first and second in the ranking is not in his group. However, in his group there are 5 players of 23 levels that are included in the top, and they need to be allocated. Suddenly, an archer turned to him, who noticed that the guy was also from Korea. The guy looked too friendly and wanted to talk, but Kim was in no hurry to trust him. He grabbed his hand and offered to cooperate, because this is not so bad to work together. Park Soon-ho came out in front of the players, and he felt much calmer surrounded by his compatriots. This guy had a 19th level, global rank 357, and local rank 27. This qualification will most likely turn into a team battle. Let them say that it is a royal battle. He wants them to work together, because the rest will do the same, and the number of murders will not matter. One player will not be able to defeat a group of players, and in team battles the murders will be distributed among everyone. It would be better to survive and constantly score glasses, but Kim noticed that one girl still doubted. In any case, they had no choice, and you can't do anything alone here. Suddenly, Park Soon-ho called the name of Kim, calling him that he surprised the guy who decided that he had done something wrong. However, he only smiled, learning the 16 global rank of the guy, and for him, it was an honor to meet him. Everyone around was dumbfounded, not understanding how he pumped so, and Kim did not understand why he was praised so. Pak explained that this test matters to their nation, and it would be better if more Koreans go to the next round. Kim uncertainly agreed, after which he heard the question whether he could share his killings with other players. If one player gains too many murders, the number of successful candidates may decrease. Kim was shocked by such a proposal, but Pak is also ready to share his killings. The rest, inspired by his words, also decided to share everything equally and show their cohesion. However, this was angry with Kim, because in fact all the murders must be given to the one who has the highest rank. To share the murders is nonsense, and Pak just wants to restrain him because he is not sure of his victory. Soon-ho was upset, because I thought that Kim would join him, but they cannot be with someone who wants to play alone. Suddenly, the guy felt the views of other players literally burned him. Realizing that the refusal could lead to a conflict, Kim agreed without much joy. He said that he was joining, but he doesn't take it seriously. This is a competition, so he will abandon them as soon as he uses. Now Pak felt much more confident, after which he invited everyone to show their Korean spirit. The matches have not even begun yet, and Kimu no longer liked it, because he had already managed to get into the situation. Meanwhile, the audience began to take their places, and Ronaldo noticed Raul, whom he was looking for. The man heard that the guy himself developed this exam, which sounded just amazing. However, the players began to complain, not understanding whether this was the battlefield because the room was too small. They doubted that it was in such a cramp that the royal battle was held. However, Raul asked not to worry because special tools were installed for this exam. Ronaldo immediately laughed, realizing that the Count himself developed this, so there is definitely something else. Looking at the arena, Raul noticed that people formed groups, and this very disappointed him. At that very moment, the mayor loudly offered to make bets, which other guests willingly agreed with. The man also suggested Raul to bet, but he could not say for sure about the winner. But at the same moment, the guy drew attention to Kim Il-ya, whom he did not expect to see here. Kim looks like an ordinary player, but in fact, a unique singularity in Connect. He was the only one to whom Raul really trusted in a past life. They grew up in one orphanage and were like brothers, but ILU lived a much better life. Kim worked in a small company and married a suitable man. Unlike him, who spent most of his time to Connect, Il-ya led a normal life. However, he was the only one with whom he could talk to Hyun, that ILU never played Connect. It should not be here, which means that because of Raul, his life has changed dramatically. The guy until the last thought that he had not influenced the earth, but did not expect to meet him here. At first, Raul was thinking over the way to make Il-ya get out of Connect, or help him, since he was already here. Now he sincerely did not know what to do in this ambiguous situation. After a while, Palmer announced that the test would begin when the counter on the screen will reach 0. After that, everyone began the countdown, and when it ended, the man loudly announced that the test was beginning. At that very moment, to universal surprise, a magic circle appeared under the players, which blinded them. All players teleported to a random location, and Kim was in some house. The guy immediately began to inspect the hut. I am interested in where all the players were, and why they were divided. It turns out that all the conversations about the team about work were meaningless, and he could only imagine Pak's face. At that very moment, Kim noticed a strange light in the wall, after which he discovered a gold hawk. He was very lucky, and he already felt that the trials would pass perfectly. Suddenly, some icon appeared above him, similar to a scroll that he had never seen before. Clicking on him, Kim discovered a mini-card, on which 11 zones were displayed, and he was in 4. Looking at the window, he realized that the outside was too quiet, and did not know whether it was worth going out. Meanwhile, the audience was surprised at the screens, asking Raul how he did it. However, the guy only designed, without Sage Gray, it would be completely impossible. Everyone immediately realized that a strong wizard had a hand here, and now they saw everything that was happening to the players. It was such an enthusiastic reaction that Raul was waiting for, which was very happy. It was very expensive. He's going to use this place after the test, so he put everything into it. This was very impressed, and the idea to share the players was truly thoughtful. But they do not leave their places, and whether the match will be interesting if they continue to sit. This was a logical question, which is why Raul and his assistants installed a special tool. Looking at the mini card, where each player was marked, the guy decided that something would be soon. Meanwhile, Kim had already fought with one of the players, shooting at him from the crossbow. Having achieved it with a shield, he went out the winner, but did not relax for a second. Suddenly, an arrow flew past his ear, which made the guy quickly retreat. Kim hid behind the nearest tree, noticing one person for 3 hours and a guy who shot him for 12 hours. At the same second, a notification appeared: if they remain in one place for more than 5 minutes, they will show them to other players for 30 seconds. Kim was indignant because such fines should be warned in advance, but everything is not so bad. Not only he was opened, the guy also noticed the archer who was hiding in the building all this time. The archer noted that the fine ended some time ago, but Kim never moved. But when he realized that the guy was getting from his back, it was too late, and Kim put a knife to his throat. The magician, who watched them from the side, could not understand what was happening and already wanted to burn everything here. But having dealt with the archer, Kim quickly reached the magician, who remained all alone. When the guy quickly killed him, he sighed for a while calmly, although he almost got caught. But this is only the beginning, and he still has a long way ahead, although he already has 3 murders and 1 gold hawk. But suddenly Kim felt an earthquake, and the notification announced that the zone with the largest number of surviving players would disappear. The guy realized that he was in the same 7 zone, and therefore hurried to change his position as quickly as possible. When he climbed the top of the tree, he noticed that the sky became red, illuminating the terrain in gloomy tones. At this time, other players quickly ran into another zone so as not to fail the tests. But suddenly they found an ambush. These underpants were hiding at the border to kill the runaway players. Not everyone managed to escape, but the time came to an end, and the 7th zone began to disappear. The players who watched this picture noticed with horror that the guy simply disappeared. Suddenly, the earth began to rise under them. The structure of the battlefield changes due to the disappearance of the zone. At the same second, the house began to separate from each other, thereby changing the landscape. Ronaldo was dumbfounded by a similar venture, but now everyone should understand that inaction is not a way out. No one could predict such a turn of events. There is probably complete madness inside. It could be assumed that now there is a real hell on Earth, where the players killed each other. Meanwhile, the displeased pack, who managed to collect a small team, did not understand who invented such madness. It was not difficult to collect Korean players. They had a numerical advantage, so everything went perfectly. The initial isolation ruined everything, although he expected this, and in advance came up with a plan. If pre-planned cooperation is impossible, then you just need to assemble the team after the start of the battle. He spent most of his time to find 5 partners. Now it's time to show the result. When he looked at the rating, he noticed Kim Il-ya in 2nd place, who had already managed to fill 5 murders. He was just lucky that he got into the 1st zone and was able to rise in the ranking. If they chose Pak, he would be in his place. Now he has 5 living shields. Given his abilities, to catch up with Kim by the number of murders is not difficult. With a dissatisfied mind, the guy advised Kim to enjoy, while it was possible, because soon he would destroy them all. But suddenly under him, his team formed a magic circle, which was during teleportation. Opening his eyes, the guy found that he had moved to another place, and his team was not next to him. The system has discovered a dishonest game, and the players will be randomly moved to different locations as a punishment. Pak did not know who came up with it, but they are crazy. They are probably sitting and laughing at him. At that very moment, Raul sneezed loudly, decided that someone was now clearly talking about him nasty things. It will now be difficult to assemble a new team, but it will still be difficult to catch up with Kim by murders. Suddenly, a player standing behind a tree near a tree turned to him. Turning his head, Pak immediately recognized Kim Il-ya, who surprisingly did not attack him from behind. The guy immediately put on the well-wisher mask, after which he began to ask Kim about his well-being. However, his interlocutor sharply pulled out the knife and ordered him not to approach, because of which the guy froze. Pak said that the Koreans have no reason to fight each other, and since they met again, they can unite. Kim could not believe that after he turned such a meanness, he had enough impudence to offer this. He immediately refused, decided to go in different ways, but he asked to think him again. Suddenly, Pak, with horror in his eyes, asked him to turn around, and Kim instinctively turned his head, noticing the light behind him. The guy was horrified when he saw a flying fiery dragon right over him. A player of the 20th level definitely cannot cope with him, and it was difficult to believe that this is a reality. But suddenly Pak attacked him, sticking his knife into his back, which took him by surprise. The devil Pak Sonko is known as a dodger, and he has a rare talent of Class A. He manipulates rhetoric and illusions, thereby deceiving the feelings of people. Naturally, the fiery dragon was created by Pak to distract Kim's attention. However, the real attack was right in front of him, but he was too easily used to the illusion. He thought that he would not notice him, but Pak saw everything, and he definitely hid a golden statue in his chest, and there were several of them. Since he already has 3 of them, if he simply collects the statues of this guy, he is guaranteed success. But his mood immediately disappeared when he noticed that a shield was sticking out of Kim, blocking his knife. Pak thought that only he could deceive people, but actually turned out to be stupid than expected. Failing the guy by surprise, Kim waved his dagger to attack the dumbfounded enemy. His hand did not flinch, and he struck a decisive blow, adding that he should be kinder. Having shook Pak's pockets, the guy collected all the gold statues, which gave him an advantage. The preliminary round, planned for the first day, ended with matches of groups A and B, and the community Berlilo. Many were delighted with graphics at the level of real life, and how the developer approached the creation of the exam. Some talked about an idiot who smoothly laid it, but no one expected such a stupid death from him. While the outside world was seething with the excitement, the players inside the Connect were also busy with work. In particular, there were most Chinese players. They focused on the analysis of a problematic forced portal. They just finished analyzing the video and noticed that there was a pattern. The last survivor from the group from China, Li Jin, was pleased because he knew this. The sample size is small, so this is not exactly, but if a person is more than 5 and 3 minutes pass, a forced portal will open. Based on this information, the guy proposed creating a strategy for their brothers. After all, tomorrow they will have a great opportunity to widely show the spirit of China to the whole world. On the expected second day during the first test, everything was decided thanks to Li Jin's efforts. The morning test of the group was performed by the overwhelming victory of Chinese players. Of the 8 of the past 5 were the Chinese. Chinese players combined 2 zones and in advance determined the approximate places of the meeting for their strategy. If he managed to unite his strength and did not strictly act as a team of 4 people. As a result, the choice turned out to be correct. Chinese players showed overwhelming performance. Players watching matches could only be surprised and worried about such dangerous rivals. Fortunately, since morning preliminary tests ended only with Group C, there was a break before the match of Group D. Other players were worried that the Chinese would become the only ones that were very overshadowed by them. After all, they can also form teams and move together, but they lacked numbers. The desire to succeed allowed the players to quickly unite and create their own groups. Thanks to this, most players moved as a team of 4 people during preliminary tests. Ultimately, solitary survival turned into team battles, which dramatically changed the tactics. However, Raul expected this. China acted faster than expected, but there was one moment. Its goal is to make players stars through the battle, one-on-one confrontation, and are deprived of influence. 4 people are just what you need. In the format of a team of 4 people, capable players can prove themselves. Excluding the vast majority of Chinese players, there were no cases when the country had overwhelming superiority. Tops from each country were able to somehow demonstrate their skills and go further. Many expected this, but it was worse than expected. Out of almost 200 Koreans, among 1,600 participants, only 5 remained. These 200 would have a higher average level than America, but they could not even cover their food costs. Some said that the boys of the Group C made the game less interesting because they expected more intense competition. Reading these comments, Raul concluded that protagonists always appear the last. The atmosphere on the forums is also perfect, so it can make a strong impression at the end. Previously, he would not want to stand out as much as possible, but now everything was different. The guy plans to go a little different, and this is not through a single player, rather the path of an influential face. To do this, he must capture in the minds of all that is at a completely different level. Thus, everything turned out perfectly. His magnificent output is no longer far off. Preliminary rounds turned into team battles, with insufficient successful Korean players. If he now shows something impressive, people will inevitably pay attention to him. Of course, then some problems will arise, because before Hyung is a fictional character who is not in reality. Without an actual personality, such attention will definitely lead to rapid exposure. Nevertheless, the plan is moving, which means that Raul is prepared as well as possible. To make this label was the best decision for his life. No one could have thought that everything would turn so. Looking again at his ID, the guy showed himself that he would now begin to play Ina seriously. Raul forgot for a minute, but Ravel was a sage who spent 1.000 years accumulating huge knowledge in the library. But now she just began to study the world regarding the Earth through a magic thing for her, the internet. It was simple for her. The internet looks like magic circles and barriers that hide the streams of information. At some point, it seemed to her that she had reached a level that went beyond the limits of the internet expert. She found out that Raul had problems due to the fact that he has no real person, so she decided to help him with this. However, this cannot be solved by simple methods, and Korean law is incredibly strict in relation to this. However, after some time, the fairy solemnly stated that she finished, offering the guy to check the inventory. Raul could not believe his eyes when he found a map of residence in the name of Hyun. It was a gift from Ravel, and she sent all other details to him by mail. There was no need to make a physical copy, but even if this is the past, it is nice to have at least one thing with memories. The fairy has lost her hometown and friends. Just like him, the guy can find out the news over the internet, but for Rail, it does not work like that. Inside the Connect, this thing does not matter, but this is a precious gift in which the fairy put the soul. The girl asked him not to worry about the consequences, offering to show these people who is before Hyun. Thanks to her for warm words, Raoul politely bowed to her, after which he agreed with her proposal. Meanwhile, a new leadership appeared on the board, which touched the duets, and everyone immediately began to look for Sabbaths. Crash, who watched the players, noticed that everyone was too busy watching the leadership. At that very moment, a female voice turned to him, who was interested in whether he was a player from Korea. The girl sighed in relief, after which she invited him to follow her, because everyone else had already gathered. They were met by a guy with silver hair, who immediately recognized before Hyun and greeted him. Crash still introduced himself, but did not see a friendliness in the faces of the rest of the people. When everyone gathered, the leader suggested starting a meeting, proposing to be the main voice. Raoul was not against it, but before that he would like to say several things. He plans to play alone in this preliminary match, so it will be grateful if they exclude it when creating a strategy. One of the players asked whether this is that he would be hostile to them during the battles. However, Crash was not going to contact them until he collected all the players from other countries. He also had two requests for them all. Firstly, to commit as many murders as possible, and secondly, to go to one zone faster. When the guy finished, he immediately turned around, added that they would see himself already in the game. After a while, Raoul carefully studied the polymorphic ring, donated by Greg. He bought a scroll of improvement, which was available in the store, and improved the ring to +5. As a result, an option that reduces statistics by 30% disappeared, and now the carrier can regulate the abilities at will. Right now, the guy was looking for an opportunity to check this, after which he again checked his status window. The ring is well adjusted in accordance with its level, and now it will be able to continue to be in the role of Hyun. Now no one can suspect him, but some players can check the status windows. However, this time Raoul will be able to come up with a strategy against them, so as not to be caught in the future. Although if it strengthens the ring a little slightly, the adjustment range can turn into a positive value. The improvement scrolls have different prices depending on the class of the subject. For unique objects, one costs 10,000 coins. But from this moment, the number of failures increases sharply, so it's better not to take risks. In the past, he could earn a lot of coins as a reward for first place in scenario tasks, but now everything is completely different. At that very moment, the players announced that everyone should prepare for the match, and the game will begin after the end of the timer. After a couple of minutes, Raoul reached the stage. Somewhere the beginning of the game remained a few seconds. When the return countdown sounded, the guy transferred to some settlement, but he could not understand where he was. However, he immediately felt that his telekinetic force had definitely decreased, but he could still clearly feel 3M in the zone, and approximately in the area of 10M. From now on, the guy is very attentive to the new players, and therefore not allow himself to lose. Raising the swords of telekinesis, he decided to show them a game that is in a completely different league. Having reached the roof, Raoul immediately discovered a guy who was sitting on the balcony alone. They call it a concealment, but it should be someone who never served in the army. Suddenly, the guy heard some kind of rustle but did not have time to react as his head pierced his head. The time was on the side of Crash, but at the same second he was discovered by a guy with silver hair. He instantly felt his presence and launched a spear in his direction, thereby disarming him. The player immediately grabbed the wounded shoulder, but at the same second Raoul was cut off his head. Then he found that this side was mainly already served, so he decided to continue. At the same time, a lonely cat was walking around the city, which explored the situation and then ducked out the window. She immediately jumped into the hands of Kan Soko, who was an inviter of animals, and the girl also praised her. She informed her comrade that this was a suitable place, and there were no enemies in this block. The guy thought that her beast was called just cute, but her detection skills are really impressive. In any case, it was good news, and they can stay here a little longer. Suddenly, Soko suggested going outside to fight, but their team agreed to give priority to survival. And regardless of her thoughts, they will not use a deployment, but they offered to fight on her own. The rest whispered among themselves that she was saying such things because she is comfortable to sit from behind and just support them. However, there are no advantages. If she continues to move with this group, she does not shine the calculation of the murders. She remembered that, having collected 4 fragments of the statue, you need to go to one zone, which opens in the middle of the game. The only hope that she has is 2 statues that Enbel brought. The next selection area will be determined soon, so the team had to adhere to the formation. Now the real number of murders should be known, but when they saw him, they were sincerely surprised. Kan Soko was not an exception, and her eyes were fixed on the table. While the second and third places had only 3 murders, Doken managed to commit 21 and get out in the first place. Meanwhile, other players from other countries began to experience markedly and decided that this Korean uses cheats. At that very moment, a guy who had second place in the active rank came up to them. The comrades immediately asked Shoichiro not to worry too much because they also have their own plan. But the guy suggested moving even faster because of the Goyan, everything became even more urgent. One of the comrades decided that it was too early to rush, but Shoichiro made it clear to him that this was not so. They need to collect everything that is possible, while they are not yet grouped, as well as go on intelligence. Now there was time to restrain himself and not move on, but he still felt embarrassed. If this guy continues to go crazy and the number of survivors will be reduced, it will be difficult to find prey later. Now he, like the rest of the players, has a question where this monster came from. At this time, Crash fought against several players with maximum calm. They tried to attack him from the distance, while the tank, on the contrary, wanted to push it off with a shield. However, the guy disappeared at such a high speed that the tank lost sight of him and crashed into the wall. This created a cloud of dust that limited the review to other players, and at that time, Crash decided to attack them from the back. The spear, who was dumbfounded, watched this picture, could not even move out of fear. Raul muttered that if they were in defense, their task is to hold the center to defend the team and not go on an attack. However, the remaining player ignored his words, after which he gathered his last strength and tried to attack. He then explained that this is a precious advice from the elder, and they would not hear this anywhere else. But soon, he nevertheless dealt with him, after which he began to inspect the bodies of defeated enemies. Suddenly, the memories of adventures from a past life surged. If you think about it, he was completely miserable, so now he is not in the position to criticize others. The players have potential. Their current level is due only because most had no real experience. But if they want to use players correctly, everything cannot remain the same as now. If someone wants to work with him, then he must stop being a loser who relies exclusively on his skills. It was for this that the academy was created, of course. The players came here, not because they wanted to learn what you learn. They were simply seduced by awards and benefits, so they agreed without hesitation. That is why Raul needs to show them correctly, but suddenly he felt two people behind. Right now he was ready to show the rest that there is something that exceeds skills and levels. A few minutes later, he dealt with two pursuers who were dumbfounded by his strength. At this time, Shoichiro could not believe that before Hyun did 33 murders in just 10 minutes, because this is impossible. Only 20 minutes passed, and more than half of the players have already been killed, and now almost 20 people follow him. At that very moment, a comrade came running to him, reporting that they could find before Hyun. He was in the center of a fight with another group near the building 2 quarters from him. Shoichiro immediately began to ask how many people were in his group, because he was sure that he was not acting alone. But when his comrade announced that he was alone, Shoichiro could not believe his ears. The guy did not believe these words, but they examined the environment, but they didn't find anyone. Shoichiro decided to check it personally, after which he ordered everyone about the readiness of the attack on the back from the back. He does not give a damn about what is the secret of these numbers, but if he is really alone, then this is a jackpot. Shoichiro thanked Hyun for committing 33 killings for him, but at the end it was he who would reach the top. Meanwhile, Crash fought against the wizard, who was dumbfounded that his fiery bomb could not cope. The tank noticed that this ability does not act on Hyun, so he asked to tell something more serious. One wizard was no longer an ace of the sleeve, so the tank decided to act on his own. Crash attacked him with a spear, but if the tank reduces the distance against his spear, he will have superiority. When his plan was successful, the player decided that he had enough space for the charge of the shield. At that very moment, he filled his shield by mana, wanting to use his strongest attack. But at that very moment, he noticed that he was smiling to the Hyung, and then the guy suddenly evaporated. Such a speed forced the tank to fall to the ground, and Raul explained to him that it was a bad position for charged ability. Next time, it is better for him to pay attention to the movement of the enemy's hands when he straightens his weapon. However, he did a good job, despite the circumstances. After these words, the guy pierced the tank with a spear. Seeing his defeated comrade, the wizard immediately began to run away, but Crash overtook him with flying blades, sticking them into the back. Then he noticed that his spear shaft was noticeably bent due to the fact that he blocked full charging. But suddenly the guy froze when he felt the multiple presence of other players. But at the same moment he felt a familiar presence and immediately recognized Shoichiro. Shoichiro was an attack that was deeply fond of the ninja long before the advent of Connect. Supported by powerful power in Japan, he created a guild of paradise and then created a detachment of a ninja in the game. The problem was that the squad commander was on the advanced line of hunting for single players. Ambushes, attempts to poison and interference in their hunting is only the beginning. He often reached the abduction to lure players into traps, and Taehyun was always one of his main goals. But his searches were spoiled several times due to the plans of the ninja detachment. But they never put themselves openly. No matter how he chased after them, only trifles remained. This guy was a cockroach that interfered with him at every turn, even in a past life. But now he even missed him, so he could not remain unprepared, welcoming an old friend. And now Crash is completely ready to force him to go through the same thing that he had to endure. When Shoichiro reached the roof with his detachment, he immediately gave them a signal of readiness. They had no need to enter into a close battle to catch someone who wanders alone. The guy was sure that it would be difficult to defend himself from such an attack, but as soon as the arrows flew to that place, he disappeared. Suddenly, after an instant, an arrow flew out of nowhere, which wounded the crossbowman in the shoulder. Shoichiro immediately realized that Crash was inside the building, after which he ordered to search him. The enemy was supposed to be on the second floor, but he ordered Kent to follow the environment. At that very moment, he himself penetrated the building, but his comrade said that he could not find him anywhere. Suddenly, Shoichiro noticed that Kent arrived in the back, but this is impossible only if the guy does not use the cloning technique. At that very moment, the arrow flew past the guy's head at high speed, sticking into his comrade's shoulder. His life was not in danger, but Crash aiming exactly on the limbs. I clearly try to mislead them. At that very moment, Shoichiro loudly asked him to stop playing in dirty games and appear personally. He demanded an honest and fair game, and at the same moment Raoul appeared outside, who was in no hurry to agree. He used telekinesis to send his blades into flight, striking the limbs of Shoichiro. Noticing that these blades killed his comrade, the ninja reached for the weapon, with a firm intention to kill before Hyun. Suddenly being behind him, Crash asked how to experience this feeling of helplessness. Turning around, Shoichiro immediately began to wonder who he is and whether he knew him. Before Hyun gave an affirmative answer to the last question, after which he returned from his blow and counterattacked with his fist in the chest. Crash was surprised that he would not recognize him, and Shoichiro said that he sees him for the first time in his life. This noticeably disappointed the guy, who immediately crushed his opponent with his foot to the floor. Looking into his eyes, the ninja promised that the next time they met again, he would kill him. However, he did not manage to finish because with horror he noticed several blades soaring over his body. When Raoul committed with him, his soul immediately became easier, after which he decided to check the number of remaining players. The location managed to decrease markedly, so he also decided to move, as one zone will open soon.